Lassalle is one of the outstanding exceptions to the rule that intellectuals themselves do not aspire to be maximum leader. Here we are concerned not with the main line of Lassalle's politics, state socialism, 67, nor primarily with his aspiration to become literally the dictator of the workers' movement, but rather with his self-image as a captain of intellect in politics and with Marx's reaction to this aspect of Lassalle. Marx first became aware of Lassalle's longing for dictatorship in 1856, without quite believing the initial reports that came to him. 68 But by 1862 to 1863 the pattern was plain. 69 In 1863 Lassalle sent Marx a pamphlet of his in which he made his bid for leadership of the German workers' movement. Marx commented in a letter to Engels, "He behaves with an air of great importance, bandying about phrases borrowed from us altogether as if he were the future workers' dictator. The problem of wage labor versus capital he solves like child's play, literally. To wit, the workers must agitate for universal suffrage and then send people like him armed with the unsheathed sword of science Wissenschaft into the Chamber of Deputies. 70. Here is how Lassalle had put it in the pamphlet, addressing himself to the workers. When that universal suffrage comes, you can depend upon it, there will be at your side men who understand your position and are devoted to your cause, men, armed with the shining sword of science, who know how to defend your interests. And then you, the unpropertied classes, will only have yourselves and your bad voting to blame if the representatives of your cause remain in a minority. 71. This is a frank statement of the attitude later assumed by most of the social democratic deputies blessed with a bourgeois education, who thought in terms of we and they, the latter being the ignorant workers who sometimes made trouble by presuming to dictate to their representatives. In one respect Lassalle did carry out the pattern of the elitist intellectual clambering up to the ear of power. The mantle of workers' dictator was only his preliminary to a higher aim, steering the Kaiser himself toward the social monarchy, that is, an allegedly anti-capitalist welfare regime carried out by the royal power, based not on the bourgeoisie but on a working class organized as Lassalle's instrument. Marx understood this completely by 1865, though the secret documents that spelled out Lassalle's aims were not revealed till over half a century later. Marx summed it up in terms of the characters in Schiller's drama Don Carlos. Lassalle wanted to play the Marquis Posa of the proletariat with Philip II of the Uckermark, Bismarck acting as procureur between him and the Prussian kingdom. 72 The Marquis Posa figure was the standard model of the good royal advisor whispering progressive aspirations into the monarch's left ear. 73. Also instructive is the discussion held by Marx and Engels with Lassalle on the latter's poetic drama Franz von Sickingen. It was typical that the hero of the period chosen by Lassalle was not any leader of the peasant war, such as Thomas Munzer, but the head of the Knights' opposition, Sickingen, an opposition which, while rebellious against the princes, lived by its own exploitation of the peasantry. Both Marx and Engels pointed this out in separate letters. Marx added that Sickingen and his co-leader Ulrich von Hutten, just like the educated Polish nobility of 1830, on the one hand, made themselves exponents of modern ideas, while on the other they actually represented the interests of a reactionary class. 74 Not for the first time Marx underlines that the interests of a reactionary class can be clothed in modernizing ideas as well as in reactionary ones. Sickingen was not portrayed as an intellectual, any more than Rudolph of Gerolstein in Sue's Mysteries of Paris. But, while in a letter to Marx Lassalle disparaged Ulrich von Hutten precisely because he was an intellectual type rather than a statesmanly man of action like Sickingen, we know now that in fact Lassalle identified himself personally with Hutten, not Sickingen. 75 Thus we are pointed back again to the relationship of Sue to Rudolph. The intellectual glorifies the leader on horseback, who in turn proves his worth by listening to the former's wisdom. The philosopher king is tutored by the king's philosopher, who is the wisest servitor in the entourage of power. The schoolmaster wields his rod at the side of the master. 6. The altitude of its great intellects. Another element, not to be neglected, in Marx's attitude on the relation of intellectuals to the workers' movement is sure to offend intellectuals. This was his generally low opinion of the intellectual caliber of the intellectuals, that is, of bourgeois thinkers who, whatever their politics, were unable to break out of the constricting and deforming frame imposed by the dominant ideas of their class society. This view was given acid epigrammatic form in Capital. On the level plane, simple mounds look like hills, and the imbecile flatness of the present bourgeoisie is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. 76. The target here was John Stuart Mill as an economist, but among the post-Ricardian economists Marx played few favorites except perhaps for his special attention to Malthus as an intellectual charlatan. Marx thought Mill was dreadfully shallow, as he says in his afterword to Capital. Here he explains why the situation obtains the discussion is in terms of economics but applies more generally. There is little point in explaining this view of Marx's as a case of jealousy or cantankerousness, or utilizing some other all-purpose psychiatric device, which will fail to account for his treatment of Ricardo as a giant. Marx thinks that the great capacity for theory, which used to be considered a hereditary German possession, had almost completely disappeared among the so-called educated classes in Germany because the later crop of thinkers could not think their way through the social conditions that faced them. They were up against the limits beyond which they could not pass. 77 That is, they could not arrive at real explanations that did not point outside the bounds of the system. Then, in addition, the rising prominence of the class struggle sounded the knell of scientific social inquiry. It was thenceforth no longer a question whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquirers, there were hired prize-fighters. In place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and the evil intent of apologetic. 78. That is, bourgeois intellectuals could no longer be free agents of thought. 79 At best, some who tried to avoid becoming sycophants of the ruling class sought a harmonious middle ground for the interests of capital and labor, hence a shallow syncretism, of which John Stuart Mill is the best representative. 80. In France, Guizot had begun as a pioneer in the class interpretation of history, but he could not maintain this level, Marx points out. A scientific approach went by the board as he had to write a whitewash account of the Louis Philippe regime and his own role in it, and history was reduced to good and bad leaders. Marx concludes, indeed, not only les rois en vente, but also les capicites de la bourgeoisie en vente, not only du king's pass, but also the talented among the bourgeoisie. 81. Not only the talented, Marx liked also to pillory the representative ranks of the bourgeoisie and the ruling circles for their ignorance of, unconcern with, and cynicism about the cultural heritage of society which the better elements were supposed to treasure. The division of labor has, to a certain extent, emasculated the general intellect of the middle-class men by the circumspection of all their energies and mental faculties within the narrow spheres of their mercantile, industrial, and professional concerns. 82 He wrote a cutting portrait of the bourgeois mind and its intellectual narrowness for the New York Tribune. Although the middle class do not aim at the learning of the old school, they do not for that cultivate either modern science or literature. The ledger, the desk, business, that is education sufficient. Their daughters, when expensively educated, are superficially endowed with a few accomplishments, but the real education of the mind and the storing it with knowledge is not even dreamed of. The cramped and narrow sphere in which they move is to a certain degree due to the social system of which they form a part. As the Russian nobility live uneasily betwixt the oppression of the Tsar above them and the dread of the enslaved masses below them, so the English middle class are hemmed in by the aristocracy on the one hand and the working class on the other. 83. All the more reason, then, to give close inspection to the educated bourgeois elements who knocked on the door of the Workers' Party. For a considerable period of time, in Germany, this was no arduous task. The number of salutary intellectuals who entered the German party's ranks, say, up to Marx's death, was small, though a few exceptions were prominent. In the following years, Engels' appreciation of the exceptions was often flavored with his mordant opinion of the others. In praise of Eduard Bernstein, then still writing as a staunch revolutionist, Engels remarked to Babel, in theoretical matters, Ada has a very receptive mind, clever and quick-witted, but he still lacks self-confidence, truly a rare thing nowadays, and, compared with the general swelled head of even the pettiest educated jackass, it is really a good thing relatively speaking. Bernstein and Koski are listed as real pearls in comparison with the ghastly second growth of literati that have latched onto the party, and Engels' approval of the second is expressed thus: Koski learned a fearful mass of nonsense from the universities, but he has taken all possible pains to unlearn it again. Outside these two pearls, all the other posts in the party press are held by the Messrs. Philistines who, Engels hopes, can be gotten rid of in the inevitable split that is coming. This in 1885.84. Engels' opinion of Koski had gone up somewhat from 4 years before, when he had characterized him as an extremely fine fellow but a born pedant and hair-splitter, in whose hands complicated questions do not become simple but rather simple questions become complicated. He judged him unfit to edit a newspaper, where such a doctrinaire is a real misfortune. 85. Both men eventually did some good work before they collapsed, this made them exceptions. Given their general opinion of the pickings, it is clear why Marx and Engels were made especially apprehensive by the tendency of the bourgeois educated recruits to come into the movement as teachers. Teaching what? Their still bourgeois or half-bourgeois ideas, now taking on a pink tinge. Otherwise they would have to adopt the role of learners, apprentices, and novices, learning from the socialist workers how to think like revolutionists, like enemies of the class in whose matrix their own minds had been formed and their consciousness educated. In Marx's and Engels' eyes, these people came into the party ignorant of socialist thought and action, and only half learned in the fearful mass of nonsense from the universities. Another big mistake in Germany, wrote Engels in 1878, is that the students and other ignorant men of learning are allowed to send the greatest nonsense into the world on a mass scale, as scientific representatives of the party. This is, however, a children's disease that they will get over, and it was indeed to shorten it that I made an example of Dühring in such detail in Anti-Dühring.86. That was an optimistic view. Meanwhile it was precisely these bourgeois educated ignoramuses who made a row over Engels' exposure of the learned Dr. Dühring and even threatened to get its publication in the party press stopped. A similar point is also made in the circular letter of 1879 against the Hochberg trio. Besides attacking this tendency as politically degenerative, it argued that these self-important educated elements were incompetent even to make an educational contribution to the movement. In order to be of use to the proletarian movement, these people must bring real educative elements into it. But with the great majority of the German bourgeois converts that is not the case. Neither the Zuckenfeet nor the Neue Gesellschaft has contributed anything which could advance the movement one step further. Here there is an absolute lack of real educational material, whether factual or theoretical. In its place there are attempts to bring superficially mastered socialist ideas into harmony with the exceedingly varied theoretical standpoints which these gentlemen have brought with them from the universities or elsewhere, and of which, owing to the process of decomposition which the remnants of German philosophy are at present undergoing, one was more confused than the other. Instead of thoroughly studying the new science themselves to begin with, each of them preferred to trim it to fit the point of view he had brought along, made himself forth with a private science of his own, and at once came forward with the pretension of wanting to teach it. 87. Thus they produce only desperate confusion. Educative elements whose first principle is to teach what they have not learned can very well be dispensed with by the party. Engels makes a similar remark in a letter attacking opportunist trends in the party on the issue of bimetallism. But that's our gentlemen the literati all over, he adds. Just like the bourgeois literati, they think they have the privilege of learning nothing and arguing about everything. And he denounces their economic ignorance, new-baked utopianism, and arrogance. 88. Another overall charge made, especially by Engels, is that these bourgeois ideologues think they can manufacture intellectual production simply out of ideas, rather than solid facts, information, and concrete research leavened by theory. The people who do not want to learn anything on principle and only make literature about literature and, incidentally, out of literature, 9/10 of present-day German scribbling is scribbling about other scribbling, naturally achieve more printed pages per year than those who grind away and are willing to write about other books only, 1. If they have mastered these other books, and 2. If there is something in them worth the trouble. 89. Engels' admonition was, do some real work, gentlemen, instead of merely sucking ideas out of your thumb. He wrote the following to a young intellectual who, he thought, was one of the exceptions. You, who have really done something, must have noticed yourself how few of the young literary men who fasten themselves onto the party give themselves the trouble to study economics, the history of economics, the history of trade, of industry, of agriculture, of the formations of society. The self-sufficiency of the journalist must serve for everything here, and the result looks like it. It often seems as if these gentlemen think anything is good enough for the workers. If these gentlemen only knew that Marx thought his best things were still not good enough for the workers, how he regarded it as a crime to offer the workers anything but the very best. 90. Marx had given the same advice to the bourgeois ideologists in his preface to the French edition of Capital: there is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep paths have a chance of gaining its luminous summits. 91. The case is the same with the royal road to Marxism. A correspondent's letter to Engels once informed him that socialism could not be put into practice until there was a uniform level of education and reasoning ability, plainly implying that the mass of people were lacking in these qualities necessary for the leadership of society. Engels reacted sharply as usual to this sort of supercilious snobbery from intellectuals who, in his opinion, were still less fit to lead society, on both counts. The biggest obstacle, he replied, leaving aside the peasantry, is the pushy, super-clever educated people, who know how to do everything so much the better the less they understand it. You speak of the absence of uniform reasoning ability. This exists but on the part of the educated people stemming from aristocratic and bourgeois circles, who have no idea how much they still have to learn from the workers. 92. 7. The students. There was no socialist student movement during most of Marx's lifetime. The beginnings appeared by the end of the 1870s, but the movement did not become significant until 2 decades later. Up to the 1860s, student movements had played significant socio-political roles more than once, as in the case of the National Democratic Burschenschaffen of Germany in the first half of the century, but university students came overwhelmingly from bourgeois and aristocratic families and made little contact with socialist ideas. Therefore there is little comment to be found in Marx or Engels on students as a distinctive group or factor in social or political life. Where students are mentioned at all, it is simply as a type of educated bourgeois element in most cases. Indeed, more than once Marx uses the word students not for current university enrollees but as a generic term for educated elements who have long been out of school. 93. His studiosus and ex-studiosus, which formerly meant student and ex-student, is virtually such a generic term for an academic or intellectual. For example, he often tagged one of these labels onto Karl Schurz, whom he regarded as an especially contemptible type. 94. The main exception, both in social reality and in Marx's and Engels' writings, concerns the period of the Revolution of 1848 to 1849, when a distinctive student presence cropped up in some places. This presence was observed in Engels' main work on the Revolution in Germany, in passages that are more descriptive than analytical. Engels notes both the strong and weak sides of student revolutionism. In Vienna, recounts Engels, bourgeois supremacy was based on the National Guard it had established and on a committee of public safety. Degree but at the same time, the working classes were partially armed too. They and the students had borne the brunt of the fight, as far as fight there had been, and the students, about 4,000 strong, well armed and far better disciplined than the National Guard, formed the nucleus, the real strength of the revolutionary force, and were no ways willing to act as a mere instrument in the hands of the Committee of Safety. Though they recognized it and even were its most enthusiastic supporters, they yet formed a sort of independent and rather turbulent body, deliberating for themselves in the Aula, keeping an intermediate position between the bourgeoisie and the working classes, preventing, by constant agitation, things to settle down to the old everyday tranquility, and very often forcing their resolutions upon the Committee of Safety. 95. The workers also constituted a nuisance as far as the bourgeoisie was concerned, since keeping them employed at public works was expensive. Trade was at a standstill, and the continuous agitation and excitement kept up by the students and working people was certainly not the means to restore confidence, as the phrase went. Thus, a certain coolness very soon sprung up between the middle classes on the one side, and the turbulent students and working people on the other. But the alliance of the bourgeoisie with the students and workers was re-cemented by the counter-attacks of the old regime's forces. 96. The picture at this point, then, is of a student-worker alliance as the left wing of the revolution. But in the next stage, as the victorious bourgeoisie drew away from the workers in fear and the latter demanded military organization for themselves, in distrust, confusion, and helplessness reigned. The academic legion, full of zeal for the struggle against imperial despotism, were entirely incapable of understanding the nature of the estrangement of the two classes, or of otherwise comprehending the necessities of the situation. The Council of the Academic Legion passed heroic resolutions, but was no ways able to take the lead. 97. The bourgeoisie backed off, but the working class could not take over, and the student forces were immobilized by incomprehension. On the other hand, in Germany, when armed struggle broke out in May 1849, the student elements took an active part at first but lacked stick-to-itiveness, unlike the core forces formed by the urban workers and the rural poor. The greater part of the young men of all classes, below the capitalist class, was to be found, for a time at least, in the ranks of the insurgent armies, but this rather indiscriminate aggregate of young men very soon thinned as soon as the aspect of affairs took a somewhat serious turn. The students particularly, those representatives of the intellect, as they liked to call themselves, were the first to quit their standards, unless they were retained by the bestowal of officers' rank, for which they, of course, had very seldom any qualification. 98. The contrast between these German student forces and the Viennese was also made by Engels in his special account of this 1849 campaign, in which he served. In the Palatinate he noted the students' penchant for adorning themselves, for lack of guns, with the dangling cavalry sabers that made a furious clatter in the streets as they were grandly dragged about by the self-commissioned officers. 99. Later we get another vignette. In Breton a delegation of students came to us with the declaration that this eternal marching about in face of the enemy was not to their liking, and they requested release from service. The answer they got, of course, was that no one was released in face of the enemy, but if they wanted to desert they were free to do so. Thereupon about half the company marched off, the rest soon melted away through individual desertions till only the riflemen were left. In general, during the whole campaign the students showed themselves to be malcontent, nervous young gentlemen who always wanted to be let in on the operation plans but complained of wounded feet and grumbled if the campaign did not offer all the amenities of a vacation trip. Among these representatives of intellect there were only a few who constituted exceptions by virtue of their truly revolutionary character and splendid courage. 100. So much for the revolution. As with other social strata, the question mark over the students was not only their revolutionary consistency and stamina, but in particular their potentiality as an ally of the proletarian movement. We find this question coming up in the correspondence of Marx and Engels in the mid-1860s, not as a theorization but as an immediate practical problem. In France they saw anti-Bonaparte unrest gathering strength in both military and student ranks, and both developments seemed to point to bourgeois disaffection from the regime. Marx commented that the student business is a symptom of the worse marks of antagonisms in the army itself, 101, and Engels agreed, adding, "It is very important that the Paris students fight on the side of the proletariat, no matter how confused this may be in their own minds. The École Polytechnique will follow soon enough." 102. But the issue of the student alliance did not loom very large until a mass socialist student movement began forming toward the end of the century, in the wake of the growing numbers and power of the parties of the Second International. Only a year before his death, Engels sent a message of cordial greetings to the First International Congress of Socialist Students held in Geneva. Its content is quite striking in terms of what it implies about the role he envisioned for the intellectual laborers in the productive process, who are here called the intellectual proletariat. May your efforts to awaken consciousness among the students succeed, so that out of their ranks will come the intellectual proletariat, who are called on to play an important role in the coming revolution, at the side of and in the midst of their brothers, the manual workers. The bourgeois revolutions of the past required from the universities merely lawyers as the best raw material for politicians. The emancipation of the working class needs, besides, physicians, engineers, chemists, agronomists and other specialists, for it is a question not only of leading in the political machinery but also of taking the entire production of society in hand, and here, in place of high-sounding phrases, solid knowledge is needed. 103. What this says diplomatically by pitching it in positive terms is that students in general should not expect to become the political leaders of the proletariat but rather specialists and technicians of the sort needed by the revolutionary society, contributing not high-sounding phrases but solid knowledge. It points to a limited role for them as a social type, as we might expect in view of Engels' opinions on and experience with intellectuals. 18. Intellectuals and the proletarian movement. The preceding chapter has already paid considerable attention to the role of intellectuals not merely in society at large but also inside the socialist and working class movement. Now we turn to some specific problems under the latter head, and to some specific cases. One important overall feature of the attitude taken by Marx and Engels is that it requires a fight on two fronts at almost every point, that is, the rejection of bisymmetrical mistakes. If, on the one hand, some in the movement welcomed intellectuals uncritically and without a sifting scrutiny, there was the opposite error of others who proposed an exclusionary policy with or without a theory of proletarian, oeuvreirisme. There was a constant tendency for vivid appreciation of the dangers of one course to bring about sympathy for the opposite mistake, in a familiar pattern. Marx recognized that there was a positive role for intellectuals in the movement, but that it had to be a limited one. Both sides of this view are to be traced through the following sections. 1. The positive role. If Marx's mistrust of intellectuals who approached the movement made it clear that he was not inclined to exaggerate their virtues, he was nevertheless far from blind to the needs they could fill. We have seen this in connection with exceptional cases in general. The positive role of intellectuals for the socialist movement may be conveniently divided into three aspects: one distinctive of the earliest days of the movement, a second becoming prominent as the movement grew, and a third that looked toward the socialist future. Though there is the usual overlap, these three roles did not necessarily involve the same people or the same kind of people. 1. Ideological innovators and initiators. This was the frequent role of the most important figures in the early days of the movement, but, as we have already discussed, this involved extraordinary individuals for the most part, not class strata. Where socialism began as an ideological innovation, whether by an educated bourgeois or an educated worker, the next historical problem was always the fusion of the socialist idea with the real working class movement that was groping its way to consciousness. This, and not the mode of innovation, was the crucial pass. What happened at this point was more important than whether the idea originally came from a bourgeois or a proletarian cranium. Young Engels grasped this problem before his association with Marx, in fact immediately after coming to England, and he set it forth in his early work on the condition of the working class in England. At this point socialism meant Owenism, a mixed class group around a bourgeois innovator, but alongside it was a class movement of the proletariat organized in the Chartist movement, which, to be sure, also had its middle-class reform wing. In its present form, socialism-Owenism can never become the common possession of the working class. It must even condescend to return for a moment to the Chartist standpoint. But true proletarian socialism, having passed through Chartism and been purified of its bourgeois elements, as is true of how it has already developed in the case of many socialists and many Chartists, who are nearly all socialists, will indeed assume, within a short time, an important role in the history of the development of the English people. We see, therefore, that the workers' movement is divided into two sections, the Chartists and the Socialists. The Chartists are the most backward, the least developed, but in exchange they are genuine proletarians in the flesh, the representatives of the proletariat. The Socialists are more far-seeing, proposing practical measures against distress, but they come originally from the bourgeoisie and for this reason are incapable of amalgamating with the working class. The fusion of socialism with Chartism, the reproduction of French communism in an English manner, will be the next step, and has partly already begun. Only when this has been brought about will the working class really be the ruler of England, too. Quite complete here is the general conception of the fusion of socialist ideas, with or without the ideologists, and the proletarian movement. When he looked back to this period from the vantage point of 1871, Engels' picture was naturally a bit different. He told an Italian comrade that his situation in Naples was much like that of the early German movement 25 years before. At that time we had only a few men among the proletariat in Switzerland, France, and England as well as Germany who were imbued with socialist and communist ideas. We had few means of working among the masses, and like you we had to find supporters among the schoolmasters, journalists, and students. Fortunately, in this period of the movement such men, who did not exactly belong to the working class, were easily found. Later, when the working people dominated the movement as a mass, they certainly became rare. 3. This was written soon after the fall of the Paris Commune, and for a whole dark period socialism was not exactly swamped by an influx of educated, or uneducated, bourgeois recruits. When the movement got going again, there was a great deal of variation from country to country. One of the contrasts was between the largely proletarian character of the German movement and the relatively non-proletarian makeup of the socialist revival in England in the 1880s, which began with Hindman's Democratic, later Social Democratic, Federation. In 1883 Engels wrote to Babel. In the last period there emerged out of the bourgeoisie a large number of young heads who, to the shame of the English workers it must be said, grasp things better and take them up more ardently than do the workers. For even in the Democratic Federation the workers mostly accept the new program only reluctantly and outwardly. Don't for anything in the world be taken in by the claim there is a really proletarian movement going on here. I know Liebknecht would like to make himself and everyone else believe this, but it is not the case. The elements now active can become important, now that they have accepted our theoretical program and thus acquired a basis but only in case a spontaneous movement breaks out here among the workers and they succeed in getting control of it. Till then they will remain individual heads, behind whom there is only a hodgepodge of confused sects, remnants of the great movement of the 40s, and nothing more. 4. The root of the difference lay in the favored economic position of England, of its working class as well as its bourgeoisie, as Engels explained more than once. He thought the turn of industrial depression was reducing this difference, and indeed by the end of the decade it did. In 1884 Engels wrote Babel that this was the secret of the present sudden emergence of a socialist movement here in England. Till now the organized workers' trade unions have still remained quite remote from it. The movement is going on among educated elements derived from the bourgeoisie, who here and there seek contact with the masses and in places find it. These elements are of very varying value morally and intellectually, and it will take some time before they sort themselves out and things become clarified. But it will hardly go altogether back to sleep again. 5. 2 Ideological services to an ongoing movement. This was the main problem, and as such we have kept it in the forefront up to now. It need not be further discussed at this point. However, it must be understood that the recruitment of intellectuals was only one type of solution, the other was the training and outfitting of workers to take over these posts and responsibilities, the most important of which were not the literary ones, such as editing, but party leadership and parliamentary representation. The talents of educated recruits were in sore demand, especially as the movement grew. Socialist periodicals multiplied, but could a competent editor be made on the spot out of a worker without experience? On the other hand, How readily could a revolutionary proletarian propagandist and publicist be made out of an ex-studiosus? 3. Intellectual labor for a socialist society. We have already seen this need emphasized, especially in connection with students' 6 specialists, technicians, and scientific talents in the productive work of society. Far from seeing socialist society as overrun with intellectuals, Engels thought the big problem at the beginning would be the lack of intellectual laborers capable of shucking their bourgeois training and working loyally for a workers' state. In the letter already quoted to a correspondent who implied that the mass of people were too lacking in reasoning ability to lead society, 7, Engels asserted his belief that the organized workers had already shown they were more competent to carry on their own affairs than bourgeois elements. But what if the educated bourgeois refused to lend their talents to build a socialist society, or even try to stab it in the back? To be sure, we still lack technicians, agronomists, engineers, chemists, architects, etc., but if worse comes to worst we can buy these just as well as the capitalists do, and if a stern example is made of a few traders which are sure to crop up among this lot, then they will find it in their own interest to stop robbing us. But outside of such specialists, among whom I also count the school teachers, we can get along very well without the rest of the educated people. 8. Note that the intellectual laborers with whom Engels is concerned here are not the ideological manipulators but those whose work is closely related to the production of material wealth, for he is thinking especially of the first struggles of socialist society to win the economic battle for survival. The same concern is evident in 2 letters to Babel, which say much the same thing in somewhat different ways. The first takes off from an apparently unrelated question, his hope that there will be no war, for the following reason. In order to take over the ownership and operation of the means of production, we need people who have been technically trained, and in mass numbers at that. These we don't have. Till now we have even been rather glad that we have been largely spared the educated people. This is an interesting statement. It is followed by Engels' typical optimism about the self-healing powers of the movement. Now it's different. Now we are strong enough to be able to stand any quantity of educated quarks and digest them, and I foresee that in the next 8 to 10 years we will recruit enough young technical people, physicians, lawyers, and schoolmasters to have the factories and big estates administered for the nation by party comrades. Then, therefore, our entry into power will be quite natural and will come off smoothly, relatively speaking. On the other hand, if we come to the helm prematurely, the technical people will be our main enemies, and they will deceive and betray us wherever they can. We will have to use terror against them, and still get done in any way. That is what constantly happened on a small scale to the French revolutionaries. Even in routine administration they had to leave the subordinate posts where the real work was done in the hands of the old reactionaries, and the latter obstructed and crippled everything. That is why I hope and desire that our splendid and sure development, which is advancing with the calm and inescapability of a natural process, will remain on its natural lines. 9. And a couple of weeks later, after Babel's encouraging reply, I am glad to hear that there is so much of a trend in our direction already in force among the technically educated circles at present. However, in 1848 and 1870–71 I had too many nice experiences with the French Republicans, who indeed were even bourgeois, showing how far one gets with such followers and sympathizers who keep quiet in time of danger, and how horribly one can compromise oneself not to wish that, for such an important business as the socialization of big industry and big agriculture, we should still have a few years more time to give the gentlemen a closer inspection in advance as to their ability and character. That would not only avoid friction, in a critical moment it might also avert an otherwise inevitable decisive defeat. Otherwise there will be colossal blunders en masse. That is indeed inevitable. In fact, you yourself say that among the bids enough are from people who have more things they want from us than they have talent or knowledge, and I haven't forgotten what Singer told me the nun said of the students who were being driven into the social democracy out of fear of the examinations. Yet the fact is, they are coming, a token of what is in the offing. 10. Confidence that they are coming, that socialist society would get an adequate supply of brain workers or educated proletariat, was expressed in the party press by an article of E. Bernstein's to which Engels gave considerable praise. This article saw them coming from two sources: eventually, if not immediately, a technically trained stratum of government employees formed especially by Bismarck's statification measures, and the overproduction of brain workers, chemists, architects, engineers of all kinds, accountants, etc., who were being spewed out of the educational institutions into unsuitable jobs at low salary. In short, an educated proletariat, an army of starveling intellectuals, is in existence and grows from day to day, people whose lot is in no wise more enviable than that of the ordinary wage worker. These elements are seen as playing a necessary but auxiliary role. Above all, it is clear that a leadership role in politics or in the party is not reserved for such an educated proletariat, let alone for the bourgeois intelligence. And point 11. 2. Anti-intellectualism and exclusionism. A critical attitude toward, or political mistrust of, bourgeois intellectual elements is not anti-intellectualism, just as intellectual integrity is not defined as the integrity of intellectuals. Anti-intellectualism is another sprawling term that it would be unprofitable to pin down, but for practical purposes we mean hostility to theory and theoretical work, to education as such, to the cultural heritage of the past, to the need for serious study, and similar backward hostilities. Such anti-intellectualist tendencies were far from rare in the early socialist movement, and not unknown later. They cropped up often enough to draw Marx's denunciation and scorn. It is hardly necessary to document Marx's insistence on the need for theoretical development, education, especially inside the movement, and the absorption of the best of society's learning and culture as the legacy to be taken over by socialist society. But a look at some of the concrete issues leads to a more important problem: the exclusionary tendency. Marx had to go through no developmental change on the question of proletarian anti-intellectualism. We have seen that from the beginning, as a new-fledged socialist, he was struck with admiration for the spirit he encountered in the Paris workers' clubs of the 1840s, the studiousness, the craving for knowledge, and their unceasing urge for development and thirst for education, all of which testified to the nobility of the movement. 13. It is indeed an important fact, too often overlooked in historical accounts, that the organized socialist movement had a far-ranging cultural educational impact on the workers who joined it, culminating in the production of what later came to be called worker intellectuals, meaning workers who developed their literary and other intellectual skills to the point where they could carry out tasks thought peculiar to bourgeois educated elements. We have noted the pride with which Marx in 1850 introduced an article written for his magazine by a working tailor, who was later to become secretary of the International before the proletariat wins on the barricades. He wrote, "It announces the coming of its rule by a series of intellectual victories." 14. In sharp contrast was another type not uncommon in the Paris of 1850. That year, discussing the Blanquist-type conspiratorialists who infested the movement, Marx noted that they look with deepest disdain on a more theoretical clarification of the workers as to their class interests. Hence their irritation, which is not proletarian but plebeian, at the habits noirs frock coats, the more or less educated people who represent this side of the movement, people from whom, as the official representatives of the party, they can never make themselves entirely independent. 15. These left Jacobin types scorn theory, that is, the development of the workers' movement on the basis of ideas as well as struggle, because they viewed action, in practice, putschs, as a substitute for theory. A resolute band needed only a minimum of primitive ideas in order to carry out futile gestures, but a movement of the class could mature only on the basis of an overall view of social change, that is, of theory. Among the German artisan communist elements, Marx more often encountered a different kind of anti-intellectual primitivism, a know-nothing denunciation of educated people or intellectual laborers as such, accompanied by self-preening as professional proletarians. This type of narrow mentality Marx and Engels associated with the Straubing and the No, two words that occur very often in their correspondence in this connection. They are shorthand labels, as in this typical remark of Marx's, writing about a Chartist meeting held in 1856 on the anniversary of the 1848 revolution. The German Bumpkenscherzer, old boy degree, came forward and in truly awful Straubinger style denounced the German men of learning Gelehrten, the intellectual workers who had left them, the bumpkins, in the lurch and thus forced them to make fools of themselves in front of the other nations. 17. Marx had only scorn for the kind of professional proletarian, real or alleged, who exhibited horny hands, real or alleged, as proof of political superiority and moral purity. This tactic, incidentally, was mainly directed to naive intellectuals engaged in going to the people or in slumming. It was not calculated to impress other workers. The same pattern, elevated from an individual's ploy to a sex theory, became the oeuvreirisme characteristic especially of parts of the later syndicalist movement. This proletarian, a basically mystical doctrine ascribing virtue only to certified proletarians, was the other side of the medal to intellectualism, if the latter is taken to mean a one-sided glorification of idea manipulation talents. In some cases, both sides of this picture can be seen fading into each other, like a lap dissolve in the movies. Since the crux of intellectualism is its one-sidedness, Marx was mistrustful not only of bourgeois intellectuals but of the sort of ex-worker who emulated their vices. A case in point was Johann Most, who had a much publicized career first as a muddlehead in the German movement and later as an anarchist in America. A bookbinder turned writer and editor, Most was in 1877 the most vociferous social democratic supporter of Professor Eugen Düring, an academic who aspired to become the leading theoretician both of socialism and anti-Semitism. It was Most who organized the effort to have the party press stop publishing Engels' articles against Düring, later collected into a book. 19 Engels' demolition of Düringism was especially resented by the party's Berlin intelligentsia, then a small factor. Most carried more weight. A month before Most's interdiction attempt, Marx had commented on Most's attitude: if Herr Most has not understood that much can be learned from Engels' positive elucidations not only by ordinary workers, but even by ex-workers like himself who imagine they can get to know and pass judgment on everything in a twinkling, but also by people who are really scientifically educated, then I feel sorry for his powers of judgment. 20 The campaign by Most and the Berlin intellectuals to gag Engels. Articles on Düring failed, but not without causing some turmoil in the party. In the autumn of that year Marx wrote a friend, in the same letter that dealt with the supervised doctors of the Hochberg group: workers themselves, when they give up working, like Herr Most and co., and become literati by profession, are continually doing theoretical mischief and are continually ready to take up with muddleheads from the allegedly learned caste. 21. Cases naturally had to be judged on their merits, not on the class credentials of an individual. A more important case in point, the most talented Straubinger of all, was Wilhelm Weitling. As we have seen, the maturity of the young Marx can almost be measured by the advance in his understanding of what Weitling represented, from his initial enthusiasm of 1844 to his confrontation with him in 1846. It was one day in 1846 that Weitling's scorn of theoretical analysis caused Marx to strike the table and cry, "Ignorance has never yet helped anybody." The target of this anger was not merely Weitling but the Straubinger type of artisan radicalism in general. The German artisan communists who were organized in London as the League of the Just also faced a confrontation between the old Straubinger radicalism of Weitling and the new proletarian communism being developed by Marx. By 1847, not only had Weitling himself departed but the decisive leadership Karl Schapper at its head had opted for Marx. Still, when the newly named Communist League held its first Congress in the summer of that year, there was still a rearguard seeking to hang on to the old narrow ideas. A typical pattern resulted. Here were two bourgeois-educated newcomers of high intellectual attainment, Marx and Engels, who were proposing a new orientation, and although the League's own leaders were sponsoring them, they were vulnerable to Straubinger prejudices. One of the members, Friedrich Lessner, who had himself been originally radicalized by reading Weitling, later recalled that the opponents of Marx raised the cry of "down with the intellectuals," not only at the First Congress, but all through the intervening period to November, and even at the Second Congress of November-December, where Marx and Engels were assigned to write the manifesto. 22 This cry did not get very far here, where it rang as an echo of the past, but it still had a flourishing future in every nook and cranny of the working class movement that was still in process of clarification and maturation. Some significant cases affecting Marx are considered in the following sections, but another typical case may be mentioned here, as seen through Engels' eyes. In 1881 Engels characterized as follows the French socialist group represented by the paper Les Prolétaires, which was in process of forming the social reformist movement, possibilists, opposed to the Marxist party. Les Prolétaires was the paper put out by the very narrowest-minded clique among all the Paris workers who liked to write. It had a rule that only real manual workers could collaborate with advice or by writing for it. The most thick-headed Weitlingite kind of hatred against men of learning Gelehrten, i.e., university-educated people, was on the order of the day. Therefore this paper was also absolutely empty of content, but it claimed to be the purest expression of the Paris proletariat. 23. In this case, as in many others, a form of proletarian was institutionalized by an exclusionary policy, in the best cases, as a way of keeping workers uncontaminated by bourgeois influences, a quite feudal way, in the worst cases, as a means of keeping control of a group or movement in the hands of a proletarian coterie, which then utilized its control of this little section of the class to become its broker in accommodations with the bourgeois state and society. This is one reason why a facade of proletarian often constituted a storefront for merchandising quite ordinary social reformism. 3. The case of the Willich-Schapper group. The pattern exemplified by the "down with the intellectuals" sentiment at the First Congress of the Communist League in 1847 was repeated in that organization following the 1848-1849 defeat of the revolution, but whereas it was unsuccessful when the movement was on the upswing, it flowered as part of the process of disintegration. The new impulsion was similar to the old, and recurred in the socialist movement hundreds of times in the next 100 years. In an internal fight over policy and ideas, one faction claims that its own proletarian composition, real or alleged, guarantees its political correctness or purity, and denounces the non-proletarian composition of its opponent faction, real or alleged, all the more enthusiastically in proportion to its inability to refute its arguments. In the Communist League, of course, since Marx and Engels were the outstanding non-proletarians, anyone who disliked their ideas had this brittle weapon to hand. In 1850, in the backwash of defeat and disappointment, Schapper, the key figure in the old leadership who had been instrumental in aligning it with Marx in 1847, reverted to the old crap, to use a favorite non-technical term of Marx's. This veteran of the movement, 6 years older than Marx, had been an active radical since his student days 17 years before. Son of a poor rural parson, he had gone through high school to the University of Gießen, studying forestry. After helping to organize a conspiratorial putsch by the nationalist democratic movement, after a jail sentence, and after involvement in bourgeois republican revolutionism, he became a traveling professional revolutionary. As such, he worked at odd jobs to earn a living till he became a skilled typesetter. This ex-student, turned peripatetic organizer, advanced from the ideology of Young Germany and Mazzina to the artisan communism of Weitling, the socialist utopianism of Cabet, and the left Jacobinism of the Bobovist-Blanquist type of conspiratorial sects that arose between the revolutions of 1830 and 1848.24. Except for Schapper's beginnings as a university student, this course of development was typical of the artisan membership of the groups that he was active in organizing, particularly the League of the Just, which changed its name to Communist League in June 1847 under Marx's influence. Of this type, Schapper was one of the best. When young Engels met him and his comrades Joseph Moll and Heinrich Bauer, they were already experienced revolutionists. 4 decades later, old Engels paid them homage in an essay on the history of the Communist League. They were the first revolutionary proletarians whom I met. I shall never forget the deep impression that these three real men made upon me, who was then still only wanting to become a man. 25 Further on in this essay Engels puts the matter of the League's social composition less lyrically and more precisely. The members of the League, he explained, were almost exclusively artisans. 26. The greatest honor is due to them, in that they, who were themselves not yet full proletarians but only an appendage of the petty bourgeoisie, an appendage which was passing into the modern proletariat but which did not yet stand in direct opposition to the bourgeoisie, that is, to big capital, in that these artisans were capable of instinctively anticipating their future development and of constituting themselves, even if not yet with full consciousness, the party of the proletariat. 27. This is what had separated them from an unreconstructed Straubinger like Weitling, whose personal background was very similar to theirs but who had evolved in a different direction. But, Engels continued, it was also inevitable that their old handicraft prejudices should be a stumbling block to them at every moment, although, unlike Weitling, they sought to identify themselves with the modern proletariat. Their notion of what this meant was as vague as the term was amorphous. When Schapper wrote the leading article for the League's Kommunistische Zeitschrift in September 1847, having already met Engels but not Marx, he defined the proletariat in the old sense of the propertyless, and specified, proletarians in present-day society are all who cannot live on their capital, the worker as well as the man of learning, the artist as well as the small bourgeois. 28. The past to which Schapper reverted in 1850 was that of the putschist Jacobinism of the old bourgeois Republican movement, and indeed for the next few years he allied himself with the pink democracy. This collapse to the right was initially presented with a brave roar which sounds to our modern ears as ultra-leftist. As the Communist League split in September 1850, Schapper supported the group that insisted the revolution was still around the corner and that an insurrection must be hothouse forced. As we have seen, Marx vigorously opposed this course. 29. In this situation Schapper picked up the blunt instrument of proletarian as a handy argument substitute. At the meeting of the Central Committee on September 15, the ex-student strove to paint the dispute as one between the proletariat, meaning his own supporters among the worker artisans of the group, and the people who represent the party on the theoretical side, or between those who work with the pen and those who work in other ways. 30. We will see in a moment the reason for this strange dichotomy, writers and non-writers, of all things. The extant minutes do not record that Schapper at this meeting explicitly advocated limiting membership to workers. Shortly thereafter, the Cologne Committee of the League, which had now become the Central Committee following the split, criticized the documents it had received from Schapper's group. The attempt to expel the majority Marxist supporters of the Central Committee was based, partly on the general principle that the League should expel all writers. It was argued that the League was exclusively intended for factory workers and artisans and that if these groups only had the will they would be able to seize the reins of power as soon as revolution should break out again and so would be able to carry out the communist reorganization of society without further ado. 31. This emphasis on getting rid of writers rather than non-workers in general had a reason. We have not yet mentioned the inspirator of the Willich-Schapper group, August von Willich, who had kept silent during the September 15 debate and let Schapper do the talking. Schapper, at least, had long made his livelihood as a journeyman and was quite at home in the workers' milieu. Willich was quite another matter, though no one could accuse him of being a writer or having any proclivities on the theoretical side. This new recruit to communism was a military martinet who had fought with the rebels in the 1849 uprising and had then moved left. Sprung from an old aristocratic family, he had been a Prussian career officer before his recent radicalization, after which he had converted to an artisanal occupation, carpenter, like his predecessors. It would have been difficult for him to pass himself off as a proletarian or reasonable facsimile thereof. The Willich-Schapper group, therefore, could make only gingerly use of its appeal to Straubinger prejudices, but it could be more scornful of the people on the theoretical side who appealed to theory as well as practical sense to oppose the idea of instant revolutionism. The Cologne Committee's statement included also a contrast between the Willich-Schapper form of anti-intellectualism and Marx's viewpoint. According to the manifesto and the address to the Communist League, of March, the course of development of the proletarian movement goes as follows: the proletariat, once having come to consciousness of its own class situation, absorbs into the situation all the educational elements of the old society, and thus attains an understanding in theoretical terms of the lines of development of a communist revolution and then proceeds to practice. In contrast, this new old standpoint of Willich Schapper declares all theoretical work to be settled, sets itself in hostile contradiction to all writing activity, and thinks it can realize the end goal of the movement on the basis of the present-day development, in particular, of a new German revolution. So it is consequently quite natural that these same people, who apparently represent the interests of the pure proletariat so exclusively, trumpet forth the bare phrase revolution in their latest proclamation sent out into the world in the name of a democratic socialist committee in partnership with Frenchmen, Poles, and Hungarians, and present themselves as the champions of the petty bourgeois social democratic republic. In this way, then, the proletariat is once again summoned into battle in the interests of another class. 33. The group's scorn of theoretical work was useful in its subsequent career. These self-proclaimed champions of the proletariat against writers and theoreticians shortly entered into close collaboration with the petty bourgeois democracy in emigration, the same elements who had been denounced in Marx's and Engels' address to the Communist League in March 1850, but not until they had written various fire-breathing putschist conspiratorial documents which were a godsend to the Prussian government's prosecution of the Communists in Cologne, and provided much of the ammunition for it in the show trial of 1852.34. By this time it was clear in practice that this group's seemingly ultra-leftist stance, with its demand for instant revolution, was only the other side of the coin of simple opportunism, with its usual get-rich-quick calculations, and that the former had transformed itself into the latter without difficulty. Marx, fulfilling his function on the theoretical side, had already pointed this very pattern out in so many words in the September 15, 1850, debate. There he showed in advance that the actual politics of the revolutionmongers was, in fact, opportunistic, German patriotic rather than internationalist, and social democratic rather than proletarian communist. They were using the term proletariat merely ritualistically. To make this phrase effective, Marx said, it was necessary to describe the petty bourgeois as proletarians, so that in practice it was the petty bourgeois and not the proletarians who were represented. The actual revolutionary process had to be replaced by revolutionary catchwords. 35. This same substitution had been made by Schapper in his leading article in the Kommunistische Zeitschrift. In practice it turned out that the Straubinger who wanted to use proletarian as an exclusionary principle became a wing of the petty bourgeois democracy, where they functioned as brokers between their own proletarian clientele and the middle-class Democrats. The connection was not fortuitous. An independent proletarian movement can afford to admit a leavening of educated recruits breaking from the bourgeois world, but proletarian brokers, approaching an alien class movement for a deal, like to have pure merchandise to sell. For exclusionism in the First International. A proposal for the exclusion of non-workers from membership or leadership of the movement came up later in the International, with several similarities to the Willich Schapper case. It came from the Proudhonists, who dominated the French section of the International. Since they had been, with the British trade unionists, the initiatory force in 1864, this was a very serious problem which could not simply be voted out of existence by the General Council. Here was the pattern: the advocacy of exclusionism came from that national current in the International which most systematically represented the old petty bourgeois radicalism of the artisan stratum, the French Straubinger, while the staunchest opposition to exclusionism came from the representatives of the British trade unions, which constituted by far the most proletarian part of the movement. From the beginning Marx was naturally aware of the danger that the new organization might be swamped by intellectual radicals without any class commitment. As we have seen, for him the absolute test was not the social origin of an individual but rather the overall social composition of the organization. There was consensus in the International on the test for non-worker individuals, personal life commitment to the working class movement without careerist motivation. With this approach, a sprinkling of recruits from the educated classes could be a help, although the flooding of the organization with intellectual elements would be a disaster, calling in question the class character of the movement. It was a question of a qualitative change due to an overdose, like the amount of pepper in soup or the proportion of arsenic in a medical compound. In the General Council, the first question along these lines concerned the honorable member category for notables, a custom that saddled the roles of workers' organizations with bourgeois radicals who were willing to accept homage but not responsibility and to give their names but no loyalty. Louis Blanc had made a bid to become such an Hahn. Member of the New International. Marx wrote to Engels, surmising that an attempt of this sort would be made. I had however already put through the by-law, fortunately, that no one, outside of workers' societies, was to be invited, and that no person could be an honorary member. 36 At the same time, as he discusses in the same letter, he worked closely with people of bourgeois origin, like Fox and Leffert. 37, who were scarcely as socialistic as Louis Blanc but who had entered into the work of the International as responsible and loyal members and committed activists. On this issue, too, the test was not simply individual ideology but personal commitment to the class movement. Hence the pattern of the fight on two fronts. If Louis Blanc had to be kept at arm's length, people like Leffert had to be allowed to contribute their loyal service. Leffert was a radical Republican reformer oriented to parliamentary democracy, no revolutionary, but he had played a useful part in founding the International and was sincerely devoted to building it. However, the working class membership of the French section followed the Proudhonist leadership of Tolaine, and the Proudhonists decided there was room in France only for their own tendency. They could not Proudhonize the whole International, but they could make it a Proudhonist sect in their own country. To this end they presented the General Council with an ultimatum. Leffert, who was the International's press agent in Paris, had to be dismissed. 38 Thus the Proudhonists adopted the policy of exclusionism, at least from posts, in order to ensure their own monopoly of ideas and control in the organization. This presented Marx and the General Council with a dilemma. Marx had been initially impressed quite favorably with Tolaine in spite of his ideology, especially because he had recently run as an independent working-class candidate. 39 On their part the Proudhonists had no criticism of Marx's functioning in the affairs of the International. There was no tension in this area. The conflict was over the presence of the French Republicans in the International, with Leffert the crux. The Proudhonists' ultimatum was, him or us. Reluctantly Marx had to conclude that the Proudhonist sectists could not be persuaded to utilize Leffert's talents rather than demand his head, and that the General Council had no practical alternative to sacrificing Leffert in order to appease them and preserve the movement. When the French Rose started, Marx summed it up for Engels as follows. It seems to me that this time both sides do each other an injustice. There is the following added circumstance: the workers of the French section seem to be set on excluding every degree literary man degree, which however is nonsense, since they need them in the press, but it is excusable in view of the continual betrayal by degree literary men degree on the other side. The latter are suspicious of every workers' movement which behaves in a way contrary to them. So then, in Paris too there are, on the one side, Leffert, a literary man, well-to-do in addition, therefore a bourgeois, but a man of purest reputation and, as far as La Belle France is concerned, the real founder of our society, and, on the other, Tolaine, Fribourg, Limousin, etc., who are workers. Well, I will let you know the outcome. 40. In a memorandum Marx jotted down the two motivations for the choice that had to be made. International character of the society is endangered, if the Proudhonists pulled out, since the lack of a French section at this point would mean there was no large continental contingent to balance the British presence, and the class character of the movement. 41 True, the class character of the Proudhonist group was similar to that of the old Communist League, that is, based largely on artisanal workers, though without the proletarian communist orientation of people like Schapper, Moll, and H. Bauer. Tolaine and Fribourg were engravers, but the International's hope was that through these workers it could reach other strata. The outcome came quickly as, in the following 2 weeks, the General Council was subjected to a round of quarrels between Tolaine and Fribourg, who had come over from Paris to press their case, and Leffert.42. While the General Council, following Marx's lead, agreed to remove Leffert from the Paris post, it rejected the Proudhonist concept involved, stating that it does not sanction the principle that none but an ouvrier worker is admissible as an official in our society. 43. When the first Congress of the International took place in Geneva in 1866, Tolaine went to bat for his exclusionist principle, this time formulated as a motion to restrict Congress delegates to manual workers. He argued that the class struggle made it useful, even indispensable, that all men who have the duty of representing working class groups should be workers. 44. In classic fashion, he struck an ultra-leftist pose as he argued that under present conditions, we have to consider as opponents all members of the privileged classes, privileged either by virtue of capital or a diploma. Then he appealed to the principle of self-emancipation. The working class wants to achieve its own salvation itself, without anyone's protection. It is therefore necessary that its delegates belong neither to the liberal professions nor to the caste of capitalists. 45. The point of this leftist phraseology is that it came from a reformist whom even the Bonapartist government considered fairly respectable, and whose rapid rightward development in the next few years provided a special commentary on the rhetoric. 2 leading British trade union delegates answered him, apparently stirred especially by his statement that anyone with a degree was an enemy. In refutation both pointed to the man whose role in the International had not been impugned by anyone, least of all by the Proudhonists, namely, Dr. Karl Marx. Cremer, of the Carpenters and Joiners, began by stating that the non-manual workers on the General Council were above suspicion. Far from it, it is likely that without their devotion, the association would not have been able to establish itself in England so thoroughly. Among those members I will mention one only, Citizen Marx, who has devoted all his life to the triumph of the working classes. 46. James Carter, of the Perfumers, made 2 points important in this connection. Citizen Karl Marx has just been mentioned. He has perfectly understood the importance of this first Congress, where there should be only working class delegates, therefore he refused the delegateship he was offered in the General Council. But this is not the reason to prevent him or anyone else from coming into our midst. On the contrary, men who devote themselves completely to the proletarian cause are too rare for us to push them aside. The middle class only triumphed when, rich and powerful as it was in numbers, it allied itself with men of science. 47. Tolaine then utilized Carter's argument to co-opt Marx for his own side of the debate. As a worker, I thank Citizen Marx for not accepting the delegateship offered him. In doing that, Citizen Marx showed that workers' congresses should be made up only of manual workers. 48. Of course, Citizen Marx had no such position, nor had Carter said so. Marx had several reasons for not wishing to go to Geneva as a delegate, mainly his work on capital, and, very likely, his distaste for sterile debates like those forced on the Congress by the Proudhonists, but he may also have told the General Council that he preferred them to send trade unionist delegates to this first Congress. We do not know. 49. The Congress defeated Tolaine's motion, but it gained 20 votes against 25. Later Marx learned about another aspect of Tolaine's motivation, one which seems to have been confirmed by events. He told Engels that the General Council's Secretary for France has given me the key to Tolaine's and Fribourg's operation. They want to come out in 1869 as workers' candidates to the Corps Legislative, on the principle that only workers can represent workers. It was therefore extremely important for the gentleman to have this principle proclaimed by the Congress of the International. 50. Tolaine did succeed in getting himself elected as the candidate of the Paris workers, and it was as deputy that he voted in the Versailles Assembly to support the massacre of the Paris Commune, that is, of his constituents. Like other advocates of exclusionism, he used an artificial proletarian as a device to establish himself as broker for the working class, broker to the bourgeoisie. The counterposition of views can be put this way. Tolaine and his similars utilized proletarian as a touchstone for individuals, since their aim was to substitute a particular individual as the plenipotentiary for the class, an individual who, holding the proxy power given him by his clientele, could thereby become influential in the really important circles, that is, the circles that really ruled in society. Thus Tolaine was quite sincere in primping himself as the representative of the workers in the Versailles Assembly of the Counter-Revolution, that is, as the Assembly's proletarian broker, while the real leaders of the workers were fighting with the Commune. In this view, self-emancipation meant that the workers relied for protection, as Tolaine had put it, not on the bourgeoisie and not on the state but on an honest-to-goodness worker like himself, who protected his clientele by pleading with the bourgeoisie and the state to do them justice. In contrast, for Marx the crux was the predominantly proletarian nature of the movement in practice, that is, in composition, leadership, etc., and if this were ensured, then it could safely use the services of committed intellectual laborers, in limited numbers. 5. The issue of class composition. In the letter last quoted, Marx discussed another point that arose in the General Council right after the Geneva Congress. As a demonstration against the Messrs. Frenchmen who wanted to exclude everybody except manual workers, first from membership in the International, then at least from eligibility to be elected delegate to the Congress, the Englishman yesterday proposed me as President of the General Council. I declared I could not undertake the thing under any circumstances, and for my part proposed Auger, who was thereupon re-elected, although some voted for me in spite of my declaration. 51. Marx did not refuse because of some general principle that a brain worker should be debarred from filling the post. He did, however, feel that there was a question of symbolizing or signaling what the International aspired to be, by the selection of a workers' leader to what was going to be a largely symbolic position anyway. A year later the presidency was abolished unanimously, on Marx's initiative. 52. The council minutes reported more ambiguously, he, Marx, thought himself incapacitated, not debarred, because he was a head worker and not a hand worker. 53. Behind Marx's refusal were also a couple of other considerations. Perhaps dominant was his desire to devote himself as much as possible to finishing capital, and his election to the presidency would have set him up as the target and whipping boy for all the ambitious champions of proletarian inside and outside the International. There could be only one president, but since there were many members on the General Council, their election posed a question similar to the admission of members, the question of proportion, or overdose. Marx stated this explicitly when a physician named Sexton was proposed. One of the council members wondered whether it was desirable to add professional men to the council. The minutes record Marx's opinion, not on Sexton but on the principle raised. Citizen Marx did not think there was anything to fear from the admission of professional men while the great majority of the council was composed of workers. 57. The problem of balance in social composition, proportion of workers to non-workers or brain workers, was naturally more important for membership in general and the makeup of the branches in particular. The question was not a hard one as far as the major European countries were concerned, since from the outset the branches and sections were overwhelmingly working class in England, France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Germany. It was the United States that precipitated the issue in 1872, with the antics of the notorious Section 12, dominated by Victoria Woodhull, who was then going through her short-lived radical and feminist phase. The problem was not only that Section 12 was the hearth of every exotic ism and crackpot fad then popular with its socialism, as well as its feminism, figuring uneasily in this company, and not only that its membership was overwhelmingly if not exclusively middle class, professional, and intellectual, but, into the bargain, it also publicly repudiated even lip service to the International's program of proletarian socialism. It was not a borderline case but a provocation. Working class elements in the American sections, especially Section 1, considered Section 12 a discreditment and an embarrassment to the organization. For the first time, issue was taken over whether the International should be working class in character, and over what exactly this meant in terms of concrete regulations. As a result of the Section 12 problem, the General Council adopted guidelines written by Marx, establishing a maximum percentage for non-workers. Considering that the IWA is to consist exclusively of working men's societies, that, consequently, the rule that everybody who acknowledges and defends the principles of the IWA is eligible to become a member, although it confers upon the active adherents of the International who are no working men the right either of individual membership or of admission to working men's sections, does in no way legitimate the foundation of sections exclusively or principally composed of members not belonging to the working class. That for this very reason the General Council was some months ago precluded from recognizing a Slavonian section exclusively composed of students. That, the general rules and regulations are to be adapted to local circumstances of each country. That the social conditions of the United States, though in many respects most favorable to the success of the working class movement, peculiarly facilitate the intrusion into the International of bogus reformers, middle-class quacks, and trading politicians. For these reasons the General Council recommends that in future there be admitted no new American section of which 2/3 at least do not consist of wages laborers. 60. The choice of the fraction 2/3 was, of course, arbitrary. The intent was to maintain the proletarian proportion above a mere majority and definitely less than 100%, which would mean exclusionism. The 1/3 allowance for non-wage workers left plenty of room for exceptional cases, the exceptional cases of bourgeois adherents who had genuinely come over to the standpoint of the proletarian movement, as distinct from the Woodhull types. A motivation that Marx stressed at 2 council meetings was that the International must not be used locally, or anywhere, as a stepping stone to parliamentary careers by ambitious individuals. 61. The guidelines written for the American problem applied to any new American section. 4 months later, July 1872, in preparation for the Hague Congress, the bylaws were amended to make the 2/3 rule applicable to all sections. Marx added, for special conditions, such as they exist in Poland and in other countries, special clauses may be made. 62. Thus, under the pressure of dealing with the American faddists, institutional form was given to Marx's view that, in a genuinely working-class movement, special provisions of scrutiny were necessary to regulate the influx of elements of other class origin. 6. The case of Bakunin. The pattern which we have now seen in the cases of Weitling, Willich-Schapper and Tolaine was acted out for another, but not the last, time by Michael Bakunin, the founder of the anarchist movement. In 1873, in his book Statism and Anarchy, Bakunin made a then routine charge which has become a Marxological favorite. Anyone who reads the socialist polemics of the time in any bulk soon discovers that virtually everyone gets around to accusing virtually everyone else of seeking to exploit the workers, establish a dictatorship or despotism, embezzling, and other peccadillos, and the charges are often true all around in one particular or another. Even so, few rivaled Bakunin in the insouciance with which he scattered smears or in the disdain with which he regarded the little matter of evidence. In the case of Bakunin's 1873 book, Marx made a notebook summary, apparently with a view to writing an attack on it. He occasionally interpolated marginal comments of his own very laconic, indeed telegraphic jottings. Here is a relevant passage. But those who are elected will be fervently convinced people and, furthermore, learned socialists. The phrase learned socialism. Marx has been used only in opposition to utopian socialism, which would like to saddle the people with new chimerical fancies, instead of reserving its science for the comprehension of the social movement created by the people themselves. See my book Against Proudhon. Which are constantly encountered in the works and speeches of Lassalleans and Marxists, show by themselves alone that the so-called people's state will be nothing but the very despotic government of the masses of people by a new and numerically very small aristocracy of real or alleged learned men. The people are not learned, which means they will be entirely comprised within the governed herd. A fine emancipation. p. 279, 280. The Marxists feel this contradiction and, recognizing that the government of learned men. Marx Quelle Reverie. What a fantasy! The most oppressive, odious, and despicable in the world, will be an actual dictatorship despite all democratic forms. They console themselves with the thought that this dictatorship will be only transitory and short-lived. 63. Here Bakunin amalgamates the Lassalleans and Marxists into one, although it is hard to believe that he was unaware of the antagonism in the German movement between Marx's friends and the Lassalleans. He brings Lassalle in to smear Marx because, as we saw earlier, 64, Lassalle did speak publicly of the special role of men of science and think privately in terms of a dictatorship by such deserving thinkers over the voting cattle whom they herded. Likewise, the term people's state was specifically Lassallean. Bakunin is, then, echoing a widespread charge against Lassalle. 65 His special contribution is this: he uses it to smear Marx, without purporting to adduce any more evidence on this than on the racist smears that pepper his book. Now it may be supposed that a man who gets so indignant at the alleged aim of the Marxists to establish a dictatorship of the intelligentsia is himself free of this detestable ambition. On the contrary, such a dictatorship was the crux of Bakunin's political perspective. We have seen that he expected much from his beloved lumpen class, brigands and peasant barbarians. 67 But it was not this barricade fodder that was to lead the troops. While the revolutionary masses were to be warned of the bureaucratic dangers of organization and kept free of such sins, the leaders were to be organized in secret societies of relatively small membership. These societies, wrote Bakunin, were to be limited to a small number of persons, but would include, as far as possible, all men of talent, knowledge, intelligence, and influence, who, while obeying a central authority, that is, Bakunin himself as secret chief, would in turn exert a sort of invisible sway over the masses. 68. The leadership of the lumpen troops, Bakunin expected, would be mainly in the hands of elements of the intelligentsia. This intelligentsia, in his eyes, is composed of innumerable persons of all strata: gentry, civil servants, clergy, merchants, townspeople, and peasants. In its very way of life it is in contradiction to the existing reality of Russia. It creates, we might say, a homeless wandering church of freedom. 70 That is, Bakunin is thinking particularly of disaffiliated individuals, déclassé bourgeois youth, extruded from the old classes, in short, a stratum of lumpen intellectuals. This lumpen intellectual stratum is to constitute the general staff of the revolution. A sort of revolutionary general staff composed of devoted, energetic, intelligent individuals who are above all sincere friends of the people, not ambitious or vainglorious, capable of serving as intermediaries between the revolutionary idea and the popular instincts. 71. So Bakunin was quoted in the Engels Lafargue Marx pamphlet published by the International. In line with this, the pamphlet also pointed to the social composition of the Bakuninist operation, especially in Italy. All the alleged sections of the Italian International are led by lawyers without cases, doctors without patients and without scientific knowledge, students of billiards, traveling salesmen and other commercial employees, and, mainly, small paper journalists with a more or less dubious reputation. 72. Not long before, Engels had written in a letter: in Italy the journalists, lawyers, and doctors have pushed themselves so much to the fore that up to now we have never been able to come in direct contact with the workers. This is now beginning to change, and we find that the workers, as everywhere, are quite different from their spokesmen. 73. In 1870 a published piece by Bakunin drew one of his imaginary pictures of the intellectual hordes following him. Engels commented in a letter to Marx: Bakunin's letter to the editor is really very naive. What a misfortune for the world it would be if it were not an awful lie that there were 40,000 revolutionary students in Russia without a proletariat or even merely a revolutionary peasant behind them, and without any career ahead of them other than the dilemma of Siberia or emigration to Western Europe. If anything could ruin the Western European movement, it would be the importation of these 40,000 plus or minus more or less educated, ambitious, hungry Russian nihilists, nothing but officer cadets without an army, which we are to supply for them. A nice prospect that to bring unity to the European proletariat it must be put under Russian command. Nevertheless, however much Bakunin may be exaggerating, it still is crystal clear that the danger is there. Holy Russia will spew out a certain number of these Russians without careers every year, and under the pretext of Principi International, they will everywhere insinuate themselves into positions as leaders, bring into the sections of the International their private intrigues which are inevitable among Russians, and then the General Council will have its work cut out for it. 74. 7 years later, this nice prospect seemed to be looming in one place, Italy, as the conspiratorial sect of Bakuninists, not 40,000, but a band of young lawyers, doctors, academics, literati, clerks, etc., under Bakunin's personal command seized control wherever revolutionary workers started to become active. So Engels reported in an article. But when the movement reached the industrial north, the more advanced workers did not let themselves be long held in tutelage by those broken down young bourgeois, who had thrown themselves into socialism because, in Bakunin's words, they found themselves in a blind alley career. The proletariat would not stay under the control of people who derive their vocation as leaders of the workers' movement from their situation as seedy bourgeois. 75. This picture of the social composition of the Bakuninist movement, although phrased pejoratively, corresponded to the aims of Bakunin himself. At the same time that Bakunin looked to the dictatorship of his band of lumpen intellectuals, he matched the Whiteling pattern 76 in another way in a similar type of anti-intellectualism. These were two sides of the same coin. The troops, barricade fodder, were not to be contaminated by exposure to confusing ideas, if they were to remain pristinely fierce enough to hack the old society to pieces in accordance with the call to pan-destruction, nor were they to be over-educated to the point where they might question the general staff, those unseen pilots who were wielding the lumpen army in order to remold the world closer to their heart's desire. As early as 1847, when Marx was busy giving lectures to the German Workers' Club in Brussels, Bakunin wrote that Marx was ruining the workers by making theorists of them. 77. While Bakunin often represented himself as a theoretician, he also urged, "Let us leave to others the task of developing the theoretical principles of social revolution and content ourselves with applying them, with incorporating them into acts." 78. There was no real contradiction. The development of theoretical principles was his own province, and the henchmen should content themselves with applying them in action. The International pamphlet by Engels, Lafargue, and Marx took care to bring out this aspect of Bakuninism. It exhibited one of Bakunin's joint productions with Nechayev, where they preach the cult of ignorance to the Russian youth under the pretext that present-day science is only an official science. Can one imagine an official mathematics, physics, chemistry, and that such is the opinion of the best people in the West. 79. As against this view, Marx preached the necessity for revolutionaries to absorb the best of the attainments of bourgeois and past societies and integrate it into the education of the proletarian movement. The International pamphlet contemptuously quoted the principle laid down by the anarchist duo. A revolutionary, wrote Bakunin, and Nechayev scorns all doctrinarism and renounces the science of this world, leaving it for future generations. He knows only a single science, destruction. For that and nothing but that, he studies mechanics, physics, chemistry, and perhaps medicine. 80. The pamphlet also denounced Bakunin's collaboration with his cousin, the governor of Siberia, in quashing the project for the founding of a university there as an intellectual center in their country. The pamphlet added, Bakunin's hatred of science dates from far back. 81. Dictatorial domination for the intelligentsia, anti-intellectualism for the masses, this was the outlook written down and spelled out by the great libertarian whose undocumented invented smears against Marx are repeated in quantity in the pages of modern Marxology. 7. The most dangerous people. Let us summarize the views that Marx and Engels left in legacy on this problem, in terms of their characteristic fight on two fronts against bisymmetric mistakes. On the one hand, rejection of proletarian and its exclusionary practice, a tendency that was to gain new life especially in the French syndicalist movement. On the other hand, no truckling to intellectuals in the movement. We have seen that Marx's and Engels' views emerged as the problem flared up in the German party in waves. One of the first signs was the accession of some intellectuals after the 1875 unification, and one of the first flare-ups was signalized by the Hochberg Manifesto of 1879. Already, even though there were as yet few Hochberg-type elements in the party, Marx and Engels were filled with apprehension. In general, wrote Engels, "It's about time we came out against the philanthropic big bourgeois and petty bourgeois, students and doctors, academics who are pushing their way into the party and want to water down the class struggle of the proletariat against its oppressor into a general institute for human brotherhood." 82. The still small intellectualist wing in the party had reacted to Bismarck's anti-socialist law by calling for a retreat to the right. But Bismarck's persecution drove the working class ranks to the left. The danger seemed to diminish, yet in early 1883 Engels still lamented, "Oh, this damned German flabbiness of thought and will, which was brought with so much effort into the party along with the educated, if only we were rid of it again." 83. The following year the problem became more serious as the result of an electoral victory by the Social Democracy. Typically, the men of ideas are attracted by a display of political muscle. Between the first and second ballots of the election, Engels kept his fingers crossed about the quality of the Social Democratic candidates being elected. The worst ones, the educated ones, have already been elected. Those yet to come in the second balloting are mostly workers, and they can only improve the company. 84. In this first decade after Marx's death, Engels redoubled his private warnings to the Babel leadership of the party. As we saw, he regarded Liebknecht as next to hopeless, with his predilection for educated wiseacres and people in bourgeois positions. But precisely in Germany he wrote to Babel, "These are the most dangerous people, and Marx and I have fought them without a let-up since 1845. Once they have been allowed into the party, where they push themselves forward everywhere, they have to be kept down without a let-up, since their petty bourgeois standpoint is every moment in conflict with, or tries to distort, that of the proletarian masses. As sure as anything, the split is coming with these elements," he predicted, "not for the first time. My confidence in our proletariat is just as unqualified as my mistrust of the wholly rotten German Philistinetum is unbounded." 85. When in 1890 the government vowed to increase socialist strength and scrapped its anti-socialist law, the problem naturally deepened as another bar to careerists was removed. Engels had new cause to warn that the present strong rush of literati and students to join the party involves harm for it in various ways as long as these gentlemen are not kept within proper limits. 86. To be sure, he expressed optimism as ever. "We are now strong enough in Germany to stand a great deal. One of the greatest services that the anti-socialist law did for us was to free us from the import unities of the socialistically tinged German intellectual studiosis. We are now strong enough even to digest the German intellectual, who is again making himself very evident." 87. His optimism was based on confidence in the working class composition of the German party. "Since the brilliant test which they passed from 1878 on under the anti-socialist law, I have had unqualified confidence in our workers, and only in them. Like every great party they will make mistakes in detail in the course of their development, perhaps big mistakes. The masses learn indeed only through the consequences of their own mistakes, through experiments on their own bodies. But all that will be overcome." 88. When Engels died 5 years later, the influence of intellectuals in the upper circles of the party was still mounting. Soon after his death, one of those he had considered an exception, Eduard Bernstein, came out with his relapse to the Hochberg reformism of his early days, giving it the new brand name of revisionism. The fresh young studiosen and university-certified doctorand were encouraged to stream into the party and take it over in alliance with the trade union bureaucracy to educate the working class membership, as Engels would have put it. The rest of this story involves the whole subsequent history of the social democracy, which is not our subject. Suffice to note in conclusion that when the problem of the role of intellectuals in the party reached a crisis point in discussion at the Dresden Party Congress of 1903, the repeated letters of Marx and Engels to the German party leaders were still potent. At the 1903 Congress, it was Babel and Koski in particular 89 who tried to articulate Marx's approach, an approach that had been energetically drummed into them. Babel told the delegates, "After the developments of the last few years, I have, alas, come around to the following opinion in my old age: scrutinize every party comrade, but in the case of an academic or an intellectual, scrutinize him 2 or 3 times." Stormy applause. He went on to give the fight on 2 fronts approach. We need the intelligence of the academics and intellectuals. Their fortunate circumstances and social position have allowed them to bring to bear scientific capacities which permit them to be active for our party in outstanding fashion, if they behave honorably and uprightly in accord with the party. But there is where the danger also lies, on the other hand. Precisely as academics, as men and women with greater knowledge and, in a certain sense, also with greater intellect and deeper insight, they damn well have the obligation in everything they do to make doubly and triply sure they are on the correct road, and to find out from the proletarians how the masses of people think, how they feel, and what they want. Masses who know better than academics what the struggle of the proletariat is all about. 90. It should not be thought that the intellectuals were the villains of the piece, in the process of de-radicalization and bourgeoisification that led the social democracy down the road to its political breakdown in 1914. The decisive motive forces came rather from the hardening bureaucracies of the trade unions and party institutions and their interaction with the bourgeois state. This combination was a mighty power. But the intellectuals typically represented the servants of power, not the power of intellect. Appendices. Special Note A, Marx on the Abolition of the Proletariat by Automation. A note to Chapter 2, page 47. One way of dismissing the problem of proletarian revolution, or at least of proletarian class struggle, has traditionally been to do away with the proletariat, to vanish it, as magicians say. This prestidigitation has been going on since the early 19th century, that is, virtually since the rise of the modern proletariat. It reached the status of a movement ideology with the vogue of technocracy several decades ago. In 1933 Stuart Chase announced portentously, "The automatic process continually displaces the manual worker." What becomes of the class struggle theory? Where are the toiling masses, without a worker in the plant? The official labor movement, it is significant to note, has not progressed in the new mass production industries, and in the next phase, the automatic industry, there will be nobody to organize. When this development proceeds to a certain point, which we may or may not have reached, the whole Marxian thesis stands in need of substantial revision. 1. This was published not long before the explosive rise of the CIO, centered in the mass production industries, transformed the American labor movement and initiated a period of intensified class struggle. Since then, the news that the proletariat has virtually ceased to exist has come regularly from other prophets, the latest wave following hard on the escalation of the term automation into cybernation. This note is not the place to take up the 20th century form of the myth about the disappearance of the proletariat, especially since this myth has been given its just deserts in excellent studies of the question. 2. What faced Marx was not any claim that the process was taking place but merely the prediction that it would eventually take place under capitalism. The issue was already well known before Marx read his first book on economics, he noted it in his first manuscript on political economy, and he gave the essential answer in his first lecture on the subject. In one of the early works of modern political economy, in 1819, Sismondi had remarked of English manufactures that in fact, nothing remains to be desired but that the king, living quite alone on the island, should by continuously turning a crank cause automatons to automates to do all the work of England. Marx quoted this in his Paris manuscripts of 1844, without direct comment. 3. The idea appeared also in the main work by Andrew Ure, the apologist for the factory system, and was quoted therefrom by Marx in his 1847 work against Proudhon. On the automatic plan, wrote Ure, skilled labor gets progressively superseded, and will, eventually, be replaced by mere onlookers of machines. For the same year, in lectures later published as Wage Labor and Capital, Marx answered, If the whole class of wage workers were to be abolished owing to machinery, how dreadful that would be for capital which, without wage labor, ceases to be capital. 5. For one thing, while there is no doubt that automatic machinery can produce commodities with a minimum of human labor, the machines are not programmed to buy their own products and consume them. In short, while this tendency appears early in capitalism, it cannot work itself out to the predicted end without bursting the bounds of that system. Marx grapples with the issue in his Grundrisse notebooks of 1857 to 1858, where another passage from Ure is taken as text. Ure was defining the factory. This term, in its strictest sense, involves the idea of a vast automaton, composed of numerous mechanical and intellectual organs operating together and without interruption to produce one and the same object, all of these organs being subordinated to a motive force which moves by itself. 6. Marx accepts, and even emphasizes, that it is indeed the tendency of capital to move toward the minimization and eventual virtual elimination of human labor. From its start, capital devaluates the old craftsman's concern for skill and quality, and substitutes production for quantity, mass production, because it is interested only in exchange value and surplus value. The developed principle of capital is indeed to make special skill superfluous, and to make manual labor, directly physical labor in general, superfluous, as skilled labor as well as muscular exertion, instead, to put the skill into the dead forces of nature. 7. This is a tendency under capitalism. How far it develops into realization is another matter. In any case, the tendency toward automation is built into capitalism. Once involved in the production process of capital, however, the means of labor goes through various metamorphoses, of which the last is the machine, or better, an automatic system of machinery. The automatic system is only its most complete and adequate form, and for the first time changes machinery into a system, set into motion by an automaton, a moving force which sets itself into motion, this automaton consisting of numerous mechanical and intellectual organs, so that the workers themselves are made into mere conscious appendages of it. 8. Here Marx is taking up Ure's own formulation. The crux of his answer is that, in proportion as scientific technology replaces direct labor in production, it presses outside the bounds of the capitalist system. To that same extent, direct labor together with its quantity disappears as the determining principle of production, the creation of use values, and is not only reduced quantitatively to a slight proportion, but also qualitatively to a subordinate though still indispensable aspect, as compared to the general scientific labor, the technological application of the natural sciences on the one hand, as well as compared to the general force of production arising from the social structuring of the whole of production, a force of production which appears as a natural endowment of social labor, although it is a historical product. Thus capital works to its own dissolution as the form dominating production. 12. A little further on, he remarks also that as capital entirely unintentionally reduces human labor, the expenditure of energy, to a minimum, the consequence is that this will redound to the advantage of emancipated labor, and is the condition for its emancipation. 13. The whole process is looked at again, some pages later, from an interesting side. As large industry develops, Marx explains, the tendency is for the creation of real wealth to depend less on the amount of labor used and more on the power of the technological agencies used, which in turn depends on advances in science and technology. An enormous disproportion develops between the more and more abstract labor applied and the power of the production process it takes care of. 14. It is no longer true so much that labor figures as something comprised in the production process, but rather the human being has the relation of caretaker and regulator to the production process itself. He steps alongside the production process, instead of being its main agent. As soon as labor in its direct form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and hence exchange value ceases and must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the mass of people has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few ceases to be the condition for the development of the general powers of the human head. This leads right to the basic conclusion. Thereupon production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct material production process gets stripped of the forms of poverty and contradictoriness. The free development of individualities is the result, and therefore not the reduction in necessary labor time in order to constitute surplus value, but rather the reduction in general of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, an outcome which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific, etc., cultivation of individuals, by virtue of the free time and means made available to all of them. 15. Thus, under socialism, the unleashed power of technology can bring about the liberation of the individual from the contradictions inherent in capitalism, but under capitalism it only sharpens contradictions. For all this, continues Marx, bears on a contradiction of capital. Capital strives to reduce labor time to a minimum while at the same time labor time is its measure and source of wealth, that is, of commodity values. To do the first, it calls on the power of science, technology, and social organization in order to make the creation of wealth relatively independent of the labor time used to create it. At the same time it still has to use labor time to measure the giant social forces unleashed and to confine the latter within the limits so set. Productive forces and social relationships, two different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital only as means, and are only means for it, to carry on production on its own narrowly limited foundation. In fact, however, they are the material conditions for blowing up this foundation. 16. This states, from another angle, what is contained in the more famous lines from Capital: centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. 17. Marx argues that technology can, and will, replace direct human labor in the production of use values, but it does not produce exchange values. As labor is reduced toward the minimum, then by the same token capital without wage labor ceases to be capital. The tendency toward the abolition of labor, which was rightly heralded by Ure as the very perfection of capital, is also the tendency which negates capital as it works itself out. The long heralded abolition of the proletariat is a reality of the future, but only over the dead body of capitalism. Given the replacement of capitalism, this abolition not only becomes possible but is a necessary consequence of technological trends. It is also the necessary basis for the flowering of the human individuality freed from the blind coercion of material scarcity. Short of those happy days, however, namely, today the main effect of far extended automation is in shaking the wage and profit system, not in shaking the whole Marxian thesis of proletarian revolution. The classes involved in direct labor are undergoing internal changes as always, but they are not likely to be merely predicted out of existence. Special Note B, Marx's conversation with Hamann, a note to Chapter 5, page 145. There is an alleged statement by Marx on trade union/party relations that has cropped up regularly for the last 50 years or so, often in efforts to prove that Marx held syndicalist or reformist views of some sort on the matter. According to this story, Marx confided these opinions for the first and only time to a total stranger during a trip abroad, a stranger who had arranged this meeting for his own purposes and who then proceeded to publish his own account of the conversation in the course of a faction fight. To separate the kernels of truth from the chaff, it is enough to bring the facts together. In the course of this inquiry we will also get a look at the German trade union movement of the 1860s, on which we have cited Marx elsewhere, and we will have done an exercise in the evaluation of Marx quotations. 1. A chat with strangers. In late 1869 Marx took a month off for a restorative trip to Germany with his ailing daughter Jenny, mainly for a stay with his friend Dr. Kugelmann in Hanover, where he stopped from September 18 to October 7. There a Hanover unionist named J. Hamann requested a discussion, which took place on September 30. Writing to Engels with some miscellaneous news, Marx included the following item. I have just chatted away an hour with a delegation of 4 Lassalleans who were sent to me by the local branch of the General German Workers' Association. Naturally one behaved in a very reserved and diplomatizing manner, but sub rosa I told the people what they had to be told. We parted good friends. Their invitation in the name of the association, to deliver a lecture for them, I naturally declined. Point 2. This is the conversation in which Marx is supposed to have enunciated unique opinions. On the contrary, we see, Marx was reserved about his views and diplomatized in expressing them. That is, he was afraid that too strong an exposition of his criticisms of the Lassaline GGWA would disturb the delegation of Lassalines, and so he tactfully limited himself to his essential critique of the organization. He was even gratified when, despite this critique, they parted good friends. All this means that he had not the least idea of what Hammond's group stood for or what they were doing, and that Hammond did not tell him, merely posing questions for answer. It means that Marx did not even know that his visitors belonged to an active opposition to the GGWA leadership that was soon going to split away. This should not be surprising, for the ignorance was mutual. At this point Marx was apprised only of the public facts about the conflict in the Schweitzer movement. It was only days later, on October 3, that Marx finally met with some leaders of the opposition who had joined up with Bebel and Liebknecht. Liebknecht himself was unable to come to Hanover. On his part, a man like Hammond could have no idea of how Marx really felt about the Schweitzer leadership in the movement. This was at the tail end of a period when Schweitzer had been making overtures to the International and to Marx, and when publicly Marx was maintaining an attitude of neutrality between the Schweitzer organization and the Bebel-Liebknecht group. Point 3. The result, Hammond had no reason to know that Marx was hostile to Schweitzer's views, and Marx obviously assumed his visitors were Schweitzer men from the local Lassaline branch. This was not exactly the ideal situation for Marx to decide to reveal an opinion he had never expressed before. On the contrary, if we want to know in general what Marx told the Hanover delegation about trade union/party relations, we need only look to the exposition, also diplomatizing, in Marx's letter to Schweitzer himself of October 13, 1868.4. But if we want to know what Marx's exposition meant to Hammond and how Hammond might tend to represent Marx's views to his fellow Unionists who were getting ready for a crucial vote on Schweitzer's dictatorship, we have to summarize the situation that faced these Unionists at that very moment. 2. The Trade Unionists' Revolt of 1869. Following is a brief summary for our present limited purposes. Point 5. The middle 1860s in Germany saw a sharp rise in strike struggles and workers' organization. By 1868 there was a strike wave, and trade unions started developing rapidly. The GGWA, the only socialist organization that existed as yet on a national scale, was hostile to this development. Lassalinism saw the working class essentially as shock troops to be mobilized by a political leadership vis-a-vis the state power. Its organizational form was a presidential dictatorship by statute, first under Lassalle and then under Schweitzer. In the Lassaline concept, any workers' organization other than the Lassaline political party was an irrelevancy, and an organization independent of party control was a threat to humanity. But the reality of the class struggle outside the GGWA impelled dissidents to raise their voices inside the organization, especially by the time of its Hamburg Congress in September 1868. The Congress went so far as to come out in favor of strikes, but recoiled at the un-Lassaline proposal that socialists should actually help to found trade unions. A majority voted this counter-revolutionary idea down. But Schweitzer himself was willing to be more flexible than the sect members whom he had helped to fossilize with infallible Lassaline concepts. He wanted to tack and veer before the storm of strikes in order to bring these unruly forces under proper control, instead of flatly confronting them as an enemy. He therefore set about with the help of the cigar workers' leader, F.W. Fritzsche, to establish trade union organizations, trade unions that would be integral cogs in his party empire and completely subject to his presidential dictatorship. Meanwhile, outside of Prussia, August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht were slowly breaking with their stultifying course of subordinating the workers' circles in which they had influence to the bourgeois Liberal People's Party. Under continual pressure from Marx and from the intense upsurge in working-class struggles, Bebel and Liebknecht finally started moving toward independent class organization. Their movement began helping to form trade unions, but on the basis of model statutes drawn up by Bebel, which established a pattern of organizational autonomy for the unions. These unions usually had the word international in their titles, in order to imply a link with the international even though a statutory link was illegal. When the GGWA met at Elberfeld in March 1869, the anti-Schweitzer opposition had managed to get Bebel and Liebknecht on the platform to present their case. To be sure, the majority upheld Schweitzer, but a third of the delegates abstained from voting, a bad moral defeat for him. With this, Engels wrote Marx with his usual bounce, "The disintegration process of specific Lassalleanism has begun and must proceed swiftly." 6. The Congress even amended the statutes so as to reduce the presidential powers. After the Congress, the pressure on Schweitzer continued, and the dictator, as Engels' letter had called him, panicked. On June 18 he decreed a merger with a splinter group of true Lassalleans that the Countess Hatzfeld, Lassalle's ex-patron, had whittled off a couple of years before. This merger, uncomplicated by a membership vote, also restored the old presidential powers in full dictatorial splendor. The dissidents had had enough. Led by Wilhelm Brache, they denounced this coup d'état and headed toward a split. By August 7 they held a joint congress with the Bebel-Liebknecht forces at Eisenach and formed the Social Democratic Workers' Party, Eisenachers. But even before this, the trade unionists imprisoned in the Schweizerian barracks had begun to revolt too. Fritzsche led the revolt in the Cigar Workers' Union, which he had founded in 1865. Schweitzer promptly issued a decree removing him from office. On July 14 the GGWA executive gave the president power to expel oppositionists at will. Then the racking struggle against the dictatorship spread to the Metal Workers' Union. And this brings us to J. Hamann, the chief treasurer of the Metal Workers' Union in Hanover. Not because of his prominence in these events, on the contrary, I cannot even verify his first name from the sources, but because, as this storm was coming to a head, he got the idea of asking the visiting leader of the International for an opinion on some of the issues. 3. Background of the conversation. The Lassallean Metal Workers' Union, Allgemeine Deutsche Metallarbeiterschaft, had been founded only a year before under the leadership of Louis Schultz of Hanover, who was now the union president. Around the end of August 1869, Schultz went to Berlin to protest the July 14 decree, unsuccessfully, and sent a circular to the membership attacking the dictatorship. A Schweitzer lieutenant returned the favor with a foray into Hanover, the seat of the union executive. There was an exchange of claims about who had what majority, then Schultz resigned his post, with a blast against Schweitzer, thereby precipitating a new election to take the issue to the membership. The vote was indecisive, however, for the anti-Schweitzer vote was divided between two candidates. It was about this point in the fast-breaking events that Hamann's conversation with Marx took place, but let us finish this chapter of the story before returning to it. On October 9, Schweitzer called on his dictatorial powers to settle the opposition's hash. In a long statement defending the Central Party's control over its unions, and attacking the metal workers' executive for not expelling Schultz as a supporter of Bebel-Liebknecht, the Lassallean Pope decreed that the executive was dissolved, installed his own man as president of the union, and announced a second election from which Schultz would be excluded. The encyclical then lambasted the followers of Bebel-Liebknecht as splitters and infiltrators, and called on all good members to report on other members who helped these tools or supporters of the bourgeoisie. Schweitzer ended with a paean to unity and strength, long live party unity. As Schweitzer's man launched the inevitable witch hunt against Schultz's supporters, the latter looked around for an alternative. There was one. In mid-August another metal workers' union had been founded at a congress in Nuremberg, of the international type, that is, based on Bebel's model statutes. A fusion was soon arranged between the dissident group of the GGWA Union and the new International Union. On November 28 to 30, at a congress in Brunswick, the two met together and established a new and autonomous organization, the Internationale Metallarbeiterschaft. The GGWA Union's treasury was brought over to the new union by J. Hammond, who remained chief treasurer. On the eve of this Unity Congress, in the November 27 issue of the Eisenach Party's weekly now called the Volksstadt and still edited by Liebknecht, there is an interesting group of 3 items, on an inside page largely devoted to trade union news, notices and other accounts. The first is a final call to the members of the ex-Lassaline Metal Workers Union to attend the Brunswick Congress, signed by Karl as business manager. The third is a report on a visit to Hanover by Schweitzer himself on the previous Sunday, relating how his meeting had been energetically upset by metal workers led by Bohm, Schultz, and Hammond, who attacked Schweitzer from the floor and then staged a walkout. Sandwiched in between these 2 items of factional interest is Hammond's report on his conversation with Marx on issues involved, unbeknown to Marx, in this turmoil. More accurately, it is the Volksstaat's reprint of Hammond's report. As the first sentence shows, Hammond's account had originally appeared in the union's monthly bulletin, as part of a call, offer, that is, as a direct contribution to the split, not simply as a report of general political interest. Following is the complete text of the item, as it was published in the Volksstaat. 9. Marx on trade unions. The following appears in a call by J. Hammond, the chief treasurer of the Allgemeine Deutsche Metallarbeiterschaft, see number 4 of the trade union organ published in Hanover. The trade unions can never and must never be made dependent on a political organization. This is proved to us only too clearly by the present decline of our union. This is also the opinion of the greatest political economist and writer now living, Dr. Karl Marx, Lassalle's teacher, who stopped over in Hanover for a short time. I too could not refrain from getting personally acquainted with the man of science, and requested a discussion with him in order to hear the advice of this great inquirer into social questions and his opinions on trade unions. This was kindly vouchsafed to me, and the next day I visited him along with 4 friends, and held a discussion for 1.5 hours. Here I bring out only the main points and adhere strictly to the truth. My first question to Dr. Karl Marx was this: must the trade unions predominantly be dependent on a political organization, if they are to be viable? The answer was, the trade unions should never be connected up with a political organization nor be made dependent on one, if they are to fulfill their task. Should this happen, it means a death blow to them. The trade unions are the schools for socialism. In the trade unions the workers are trained to be socialists, for there the struggle with capital is carried on before their eyes day in day out. All political parties, no matter which, without exception, inspire the masses of workers for only a temporary period of time, whereas the trade unions have a lasting hold on the mass of workers, only they are in a position to constitute a real workers' party and set up a bulwark against the power of capital. The greater mass of the workers have arrived at the understanding that their material condition must be improved, no matter which party they want to belong to. But if the material condition of the worker is improved, then he can devote himself more to the upbringing of his children, his wife and children will not have to go into the factories, he himself can improve his mind and take better care of his body, and he then becomes a socialist without being aware of it. The second question I raised was this: is it proper for a trade union to possess its own organ? I then explained that, since a while back, we had been publishing our accounts monthly in circulars, and special circumstances affecting the union's interests had brought the question up for discussion, but the reproach had been hurled at us from various quarters that it was presumptuous and overweening, an offense against the organization, and more of the same. The answer was as follows: I am not surprised to hear that, but you should not pay attention to such phrases. Indeed, a union's organ is the binding link. In its pages the various opinions for and against should come up for discussion, the wage conditions in the various trades should be made known, but never should it be the property of an individual person. Rather, if it is to fulfill its purpose, it must be the property of the collectivity. The grounds for this I need not enlarge on further, for they are so obvious that everyone must understand that this is one of the prime basic conditions for the trade unions to reach full flowering. Such is the opinion of this man, who is generally known to be the greatest authority in the science of political economy. If anyone doubts this statement, he can address himself directly to Dr. Karl Marx, 1, Medina Villas, Maitland Park, London, for the latter has stated he will be glad to confirm this statement of his. Finally, he also offers us this advice, never to attach ourselves to a person, but always keep one's eyes on the issue and form our opinion on the basis of it. It's not Liebknecht, or Dr. Schweitzer, or myself that matters to you, only the issue. This is the truth. And with this statement I can only concur fully. J. Hammond. For the blurred image. Were it not for the latter-day use made of this minor polemical contribution to the 1869 fight, it would be a sterile business to try to deduce from its words just what Marx might have told his visitors as they sat around Dr. Kugelman's living room. This implies no accusation against Hammond's bona fides. More knowledgeable people have spent more time on more of Marx's words than Hammond was able to do, and have reported less accurately what they absorbed. To try to discern the original through this blurred echo of it is something like making out the details of an unfocused form photographed in the dusk, through a warped window, on film that already bears an underlay of images. For one thing, Hammond's fulsome praise of Marx does not imply acquaintance with Marx's writings or ideas. He knew Marx was the greatest political economist etc. because both sides in the socialist struggle had recently said so. Both Schweitzer's and Liebknecht's organs had published flattering notices on Capital and its author. The Basel Congress of the International, then at its zenith, had just taken place and had officially recommended Marx's Capital to the world. As for the image underlay, what we have of Hammond's ideas, brief passages of argumentation in the course of calls published in the Volksstaat, suggests nothing more than an elementary reformist emphasis on the material aims of good trade unionism as against excessive politicalization. In another context there would be little reason to stress this. Hammond was in a violently polarizing situation, where the Schweizerites swung to overwhelming emphasis on the primacy of politics over immediate interests interpreted as the primacy of the party leadership over the Unionists, while the opposition swung to a heavy and healthy emphasis on the necessary autonomy of the economic organization and the role of the immediate struggle as an organizer of troops in the class struggle. Both polarizations, as they flew apart, headed in disastrous directions, as we know from the eventual tendencies taken on in the movement. But we can hardly expect a Hammond to figure out in advance solutions to the basic problems of the movement, when even the theoretician of the anti-Schweizerians, namely Liebknecht, fell on his face continually, as the Marx-Engels correspondence records. This comment would be supererogatory except that this bedeviled Hanover metal worker, caught in the midst of a tumultuous split, is supposed after a chat with Marx to have become a reliable authority on Marx's views, even if they had not been communicated in a reserved and diplomatizing manner. This reflects not on Hammond himself but only on the authorities who quote his squib with the same gravity as they quote from the Communist Manifesto. Hammond's use of quotation marks should not be understood as a claim that he had transcribed Marx's exact words. It is a deplorable fact that it was common practice to use quote marks for paraphrased summaries, not only in popular journalism but even in more serious places. Hammond is honestly giving his own summary of what he had gathered from Marx's conversation. As he said, he was bringing out only the main points. The main point dealt with the subordination of the trade unions to the organizational discipline of the political party, as against the trade unions' need for organizational autonomy. Schweitzer stood for the first, the opposition for the second, and on this main issue, Marx's position was strongly and unequivocally on the side of the opposition. This was what Hammond discovered during the conversation, and on this he was quite right. But as soon as we get beyond this, things get blurry. The primitiveness of Hammond's grasp of the other issues is shown by the first sentence he ascribes to Marx: the trade unions should never be connected up in Zusammenhängebracht with a political organization nor be made dependent on one. Here two different thoughts are treated as interchangeable. The International was precisely a format for bringing trade unions into a connection with the political movement, a type of connection alien to Lassalleanism. Marx was then at the height of accomplishing, very publicly, precisely what Hammond's report has him warning against. if the words are taken seriously. It is this obviously garbled paraphrase which later was taken to be evidence that Marx favored what came to be called the neutrality of trade unions in politics, a conception which is the mirror image of Schweitzer's political barracks control. The other element in the Hamann report that is most clearly garbled is the sentence in which Marx is supposed to say that only the trade unions are in a position to institute a real workers' party. Marx could not possibly have made any such generalization. A bare 5 weeks before this conversation, Marx's friends along with Hamann's had just constituted a real workers' party at Eisenach, and not at all on the organizational basis of trade unions. It is possible to speculate what Hamann heard that came off his pen in this form, perhaps the idea that a trade union basis was one way for a workers' party to come into existence, but such speculation is only a mental exercise. On the other hand, there are shards of Marxiana in this report of Hamann's which sound quite authentic. As one might expect, the trade unions are the schools of socialism, and so on. Marx's warning against the cult of personality was directed against the cult of Lassalle as much as of Schweitzer. He had said as much elsewhere. But there is nothing new to be learned. The authenticity of the Hamann report is sometimes taken as proved by the fact that Marx sent in no correction, although he probably saw it in the paper. But if the circumstances are understood, it is clear that there was nothing much for him to correct that would have seemed important at the time. It is not reasonable to credit Marx with sufficient ESP to anticipate the future triumphs of Marxology in the interpretation of Marx quotes. It was enough for Marx that readers of Hamann's report in the difficult situation of 1869 would have been moved a step in the right direction by its concrete meaning for the ongoing struggle. Special note C, Permanent Revolution, on the origin of the term. A note to Chapter 8, page 204. The standard Marxological practice has long been to treat the term and concept of permanent revolution as Blanquist, as has been true also of the term dictatorship of the proletariat. In one case as in the other, the claim is nothing but a myth. No one has even tried to adduce any evidence that Blanqui or his followers ever used the phrase before Marx. The myth has fed only on itself, by dint of being endlessly repeated by eminent authorities. 1. The Blanquist myth. The leading authorities on Blanqui have never found it in his writings or in his movement. Maurice Dominguez is the best case in point. Although he habitually seeks reasons to make a proto-Marxist out of Blanqui, he does not endow Blanqui with paternity for permanent revolution. 1. Spitzer makes mention only of the idea of the permanent revolution which is sometimes attributed to Blanqui. 2. This means that neither turned up any Blanquist source for the term. Spitzer's reference for the sometimes attributed is to Endler, who makes the standard claim with the standard lack of evidence, in a context which shows he does not know how Marx used the term and the concept. 3. Spitzer also thinks he sees the idea not the term in Proudhon, but the passage to which he refers explicitly advocates the idea of gradualism in social change without revolution, that is, uninterrupted change by reform. 4. We have also shown in Chapter 8 that the idea of permanent revolution itself is alien to and incompatible with Blanqui's views on revolution. 5. The irrelevance of Blanqui in this connection is further borne out by an ironical fact. The only contemporary passage that used the term permanent revolution in proximity to the name of Blanqui was by Marx himself. This is the passage in Marx's Class Struggles in France, quoted in Chapter 10 above 6, which refers to revolutionary socialism. Communism, for which the bourgeoisie has itself invented the name of Blanqui, and which then associates the socialism or communism with the declaration of the permanence of the revolution. Marx is here saying that it is the bourgeoisie that has invented the system of calling revolutionary socialism by Blanqui's name, which was true. The system was reinvented a half-century later by Edouard Bernstein. As a matter of fact, at the time Marx was writing about, Blanqui was in jail and there was virtually no movement led by him. What follows after Marx's mention of Blanqui is Marx's own formulation of the content of this revolutionary socialism or communism, which has thus been sufficiently distinguished from the bogeyman invented by the bourgeoisie. 7. As a supplement to the modern Marxological effort to fob permanent revolution off on Blanqui, there is also a sporadic effort to blur the fact that Marx made it his own. Perhaps the most influential source of this kind of scholarship was Boris Nikolaevsky. In a much-quoted article on another subject, Nikolaevsky was carried away by his enthusiasm for claiming that Marx must be divorced from the authorship of the Address to the Communist League of March 1850, discussed in Special Note E. He incautiously asserts that this address included the slogan of permanent revolution, which Marx never mentions anywhere else in his writings. He then adds a footnote to inform the reader that what he has just asserted is untrue. If we leave out his early Judenfrage on the Jewish question, Marx speaks of permanent revolution only in the class struggles in France, using the term to describe Blanquy's position. We know that this work was written at the same time as the Appeal the March Address. On the other hand, permanent revolution kept popping up again and again in the publications of the leftist opposition to Marx in Cologne in 1848 to 1849, meaning Gottschalk.8. The last sentence was discussed in chapter 8.9, so to footnote the assertion that Marx never mentions permanent revolution anywhere other than the address, Nikolaevsky adds in small type the queasy admission that he knows of Marx's use of the term in 3 places. Of course, we have discussed several other passages, which Nikolaevsky ignores. 2. The French Revolutionary connection. If not Blanqui, who did originate the term? As far as I know, no pre-Marx use of the term has ever been documented, although Marx's first uses of it do not sound as if he is coining a new expression, as we shall see. But there is widespread confidence that it must have originated in the writings of the French Revolution, perhaps newspapers or pamphlets. Thus a dissertation by F. W. Seidler on the history of the word revolution states that the idea of permanent revolution stems from the French Revolution, but it mentions no actual use of the term. 10 Guérin's well-researched work on the left wing of the revolution pays much attention to permanent revolution as a pattern, but likewise mentions no actual use of the term. One assumes his research found none. 11 But the belief cannot be dismissed, since the problem of permanent revolution, the perspective of continuing on to a vaguely adumbrated social phase of the revolutionary process, was so important at the time. We must leave open the possibility that the term did appear, though no one has pointed to it. That the revolutionaries of the 1840s would have looked back to the French Revolution for such terms was characteristic of the period. Engels later wrote, "When the February Revolution broke out, all of us, as far as our conceptions of the conditions and the course of revolutionary movements were concerned, were under the spell of previous historical experience, particularly that of France. It was, therefore, natural and unavoidable that our conceptions of the nature and the course of the social revolution proclaimed in Paris in February 1848, of the revolution of the proletariat, should be strongly colored by memories of the prototypes of 1789 and 1830.12. Also Marx, the revolution of 1848 knew nothing better to do than to parody, now 1789, now the revolutionary traditions of 1793 to 1795-13. In Chapter 8, we quoted Engels' 1884 reference to the French Revolutionary period, Marat, and permanent revolution. 14 His context referred directly to Alfred Bourdieu's biography Marat, but in that book one finds no mention of permanent revolution, term, or concept. The connection was made in Engels' mind, not by Bourdieu, for Marat's politics certainly evoked the pattern of permanent revolution. 3 First uses. Marx's first uses of the term are typical in that they make clear that the context is the French Revolution. The first known use by Marx or anyone else occurs in his 1843 essay on the Jewish question, written after heavy reading on the French Revolution. At times of heightened self-confidence, political life seeks to suppress its own presumption, namely the civil society and its elements, and to set itself up as the real species life of man without any contradictions. But it can do this only in violent contradiction with its own conditions of existence, only by declaring the revolution to be permanent, and hence the political drama ends with the restoration of religion, private property, and all the elements of the civil society just as inevitably as war ends with peace. 16. De-Hegelianized and stripped down, this passage might read, Sometimes a political movement gets too cocky and tries to abolish the social order on which its political institutions are based, in order to achieve a human and harmonious existence. Hence it must get into violent conflict with its own social foundations, it must try to drive the revolution forward without a let-up, and so on. This, of course, has in mind a particular case, the left Jacobin attempt to drive the revolution beyond its bourgeois boundaries at a time when social conditions were not yet developed enough to make this possible, hence the inevitable failure. The following year, in the Holy Family, Marx comes back to this experience. The French Revolution gave rise to ideas which led beyond the ideas of the entire old world order, that is, of both the old regime and the new bourgeois order. The revolutionary movement which began in 1789 in the Cercle Sociale of Fauchet, which in its mid-course had Leclerc and Roux enraged leaders as its main representatives, and which finally with Babeuf's conspiracy was defeated for the moment, had given rise to the communist idea. 17. Under Robespierre, Marx explains, the political movement had wanted to overreach itself and had been extravagant, but once the feudal structure had been smashed by the hammer of revolution, the Jacobin regime gave way to the Directorate, under which bourgeois society began to develop prosaically and powerfully. However, with Napoleon's coup d'état the state once again set out to subordinate civil life to autonomous political power, as we have discussed elsewhere. 18, by means of another form of terror, that is, force, but for Napoleon the motive was not revolution but war, national aggrandizement. It is in this context that Marx writes, Napoleon executed the terror by substituting permanent war for permanent revolution. 19. In this passage permanent revolution describes the whole of the French Revolution, not a special theory or pattern. The balancing of the two permanents is a grace note. A year later Engels said much the same thing without using the special term. Napoleon applied the reign of terror, which had done its work in France, to other countries, in the shape of war. 20 and so on. In both of Marx's first uses of the term, there is as yet no necessary implication that any special concept about revolution is involved in the term. The full significance of the French revolutionary pattern was understood only when it was taught by the events of the revolution in 1848 to 1849. Special note D. Hare. Or, Marxism and Pilosity, a note to Chapter 8, page 222. If the radical Hegelian D. F. Strauss preferred the old police state to a proliferation of beards, some trivialogists may suspect that Engels preserved his beard in order to encourage the overthrow of the state. When his beard had achieved the sage-grey color we know from photographs, Engels liked to regale his London friends, so we are told by the English socialist E. B. Bax, with the hairy tale of how he, wearing a beard, at that time regarded as a great eccentricity, being worn by few Englishmen, when he went out for a stroll on Sunday morning would meet occasionally a fellow bearded man, who would greet him with something like religious fervour. 1. On the other hand, in 1852 Marx and Engels had written in their most forgettable joint work that a certain German liberal retired for a while in order to grow a beard, without which no prophet can succeed. This was a hoary as well as hirsute quip. The truth is that Engels' paganophilia had begun well before the revolution, in a year that saw the first stirrings of German bourgeois liberalism, 1840. Not yet 20 years old, working as a commercial apprentice with a Bremen firm, young Friedrich wrote home to his sister about the latest revolt of youth. Last Sunday we had a mustache evening. I sent out a circular to all young people able to raise a mustache, saying it was high time to challenge all the Philistines and the best way to do it was to wear mustaches. Whoever had courage enough to defy the Philistines and wear a mustache was to sign up. Right away I got together a dozen mustaches, and October 25th, when our mustaches became a month old, was set for a collective mustache jubilee. In the course of this mustache orgy, young Engels stood to propose the following toast. Mustaches were worn in each age and time, by all brave men in every clime. Our paladins, whose swords and slashes once saved the land, bore dark mustaches. So, in these warlike times, decide to sport mustaches, all, with pride. The Philistines may scorn and scoff, and even shave mustaches off. But we're no Philistines, we can stick it. So let yours grow as thick as a thicket. Long live good Christians all unbowed, who with mustaches are endowed. And down with all the Philistine hounds, who rule mustaches out of bounds. At 10 o'clock, some of the insurrectionists had to leave because they did not have a house key and would be locked out, but Engels and others of the hardcore stayed at the Ratskeller where the uprising was taking place. Engels defiantly ate 8 oysters even though he didn't like them. 3. How the counter-revolution took place is not known, but 3.5 months later Engels eliminated the face fleece. Then there was a sharp revulsion and the pendulum swung back to rebellion. He wrote his sister, "Today I shaved off my mustache and buried its youthful corpse amidst grievous lamentations. Now I'm going to let it grow back again, for I certainly can't let myself be seen anywhere. At the singing school I was the only one with a mustache and I always made fun of the Philistines who never got over their astonishment that I could have the effrontery to go into respectable society so unshaven. However, the ladies found it very pleasing, and my old man 2.4. 2.5 weeks later he reported that the mustache is now once again in full bloom, flourishing, and that he would not shave it off even to please a king. 5. Alas, even by May it had not regained its pristine splendor, and we also learn of a factor he had not previously mentioned. I would look interesting perhaps, he wrote his sister, if, instead of my presently young mustache, I still had my old Bremen mustache and my growth of long hair. 6. So ends the shaggy story of Engels' first rebellion. The following year, young Marx, writing his first article for the Rheinischen against the censorship of the press, let his hair down in an attempt to touch the hearts of his readers. "You consider it despotic to cut a free man's hair against his will," he wrote, "but the censorship daily carves the flesh of thinking people." 7. We do not know why this anguished comparison was on his mind, or how much hair was on his head, at this time. About 6 years before, while he was a student at Bonn, a group portrait of the Trier Students' Association on the campus had shown that he was probably the hairiest of the lot. 8. We may never know whether any despot wanted to cut his hair against his will. But then, nobody even knows whether Adam was created with a full-grown beard. Special note E. The Address to the Communist League of March 1850. A note to Chapter 10, page 259. More than any other writing by Marx and Engels, this circular letter sent to the membership of the Communist League in the spring of 1850 has been the target of remarkable exercises in exegesis by ingenious Marxologists. These efforts roughly divide into 2 types. Many, for example, George Lichtheim, assert that the address represented a temporary Blanquist aberration for Marx, from which he recovered at some later date. 1. This serves to declare it null and void as an expression of Marx's Marxism. A smaller contingent presses beyond this myth and into fantasy land with the assertion that Marx never really held with the infamous document even when it was written. The general reason for these special operations on the address is the uncompromising revolutionary spirit of the document. It breathes this spirit from every paragraph, and therefore offends people who can think kindly of Marx only as a bearded gentleman browsing through statistical abstracts in the British Museum. In this volume the March Address is considered in connection with the permanent revolution problem, the relation between bourgeois revolution and proletarian revolution. In Volume 3 it will play an important role with respect to Marx's views on the road to power, and in this connection Marx's relationship to Blanqui and Blanquism will be considered at large. It will be important also for yet another question, that of party organization. In this note we are interested only in establishing Marx's continuing responsibility for the contents and ideas of the March Address. Insofar as it is merely claimed that Marx later silently abandoned the ideas of the March Address, refutation must come from the main body of this work. This note, however, indicates at least that neither Marx nor Engels was aware of his alleged transmogrification. It is mainly in transports of enthusiasm that Marxologists claim otherwise. Thus, an eminent authority wrote in passing of the March Address that it was recalled and condemned by its author, meaning Marx, that same summer, but it should not be supposed that this Marxologist meant what he wrote. It was only a Pickwickian way of expressing the mistaken opinion that Marx implicitly contradicted the content of the address by his speech at the split meeting of the Communist League Executive on September 15, 1850, which we have set forth in Chapter 3.2. 1. Marx's official documents. One of the handles found by some enterprising Marxologists is the fact that the March address was issued in the name of the Central Committee of the League, and therefore not actually signed by Marx and Engels. This is as good a place as any to take up Marx's attitude towards such documents of his. There are 4 such documents of great importance. Indeed, these 4 have a claim to be considered the 4 most important pieces Marx ever wrote as specific presentations of political policy. They are rivaled only by the circular letter to the German party leadership written by Marx and Engels in September 1879, including the Manifesto of the Three Zurichers. 3. In chronological order these 4 were, the Communist Manifesto, the March Address, the inaugural address of the International, and the Civil War in France. Although all of these were issued as organization statements without a personal signature, it is only the March Address that has ever been impugned for this reason. There was a reason why so many basic documents were written as movement statements rather than personal remarks. It usually required some such need before Marx undertook the chore of marshalling his political views into a formal presentation. But there were disadvantages, and not only because some future Marxologist would seize on the organizational sponsorship to claim that Marx somehow didn't really mean what he wrote. The disadvantage that Marx was painfully aware of has already been brought out in connection with the manifesto. As Engels told Marx about his own draft, "I mean to get it through the League in a form in which there will at least be nothing contrary to our views." 4. The last 2 of the 4 documents were written for the General Council of the International, to be signed by all council members, and we know a good deal more about the conditions under which they were drafted. The one that was written under the greatest political constraint was the inaugural address. It was a very ticklish business to find formulations that would not bring objections from the very disparate elements brought together at the inception of the International, and yet would also express the basic principles that Marx felt were rock-bottom conditions for the political program of the movement. It is a supreme understatement to say that Marx did not pour all his views into the inaugural address, and yet not even Marxologists have claimed he wrote anything in that brilliant essay with which he disagreed. Marx explained to Engels privately, "It was very difficult to frame the thing so that our view should appear in a form acceptable from the present standpoint of the workers' movement. It will take time before the reawakened movement allows the old boldness of speech. It will be necessary to be fortiter in re, suaviter in modo, strong in content, gentle in manner. 6. The Civil War in France had been preceded by 2 addresses on the war, likewise written by Marx. When he sent copies of the second address on the war to Engels, he reminded his friend, "You must not forget that the General Council degree has to deal with susceptibilities from all sides and hence cannot write the same way we too can in our own name." 7. This caution applies to the Civil War in France as well. Although this work is sometimes discussed as if Marx had set it down as a definitive thesis on various problems of revolution, the fact is that it was primarily an educational propagandist undertaking of the hour. Marx had to consider what fit into this aim, as well as what might make it difficult to get a quick, unanimous approval by the General Council under pressure. 8. When Marx's daughter Jenny wrote to friends that the French translation of the Civil War has made a very good impression on the communard refugees, for it has equally satisfied all parties, Blanquists, Proudhonists, and Communists. 9. The remarkable difficulty of this accomplishment must be appreciated. In short, these group-sponsored documents, written but not signed by Marx or by Marx and Engels, expressed the author's views but did not necessarily include everything they might have written on the subject under other circumstances. Which is exactly what we should have known in advance. It is worth noting another aspect of these documents. Since they were written to be signed by a group or its executive, they were presumably drafted more or less on the basis of previous discussions or exchanges of opinion. This has to be qualified where we know the facts. We saw that the writing of the manifesto was preceded by lively discussion and controversy in the group, but it was apparently agreed that Marx's final draft, the one that went to the printer, need not be reviewed by the League executive, let alone subjected to amendment. Thus, Marx's final formulations were no doubt conditioned by the previous discussions, but were not dependent on formal approval in the last stage. In the case of the inaugural address, there was indeed a meeting of the General Council at which a couple of inconsequential amendments were made before the document was approved. Point 10. In the case of the Civil War in France, the address was carried unanimously without discussion upon being read to the Council, but of course the members had been discussing the Commune Revolution from the start. Point 11. In all three of these cases, where we know something of the background, it is clear that Marx drafted the document with the signing group in mind, but that in fact the signing group itself made no changes, or no significant changes, in the draft. In the case of the March Address, we know least of all about the organizational circumstances of its adoption, because of the paucity of extant documents on this period of the Communist League. Point 12. Just as gods always live in the darkness just beyond the circle of light thrown by our knowledge, so also Marxological myths. In this sense, Nikolaevsky's treatment of the March Address is divine. In the same note in which, as we saw 13, he informed us that Marx mentioned permanent revolution only in the March Address, he also asserted that we have at our disposal the final text of the document as it was approved by the London Central Committee of the re-established League, of course, after Willich and the followers of Schapper had made their corrections. Point 14. Of course, Nikolaevsky knows nothing whatever about how the final text, which implies a preliminary text, was approved, and still less about corrections made by anyone. In fact, not to put a fine point on it, his statement about these unknown corrections and approvals is pure fiction. To this fiction he adds the footnoted statement that there is no doubt that this document did not express the private opinion of Marx and Engels but rather the compromise accepted by the various factions of the League. This utter absence of doubt about this fantasy is based on a single remarkable argument which we will see. But we now discern the claim: the March Address did not express the private opinion of Marx and Engels but rather an opinion which they simply wrote down as amanuenses for various factions, with which they presumably disagreed. Nikolaevsky is trying to say that the views of the March Address are to be assigned to Willich and Schapper, and were not held by Marx and Engels even when the document was sent out. This would be a breathtaking scenario to support even if there were a bit of evidence. It will be seen as impressively divine when we find out that there is no evidence at all. To be sure, Nikolaevsky's fantasy is the ne plus ultra of Marxology on this problem, but the facts also expose the milder myth that Marx and Engels subsequently repudiated the views they held in 1850. 2. The lineup in the September 1850 split. Since the myth about the Blanquist aberration in the March Address was not invented until after the author's death, they had no occasion to confront it directly. But their several back references to the 1850 document are sufficient to demolish the myth. We can begin with the same Communist League split discussion of September 15, 1850, which is supposed to show Marx repudiating the March Address. If this were so, leaving aside a content analysis of the claim, we should hardly expect to find Marx explicitly flaunting the address, along with the manifesto, as his programmatic banner. Furthermore, the myth has it, and must have it, that the address really represented the program of the Willich-Schapper faction against Marx. We should then hardly expect that, at this meeting, it is Marx who is defending the address against Willich-Schapper. But even the sketchy extant minutes show this very clearly. The very passage from Marx's speech which is supposed to contradict the address is introduced by Marx with these words: "In just the last debate over the question of the position of the German proletariat in the next revolution, views were expressed by members of the Willich-Schapper minority of the CC that directly contradict the next to the last circular, the March Address, and even the manifesto. Point 16. It is the Willich-Schapper faction, Marx argues, that is repudiating the March Address. It is this that leads him to explain that instead of the actual conditions, pure will becomes the drive will of the revolution for them, and so on. Point 17. This speech is the opposite of a repudiation, it is explicitly presented by Marx as a defense of the address as well as of the manifesto. The debate, Marx went on to say, shows what principal differences are at stake, for although the Willich-Schapper people still consider themselves communists, the views they are now expressing are anti-communist and could at most be called social democratic. 18 Schapper then took the floor, and showed that he repudiated the concept of permanent revolution in favor of the Blanquist type of direct seizure of power by the proletariat, alias the Communist League, without any intervening phase of any kind. 19. The question at issue, said Schapper, is whether at the outset we chop off heads or get our own heads chopped off. In France the workers will have their turn, and thereupon so will we in Germany. If this were not the case, then it is true I would lay me down to sleep. Comes our turn, then we can take such measures as to ensure power for the proletariat. I am fanatical about this view. The Central Committee, however, has resolved on the opposite. I do not hold the opinion that the bourgeois will come to power in Germany, and I am a fanatical enthusiast in this respect. Were I not, I wouldn't give a farthing for the whole business. 20. This is the viewpoint that demands an immediate proletarian revolution with no first stage. To this, Marx, in rebuttal, counterposed his view of the permanent revolution in its last version as embodied in the March Address. The petty bourgeois democracy will take power next time, and the communists will go into opposition to the new regime, in order to press the revolution onto proletarian power. Schapper is looking forward to being the government, Marx is aiming to oppose the government. Schapper's perspective of forming a proletarian government at the outset will be self-defeating, argued Marx. If the proletariat came to power, it would not take directly proletarian measures but petty bourgeois ones. Our party can become the government only when conditions allow it to put its own outlook into effect. Louis Blanc offers the best example of how you fare when you come to power too early. Anyway, in France it is not the proletarians alone that will come to power but along with them the peasants and petty bourgeois, and it is not their own measures but the latter's that they will have to put into effect. The Commune of Paris 1792–1794 shows that you don't need to be in the government in order to put something into effect. Anyway, why don't any of the other members of the minority express their views, especially Citizen Willich, since at the time they all unanimously approved the March Circular? 22. So goes the summary of Marx's argument in the minutes. The last sentence shows Marx for the second time flaunting the March Address as his own programmatic position against Willich-Schapper. And incidentally, the passing reference in this sentence to the unanimous approval of the March Address when it was adopted should be matched against the Nikolaevskin invention of a fictional controversy in which Willich-Schapper made corrections. 3. The Address and the Cologne Trial. Following this split, Marx and his followers transferred the League's Central Committee out of London to Cologne. In December, the Cologne Committee sent out a circular, an address, which gives us more information about the authorship of the March Address and its relation to the Willich-Schapper group. The Cologne people denounced the Willich-Schapper position as based on principles that are diametrically opposed to the principles of the League and to the policies followed. 23. The Willich-Schapper attack, they told the members, was not directed against some kind of bourgeois socialism, on the contrary. It damned the authors of the party manifesto of 1848 and of the first address of the Central Committee of this year, the March Address, in which the policies of the party are expounded in detail. Indeed, it also condemned the manifesto and the policies of the party itself. 24. The Cologne leaders assume everyone knows that the authors of the March Address as well as of the manifesto were Marx and Engels, and furthermore that the Willich-Schapper group condemned these political statements as well as their authors. The Cologne circular then goes on to expound the programmatic difference between the two sides, and it introduces Marx's standpoint with these words: the manifesto and the March Address set out the course of development of the proletarian movement as follows. Once again these two documents are coupled as expressing Marx's position counterposed to Willich-Schapper's. It is true that Marx thought the Cologne circular, which had been drafted by Heinrich Burgers, was not a competent political exposition, but there is no question about the clarity with which it reports the relation of the address to the ongoing fight. While the factions were arguing, reaction had consolidated itself in Germany and cast about for a communist conspiracy to expose in order to send the German public scurrying to the crown for protection from the Red Menace. In May 1851 a police raid started preparations for a conspiracy trial, documents were seized, the trial itself was to get underway in October 1852. Thus, for the first time the March address was published in the German bourgeois press, in June 1851. The immediate problem raised by its publication was the effect it might have on the coming trial of Communist League members, as well as its general political meaning for the public. Marx wrote to Engels to tell him about the publication of the document. This was the address to the League written by the two of us, at bottom nothing but a plan of war against the democracy. From one standpoint its publication was good, in contrast with Berger's document, the Cologne Committee's circular, which is more or less absurd in form and not very cheering in content. On the other hand, a few passages will aggravate the situation of the present prisoners. Point 26. The true socialist Karl had utilized the publication of the address for a roundhouse attack on the Marx group, anticipating Marxologists by several decades. In his letter to Engels, Marx ruefully summarized Grein's absurdities. There is naturally no lack of friends of light phrases and most extremely anarchistic phrases. Point 27. Doing everything from above. Police state. Formally excommunicate and exclude dissenters. Mon Dieu. That beats everything. Point 28. But while Marx was outraged by the slanderous invention of views that resembled nothing in the address, his correspondence with Engels shows them both to be unquestioningly in accord with what is in the document. Engels' reply referred to our old document just as casually as Marx's letter. Point 29. He too was concerned in the first place with its possible impact on the defendants in Cologne, otherwise he praises the address as an educational document. In every respect it is of enormous advantage that the thing has been made public and has gone about through all the papers. The individual quiet bands of budding communists, who are not known at all and who must be meeting in all parts of Germany judging by past experience, will get an excellent point of support in it. The Augsburger Allgemeine Zeitung, Marx had reported, had editorially denounced the address as madness, but Engels comments wryly that the paper's account of its content shows it understood this madness only too well. In fact, there was no way to misunderstand it. 30. Johannes Miguel, still presumably a communist sympathizer and not yet the Kaiser's minister, had expressed the fear to Marx that the publication of the address would have an unfavorable effect on the democracy. Engels discusses this fear, minimizing the difference between the newly published document and the attacks on the democracy that they had published in bulk in the NRZ. Miguel should however consider that we continuously and uninterruptedly prosecuted these gentlemen the democracy in writings that were more or less party manifestos after all. Engels is thus clearly unimpressed by the fact that the address differs from the NRZ articles in being an official document of the League. He continues. So now, why the outcry over a program that simply summarizes, in a very calm and especially quite impersonal way, what we printed long ago? Any halfway intelligent Democrat must have known in advance what he had to expect from our party. The document March address could not have told him much that was new. If they made an alliance pro tempore with the Communists, they were fully informed of the conditions and duration of the alliance, and it could occur to nobody but Hanoverian middle peasants and lawyers to believe that since 1850 the Communists had been converted from the principles and policies of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. 31. What Engels thought would never occur to a dolt has in fact become a fixture of many Marxological productions. For the address from 1852 to 1885. Marx spent the last months of 1852 working on his pamphlet Revelations on the Communist Trial in Cologne, which is mainly an exposé of the evidence used by the prosecution against the Communist League defendants. It is a defense pamphlet, not a political manifesto, and treats the documents accordingly. Published in January, the pamphlet has only a passing reference to the confiscated addresses of the Central Committee along a line foreshadowed in the Marx-Engels correspondence. The addresses, it argues, were concerned exclusively with the relations of the Communists to the future government of the democracy, hence not to the government of Friedrich Wilhelm IV. 33. Most significant for our purposes is what is not in the revelations. The government had seized many documents of the Willich-Schapper League, filled with enough inflammatory pseudo-revolutionary rhetoric to delight a police prosecutor's heart, and, since none of the defendants belonged to this group, the prosecution systematically sought to argue that Willich-Schapper documents apply just as much to the Marx group, the differences being merely due to a clash of personalities. Naturally, the defendants, as well as Marx in the Revelations, repudiated not only the documents of the Willich-Schapper League but also separated themselves vigorously from its conceptions, on a carefully political basis. If there was anything to the Marxological myth that the March Address represented the politics of Willich-Schapper and not of Marx, then the Revelations was the place to reveal it, as a means of helping to clear the defendants. But of course there was no question of this. Toward the end of 1853, Marx again had to deal with Willich, who had been publishing slanderous attacks on Marx in his American exile. Marx's polemic against Willich, The Night of the Noble Consciousness, was published at the beginning of 1854, and is now as justly forgotten as the writings of its target. But it has a definitive reference to the authorship of the March Address. More than that, just as he did on September 15, 1850, Marx here presents the address as his own as against Willich. In the Revelations Marx had remarked of the Willich-Schapper group that they have never laid claim to the honor of possessing their own ideas. What is true of them is their peculiar misunderstanding of other people's ideas. 34. In the new pamphlet Marx reported that Willich had tried to show the public he did have a stock of his own ideas. He had presented an exposition of the measures that the petty bourgeois democracy would undertake in power. This exposition, Marx then explained, though it was an attempt to write something original, was really cribbed from the March Address by Marx and Engels. In a circular written by Engels and myself, which the Saxon police seized at Berger's house, which was published in the most widely read German papers and formed the basis for the Cologne Bill of Indictment, there is a longer exposition on the pious aspirations of the German petty bourgeoisie. This is the text on which Willich preaches his sermon. Let the reader compare the original and the copy. 35. If that does not settle it, there is more. A couple of decades later, the German party republished Marx's Revelations on the Cologne Communist trial, as a note on a historical episode. To this 1875 edition Marx added a postscript. Since he had decided not to omit anything from the text, he pointed to whatever he thought needed special comment in the old pamphlet. Some of the corrections are of minutiae. 36 This was an opportunity also to correct the references to the March Address if there were anything to correct. There is no correction. 10 years later a third edition of the Revelations was published. Marx dead, Engels wrote a considerable introduction, on the history of the Communist League, which duly mentions the authorship of the March Address. And in addition, in the appendix to this 1885 edition, Engels reprinted the whole text of the March Address for the edification of the new generation of socialists. In fact, it is from this reprint by Engels that the text of the address is usually republished today. In the body of the essay Engels introduces the reprint as follows. So the League was organized anew, the address of March 1850 printed in the appendix. 9, no one was issued, and Heinrich Bauer was sent to Germany as emissary. The address drawn up redigered by Marx and myself is still of interest today, because even now the petty bourgeois democracy in Germany is still the party that must certainly come to the helm to begin with, as the savior of society from the communist workers on the occasion of the next European upheaval, which is now due soon. Much of what is said in it therefore holds good today. 37. It would appear that this settles the question for good and all, or rather adds the final capstone to the peculiar controversy not only as to the authorship of the address but also as to the continuing regard in which Marx and Engels held it, with due qualification for the fact that it was written for a specific historical conjuncture. For a third of a century, in every reference to the address, public or private, Marx and Engels had claimed authorship and continuing responsibility. Nowhere and by no one had this even been called into question. 5. Adventure in lexicography. But what is plain to ordinary minds is only a challenge to the ingenious. So what if Marx and Engels had set down more than a half dozen times that they had written the March Address? Now, 45 years afterward, in the very act of reprinting the document, Engels says that the address was redigiert by Marx and himself. If you look up redigieren in a German, or German-English, dictionary, you will find that it means edit, revise. The truth is finally out, Marx and Engels only edited the address, but were not its authors. Armed with what they think is the dictionary meaning of redigieren, valiant writers have found it possible to ignore all other evidence. We can now present the whole of Nikolaevsky's statement on the issue, of which we previously quoted a sentence. I am not raising here the question of the authorship of this appeal, the March Address, but I must point out that it can be attributed to Marx and Engels only with important reservations. True, in his letter to Engels of July 13, 1851, Marx refers to it as drafted by both of us. However, in his article, A Contribution to the History of the Communist League, Engels is much more circumspect, speaking only of the editing of this document by himself and Marx. However this may be, there is no doubt that this document did not express the private opinion of Marx and Engels but rather the compromise accepted by the various factions of the League. 38. Thus, after explaining that he is not raising the question of authorship, he marshals the evidence for his doubt-free conclusion that the document written down by Marx and Engels did not express their private opinion. This evidence can be found in any desk dictionary, the dictionary meaning of redigieren, which Nikolaevsky thinks means only edit. Before we dispose of this evidence, we may mention two reasons why a doubt should have crept in anyway, even aside from all the preceding statements by Marx and Engels. In the first place, he might have wondered why Engels in 1885 reprinted a document which he and Marx had merely edited, without agreeing with it. In the second place, he might have wondered whether Engels was using redigieren according to his desk dictionary. The German redigieren is a foreign loan word related to the French rediger. As a matter of fact, it probably entered the language in the 16th century from the Italian rediger, but by the 19th its French cognate would have more force for a writer. In French, rediger had and still has a range of meaning extending from edit, a paper, draw up, a document, draft, an article, to write, write out. True, our doubts would remind us that Engels was not writing French, but the objection is not as relevant as it may seem. Especially in the 19th century, much writing by literary Germans was peppered with Gallicisms which did not necessarily show up in the dictionary. Marx's predilection for foreignisms in German was notoriously even greater than Engels and much deplored by his German editors. Heinrich Heine was an even more prominent case, having spent the last quarter-century of his life in French exile, but then, Engels had lived abroad much longer than that. In any case, at the time there would have been nothing unusual about Engels' use of redigieren in the sense of the French rediger even if the Gallicized usage were not sanctioned by a dictionary. All this should raise doubts even without further research. But as a matter of fact redigieren is not one of the unsanctioned cases. To extend research a little beyond the nearest desk dictionary, Nikolaevsky should have checked at least the 19th century Fremdwörterbucher, German dictionaries of foreignisms. At the time Engels reprinted the March Address, many such works were authoritatively defining redigieren as draft and write in addition to edit, revise. I counted 9 such authorities before I quit looking. 39 In point of fact, Engels' statement that the address was redigiert by Marx and himself does not even offer lexicographical difficulties. So there is no doubt, as Nikolaevsky would say, that the address is just what it purports to be and what Marx and Engels always said it was, an expression of the views of Marx and Engels, which mutatis mutandum continued to reflect their political thought right up to the end, no possible shadow of doubt, no possible doubt whatever. Special Note F. The alleged theory of the disappearance of the middle classes. A note to Chapter 11, page 291. Among the theories invented in Marx's name by obliging critics who then handily refute their own creations, few are hardier than the myth that Marx had a theory according to which the middle classes were doomed to disappear. We have given an example elsewhere, one of the Marxological propensity to concoct a theory out of passing statements by Marx or Engels, and a similar caution applies here. Diligent exegesis of some remark by Marx about the middle class does not immediately constitute proof that Marx was propounding a scientific theory in making the remark. If this principle of common sense is to be disregarded, I suggest that the next discovery heralded by Marxology should be the theory of revolution by stupidity, propounded by Marx in 1863. 1. What middle class? Marx presented no theory about disappearing middle classes. This was one of the theories conferred on Marx by Edward Bernstein, seeking to replace Marx's proletarian socialism with a middle-class socialism similar to English Fabianism. 3. For Bernsteinian purposes it was not necessary to be clear about the amorphous term middle class or its fuzzier plural form, since the positive aim was to dislodge socialism from its proletarian base. In fact, the protean meaning of middle class, which we have discussed for, was a distinct advantage, since, being a blur already, it could be hocussed out of or into existence with a minimum of effort. This is not to object in general to any use of class terms with ill-defined boundaries. Such terms may be as useful as a sweep of the arm to a speaker, but a sweep of the arm does not help much with the statement of a scientific theory. Stricter definition is called for when it is alleged that Marx had a theory about the disappearance of a blur. What middle class or classes was Marx supposed to have predicted the disappearance of? We have explained that in English Marx usually used middle class to denote the bourgeoisie proper, but obviously the bourgeoisie is not the victim of the alleged theory. There are two other possibilities. One is the petty bourgeoisie proper, as defined in Chapter 11. Without question, Marx was confident it was declining, and without question this has come to pass, but we shall see he did not predict it would disappear. In any case, what he stated was a tendency. Scientifically speaking, all statements about social laws deal with tendencies, implicitly or explicitly, and a great deal of nonsense about Marx's alleged predictions would be avoided if this were kept in mind. The following passage from Marx's theories of surplus value is pitched in terms of two prominent petty bourgeois elements. The handicraftsman or peasant who produces with his own means of production will either gradually be transformed into a small capitalist who also exploits the labor of others, or he will suffer the loss of his means of production. In the first instance the latter may happen although he remains their nominal owner, as in the case of mortgages, and be transformed into a wage laborer. This is the tendency in the form of society in which the capitalist mode of production predominates. 5. The foregoing statement by Marx was an evaluation in the course of a scientific analysis. It may be compared with one of Marx's journalistic surveys of the contemporary scene, written in 1859. Degree the ruin of the small middle class during the last 8 years is a general fact to be observed all over Europe, but nowhere so strikingly as in Germany. Does this phenomenon need any explanation? I answer in one word: look at the millionaires of today who were the poor devils of yesterday. For one man of nothing to become a millionaire overnight, $1,000 1,000 men must have been turned into beggars during the day. The magic of the stock exchange will do the sort of thing in the twinkling of an eye, quite apart from the slower methods by which modern industry centralizes fortunes. 6. Here the small middle class in ruin is clearly the petty bourgeoisie, shading into the small bourgeoisie. However, the decline of the petty bourgeoisie is generally conceded nowadays. The concocted theory of the disappearance of the middle classes usually depends on using middle classes to refer holus bolus to all intermediate class elements in society without other distinction. Marx is then reproached with failing to allow for the replacement of the old and declining intermediate class, the petty bourgeoisie, with newer intermediate elements, which are labeled the new middle class, e.s. While there is no question that the old petty bourgeoisie functioned as a distinct social class, the assumption is made that the aggregation of etceteras called the new middle class also constitutes such an integral class. Still another assumption to be kept in view is the identification of disappearing with declining. 2. How to read the Communist Manifesto. The myth about the disappearance of the middle classes is usually based on selected phrases from the Communist Manifesto. This is enough to give pause, since it is precisely in matters of basic economic theory that the manifesto is most obviously an immature work of Marx's. However brilliantly the manifesto fulfilled its task of simplifying many complex ideas and telescoping history into a compendium of lapidary formulations, for the sake of a sweeping view of social evolution and political perspectives and a maximum impact as a party programmatic statement all in a few pages, it is not fair to expect it also to take the place of capital. Still, let us see what is, and what is not, in the manifesto on this question. It is well known that the manifesto, striving to spotlight the struggle of the polar classes, enthusiastically depicted something like a dual situation. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. 7. This clearly puts it as a tendency, a direction of development. So also the glowing description of the triumph of the bourgeoisie as it pushed into the background every class handed down from the Middle Ages. 8. When a class is pushed into the background, it does not disappear. The manifesto's glorification of bourgeois achievement becomes a little stickier when it proclaims that the bourgeoisie has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. 9. Has converted, mind you, this is not a prediction. This either proves that Marx thought his father, a lawyer, his poet friend Heine, Alexander Humboldt, Adam Smith, et.al., were all working for proletarian wages, or else it proves we have to read the language of the manifesto with some common sense. This swinging statement has a point to make, but it hardly intends to proclaim a grandiose theory about the disappearance of the professional classes. In fact, the manifesto is crammed with global statements, beginning with all, which no one would support under oath, like the good news for obese burgers that all that is solid melts into air. But the passage that refers specifically to the petty bourgeoisie is not as far-reaching as the announcement about the converted lawyers, priests, poets, et al. Nor is it as expansive as it is sometimes made out to be, if the original text is read, as published in 1848. The previously existing small intermediate strata middle standa, the small industrials, merchants, and rentiers, the artisans and peasants, all these classes sink down into the proletariat, partly because their small capital does not suffice for the carrying on of large-scale industry and succumbs in competition with the larger capitalists, partly because their skill is rendered worthless by new methods of production. Thus the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. Thus, through a qualifier, previously existing which was omitted from the English version, this statement makes clear it is referring to the old class structure. And this is exactly what one would expect from the context, which has to do with what has been happening up to the present and not with predictions about the future. But isn't there another passage, a couple of pages later, which explicitly predicts that other classes will finally disappear? No, there is not in the original text of the manifesto as published in 1848. The disappearance is again shadowed forth by a translation which was worded in 1888 without clairvoyant anticipation of what clever exegetes can do. This passage uses much the same language as the one just discussed. A translation of the original shows that it too was concerned with tendencies going on in the present, and not with predictions of the class structure of the future. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie nowadays, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes are decaying and being ruined in the face of large-scale industry. The proletariat is its most characteristic product. The intermediate strata, the small industrial, the small merchant, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to safeguard their existence from ruin as intermediate strata. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Once we remove the changes introduced by the 1888 English version, the meaning is perfectly plain. It is a statement about present tendencies. and it is about the same intermediate strata as the previous passage. But if the intermediate strata are being ruined, doesn't this mean they will eventually disappear? This would require a separate demonstration, but fortunately a passage in the manifesto finally does get explicit about the coming fate of the petty bourgeois intermediates and does look into the future. Even the word disappear occurs. But the mythical theory does not. In the countries where modern civilization developed, a new petty bourgeoisie was formed, which hovers between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and continually renews itself as a supplementary part of bourgeois society. The members of this class, however, are being constantly hurled down into the proletariat by the action of competition. Indeed, with the development of large-scale industry they even see a time approaching when they will completely disappear as an independent part of modern society and will be replaced, in commerce, manufacturing and agriculture, by labor overseers and stewards domestican. Here we learn that not even the traditional petty bourgeoisie is actually disappearing. Just the reverse, it continually renews itself. True, individual members of this class are constantly being proletarianized, but the class limps on, in a more and more ruined state. Furthermore, someday this class will completely disappear as an independent part of society, which is not identical with simply disappearing like the rabbit in a magician's hat. But while these petty bourgeois elements, small property-holding producers, move into the background of society as more and more dependent hangers-on of the real bourgeois powers, the manifesto immediately indicates that their places in the foreground are taken by new elements arising out of the needs of the bourgeoisie itself. They tend to be replaced, as capital develops, by another kind of intermediate element, the various employees of capital hired to superintend the labor process and to serve the new needs of the owners of commerce, factory, and farm labor overseers and stewards. These elements are certainly new in the mass, and they are certainly in the middle of something, and so they are new middle-class elements of a sort. If, then, one looks for Marx's theory of the disappearing middle classes in the Communist Manifesto, which is supposed to be its natural habitat, it hardly meets the eye. But even if it were much clearer in the manifesto, the conclusion to follow would not be essentially affected. 3 stewards and salespeople in capital. Does the alleged theory, predicting the disappearance of all social strata except genuine proletarians and vouched for capitalists, appear in Capital or in Marx's unpublished economic studies, theories of surplus value, or the Grundrisse notebooks, etc.? This is where it has to be found, if it ever existed. The answer is no. On the contrary, we find Capital taking note, where necessary, of the new elements whom the manifesto had called overseers of labor and stewards of capital. Whereas some latter-day analysts think such components of the productive force are ticketed middle class as soon as they are called salaried employees, Marx sees them usually as a special kind of wage laborer. The capitalist, relieved of actual labor, hands over the work of direct and constant supervision of the individual workman, and groups of workmen, to a special kind of wage laborer. An industrial army of workmen, under the command of a capitalist, requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and sergeants, foremen, overlookers, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. The work of supervision becomes their established and exclusive function. Point 15. Marx points out that even industrial capitalists get a wage for their labor of superintendence insofar as they perform this function. This fact ceases to be a bit of curioso when this function is separated from the person of the capitalist and embodied in hired managers and other stewards of capital. Their wages assume the form of wages for skilled labor in sufficiently large-scale enterprises. The capitalist mode of production has brought matters to a point where the work of supervision, entirely divorced from the ownership of capital, is always readily obtainable. It has, therefore, come to be useless for the capitalist to perform it himself. Cooperative factories prove that the capitalist is redundant, insofar as his function has to do only with the social necessities of production. It is the capitalist corporation, the joint stock company form developed out of the credit system, that has an increasing tendency to separate this work of management as a function from the ownership of capital. Since the stewards perform the real functions, the capitalist disappears as superfluous from the production process. 16. The capitalist disappears. But this disappearance is like the other one we encountered, when the petty bourgeoisie disappeared as an independent part of modern society. Marx has not magicked the capitalist class out of existence. It is advisable to keep an eye on the whole statement. For those who see the new middle class as especially prominent in commerce and selling, Marx has a few explanations about the role of employees of merchant capital. In general, the sales clerk is the industrial capitalist's wage laborer. 17. But if the whole commercial operation is removed from the industrial capitalist sphere and turned over to a commercial capitalist, the sales clerk's position in the economy is not basically changed. The changes, which Marx sets forth in their complexity, do not concern us here. Suffice to say that in many respects a commercial employee is a wage worker like any other, even though not directly creating surplus value for the employer. The unpaid labor of these clerks, while it does not create surplus value, enables him, the employer, to appropriate surplus value, which, in effect, amounts to the same thing with respect to his capital. 18. Since commercial capital is simply a part of industrial capital that has been separated out in order to engage autonomously in the process of circulation, rather than production, Marx advises us to eliminate this complication for the purpose of seeing the basic relationships by looking at the office of an industrial capitalist who still operates his own circulation process, markets his own goods, etc. As the scale of production increases, commercial operations multiply: calculation of prices, bookkeeping, managing funds, correspondence, and so on. The more developed the scale of production, the greater, if not proportionately greater, the commercial operations of the industrial capital, and consequently the labor and other costs of circulation involved in realizing value and surplus value. This necessitates the employment of commercial wage workers who make up the actual office staff. 19. Thus, along with the large scale of production and the expansion of the credit system, the ranks of commercial wage workers tend to increase. Marx repeatedly makes clear that they produce no surplus value directly, that is, they are not directly employed as proletarians, as we have explained elsewhere. 20. But this is precisely one of the cases where the technical line between proletarians and other wage workers becomes minor. Marx emphasizes what unites these two sectors of wage workers even in economic theory. The commercial worker produces no surplus value directly. But the price of his labor is determined by the value of his labor power. The commercial worker, in the strict sense of the term, belongs to the better paid class of wage workers, to those whose labor is classed as skilled and stands above average labor. Yet the wage tends to fall like that of the others. 21. Today, when clerical workers and commercial employees are often miserably underpaid as compared with industrial labor, the similarities take over even more decisively. Incidentally, Marx's manuscript at this point left an extra 2 pages for further elaboration on the subject, which he never got back to. 22. In the second volume of Capital there is some additional discussion, along the same lines, of the buying and selling agent of capital. We shall assume that he is a mere wage laborer, even one of the better paid, for all the difference it makes. Functions like bookkeeping also form a necessary appendage to production, converted into an independent function of special agents exclusively entrusted with it. 23. 4. On the course of bourgeois society. So it is clear that Marx had no problem in seeing the expansion of the new working force required by the development of large-scale production, the credit system, and the joint stock company. Most of this new force consisted of new wage workers, when viewed from the standpoint of basic relations, workers who were moreover necessary to the productive process in one way or another. But Marx also had occasion to refer to the growth of other intermediate elements. And in the 4th volume of Capital he even referred to these as the middle classes. Ironically, this occurs as he reproaches Ricardo for forgetting about them. What he forgets to bring out in relief is the continual growth of the middle classes, which stand in the middle between workmen on one side and the capitalist and landlord on the other, and which to an ever-increasing extent are largely degree-fed directly out of revenue, which weigh as a burden on the working degree base and increase the social security and power of the upper 10,000 24. These middle class, intermediate, elements are maintained out of the capitalists' revenue, rather than out of their own small production like the old petty bourgeoisie. It is Marx who insists here on noting their continual growth, for he is arguing that the development of machinery and labor productivity does not release the working class from wage slavery but reinforces the wage system and the power of the economic rulers. But even so, he does not claim that he is discovering this as a novelty, as do the present-day discoverers of the new middle classes. He reproaches Ricardo for forgetting them, for failing to put this phenomenon in the foreground. Marx makes a similar point a few pages before this passage, also in connection with the consequences of an increased accumulation of capital. The quantity of articles entering into consumption, or to use Ricardo's expression, the quantity of articles entering into the gross revenue, can be increased without thereby increasing the portion of this quantity which is transformed into variable capital wages. The latter portion can even decrease. In this case, more is consumed as revenue by the capitalists, landlords, their retainers, the unproductive classes, the state, the intermediate classes, people engaged in trade, etc. 25. These retainers, intermediate classes, Zwischenklassen, and so on, are not necessarily the same type of elements discussed before, that is, wage workers necessary to production. So one must gather from Marx's discussion. He continues, Ricardo had wrongly assumed that every accumulation of capital means a proportional increase in the demand for labor and in the variable capital, wage bill, because he did not understand that the constant part of the capital grows at a faster rate than the variable. However, this does not prevent revenue from continually growing, in value and in quantity. But it is not true that consequently a larger part of the total product is laid out in wages in the same proportion. The classes and subclasses that do not live directly from labor increase and live better than before, and the number of unproductive workers increases as well. 26. Perhaps the most direct contradiction of the myth that Marx predicted the endless increase of the proletariat and the disappearance of middle classes is a passage directed against Malthus, in which Marx flatly states that what takes place under capitalism is the very opposite of the mythical theory. His highest hope, which he himself calls more or less utopian, is that the mass of the middle class may grow and that the proletariat, the working proletariat, may form a relatively smaller and smaller part of the total population, even though it grows absolutely. This is in fact the course of bourgeois society. 27. The actual course of capitalism, says Marx, is that the mass of the middle class grows and the relative proportion of the proletariat to the total population decreases. Note that here, as elsewhere, Marx's preference is not for statements predicting the future but for statements about the tendency of the present. The two are not the same thing, of course. Thus, there is not a single future tense in the following statement from Marx's letter to the Labour Parliament that met in Manchester in 1854. Degree of all countries, Great Britain has seen developed on the grandest scale the despotism of capital and the slavery of labor. In no other country have the intermediate degrees between the millionaire, commanding whole industrial armies, and the wage slave living only from hand to mouth, so radically been swept away from the soil. There exist no longer, as in continental countries, large classes of peasants and artisans almost equally dependent on their own property and their own labor. A complete divorce of property from labor has been effected in Great Britain. In no other country, therefore, has the war between the two classes that constitute modern society, assumed so colossal dimensions and features so distinct and palpable. One should not conclude from the sweeping language complete divorce of property from labor that Marx thought there were no more shopkeepers in England than snakes in Ireland. He knew the statistics in detail. The preceding sentence had stressed that there no longer existed large classes of rural and urban petty bourgeois elements of the old small property holding type, almost equally dependent on their own property and their own labor. The most important point to be grasped is this: for Marx, the basic characteristic of English bourgeois society that differentiated it from the continent was that the petty bourgeoisie had disappeared as a class with social weight. Hence his conclusion, without niggling qualifications of little concern to the labor parliament people about the war between the two classes that constitute in the sense of create modern society. The thought is stated more strictly in a passage, written about a decade later, that went into the third volume of Capital. It is in the unfinished chapter on classes, which no doubt would have had more to say on the general subject. Even in the few paragraphs extant, there is a reference which could scarcely have been written by one who thought the middle classes were disappearing. The class pattern, writes Marx, does not appear in pure form even in England, where the economic structure is most highly developed. Middle and transitional stages of classes, Übergangsstufen, even here obliterate lines of demarcation everywhere, especially in urban economy. Point 30. The propensity to quote out of context is worsened when one knows in advance that Marx had a theory about the disappearing middle class, for example, and thus merely looks for handy illustrations. The eye may fall on a statement like this: all possessing classes gradually change into capitalists, all oppressed classes into proletarians, and thereby the reactionary party fades away by itself. 31. Behold, a new Marxological theory, the theory of the disappearance of reaction. But the context wipes this newborn theory away. It is from Engels' pamphlet The Prussian Military Question and the German Workers' Party, which was directed against a recrudescence of feudal socialism in its Lassaline form. The preceding paragraph had specified that the reaction here in question was the feudal bureaucratic party, the pre-bourgeois ruling classes that were indeed fading away, and it was the possessing classes of this obsolescent society that were being bourgeoisified. In context, the statement was not a generalization about society but a very limited statement about the processes actually going on at the time in Germany's class structure. 5. Proletarianization. In his letter to the Labour Parliament, Marx followed the passage quoted above with a conclusion: it is precisely from these facts that the working classes of Britain, before all others, are competent and called upon to act as leaders in the great movement that must finally result in the absolute emancipation of labor. 32. If the working classes are leaders, they must be leading other social strata. One reason why the alleged disappearance of the middle classes was supposed to be so vital to Marx was a related myth, according to which the Marxian revolution was to be made by a proletariat that is by itself the overwhelming majority of society. But in fact we have already seen in other chapters that for Marx the proletarian revolution means a proletarian-led movement, a movement in which the proletariat wins the hegemony of the disaffected classes and social strata. Marx's theory of revolution depends in no way and to no degree on the actual disappearance of intermediate elements, but on the fading out of their social weight in the real struggles of society, on their subordination as independent class entities. Thus the revolution certainly does not depend on the conversion of every last petty bourgeois or other middle-class element into a proletarian. Still, it may be facilitated to an important extent by the proletarianization of intermediate strata. Proletarianization is therefore no negligible question. But it has a related series of meanings, by virtue of the realities of modern society. If we think of proletarianization in concentric circles, like the schematic social circles of Chapter 2, then the core is formed by those elements that are proletarianized in the narrow, technical economic sense, that is, hurled out of petty bourgeois or other middle-class ways of making a living and into proletarian jobs, as when a tailor, teacher, or tavern keeper ends up on a Ford assembly line. Or the tailor, teacher, or tavern keeper may be forced out of an independent livelihood as a self-employed worker and compelled to do tailoring, etc., in a wage-paid job in private enterprise, thus becoming a proletarian who uses the same skills as before. Or the conditions of bookkeepers, salespersons, other white-collar or commercial employees, and so on, whom Marx once mentioned as typically enjoying a better paid position, may be reduced to that of lower-paid industrial workers, or below, and so their status, relationship to the employer, modes of thought, forms of organization, and the like, may tend to assimilate to the proletariats more and more. This last case obviously uses proletarianization in a much looser sense than the first. There are forces operative under latter-day capitalism that tend to homogenize the situation of all wage workers, whether technically proletarians or not, and these homogenizing forces can be examined and evaluated without prior determination of what classes are disappearing or fading. After all, sections of the proletariat may take on a middle-class mentality for a longer or shorter time without disappearing as a class or tending to do so. Proletarianization as a tendency, in a loose sense, is visible even outside the ranks of wage earners and small property holders. To take an extreme example, when the ranks of the medical profession begin to consist in the majority not of fee-for-service practitioners, the largest mass of traditional petty bourgeois enterprise are still in existence in many countries and hence a focus of reaction, but of salaried medicos working either for a private or a governmental institution, they do not necessarily become proletarians and they certainly do not adopt the mentality of factory workers, but they surely start moving in a visible direction, as is evidenced by the phenomenon of doctor unionization. Indeed, in many fields, unionization, the adoption of the specifically proletarian form of organization, may be viewed as a rough index to proletarianization in the broadest sense, as long as this does not enforce hard and fast assumptions. In political terms, another concentric circle may perhaps be added on the outer periphery if we consider those social strata and elements which are induced by experience to look to the organized working class for social leadership, especially in crisis situations. While proletarianization can be given concrete meanings, ranging from socio-economic to socio-political terms, the concept of the new middle class, in contrast, remains a wraith even for many who claim that this concept alone makes Marx obsolete. It is one thing to recognize the existence of increasing numbers of new intermediate elements of various sorts, as Marx did. It is another thing to construct out of these elements an organic class that is meaningful enough to seriously affect social and political life. This requires a cohesiveness, a fund of common interests, an objective basis for solidarity and social unity, such as do not exist among the disparate elements of this ectoplasmic class construct. C. Wright Mills called it an occupational salad, 33, but this may be too complimentary. Since a good salad needs considerable togetherness, the new middle class is more like a dish of herring and strawberries. Dahrendorf admits that there is no word in any modern language to describe this group, and he suggests no word in Latin, Sanskrit, or Old Franconian. This group that is no group, class that is no class, and stratum that is no stratum. 34. In short, it is a concept that is no concept. Even Marx failed to predict that it would be dreamed up. Somebody should invent a theory about its disappearance. The new middle classes, or rather the variety of intermediate elements thrown up by latter-day capitalism, may, in part or for a time, share some of the same socio-political characteristics as the old petty bourgeoisie. The expression petty bourgeois characteristics, mentality, etc., becomes a historical or metaphorical description of the new in-betweeners, just as the expression aristocratic heirs may be applied to elements that succeeded the aristocracy as ruling class. It would be interesting, to be sure, to make a catalogue of similarities and differences, though that is not our task. However, the differences are on a larger scale than the similarities. Above all, the new in-betweeners are not bunched together in one life situation like the old petty bourgeoisie, but are more scattered along an extensive continuum, shading off at one end into the working classes proper and at the other into the social penumbra around the bourgeoisie. At the working class end of this spectrum there is heterogeneity and fragmentation to be found as in all other strata. Clerical workers in large office forces are increasingly amenable to union organization. On the other hand, workers in some luxury trades are strongly attached, without knowing it, to the old rubbish. As Marx mentioned. 35 The working life situation has to be examined concretely. For example, luxury production is socially dependent on the bourgeoisie through its economic dependence on the amount of surplus value being extracted from the rest of the working class. The reactionary tendencies of a servant class are well known, and not altogether dissimilar is the position of upper secretarial employees working discreetly, and so on. One social characteristic of these intermediate elements is atomization. This is what conditions the meaning of class polarization in modern society, not the disappearance of all intermediates. As the polar classes tense apart, there no longer is a compact class like the old petty bourgeoisie in the living space between them. Special note G, on the origin of the term lumpenproletariat, a note to chapter 15, page 453. Unfortunately, as far as I know, there is no inquiry into the origin of the German term lumpenproletariat. Pending research by someone competent in German philology, the following remarks must be tentative, but they may help to erase certain common misconceptions, which in turn have favored common mistranslations whenever an attempt has been made to find a vernacular equivalent. It is only in recent times that English translations or citations have begun to naturalize the word, not capitalized, with any frequency. Was Marx, in the German ideology, the first to use the term? Certainly no prior use has been recorded. Yet this first use by Marx does not sound consciously innovative, arising rather fortuitously out of a dialogue with Max Stirner's The Ego and His Own, which had been published less than a year before the writing of the German ideology began. Point 1. As far as I can make out, it happened in the following way. The word lumpen, plural, same, means rag. By extension it began to mean person in rags, and, by a common twist Marxists will understand, its meaning darkened from ragamuffin to bad person, riff-raff, knave. Point 2. But in this latter usage, by the 18th century or earlier, it mutated to lump, plural, lumpen, formerly also lump as in Stirner. This form gave rise to a large number of pejorative and invective terms, beginning with lumpen as the combining form. But these lumpen words were formed from lump, not from lumpen, which had its own combinations, such as lumpensammler, rag picker. The important conclusion that follows is that the governing meaning of the pejorative prefix to lumpenproletariat is related not to rags but to bad people. Point 3. Yet the common assumption has been that it means rags, tatters, and the result has been the widespread and misleading translation tatterdemalion proletariat, proletariat in rags, proletariat en hale lawns, and the like, all of which stress extreme poverty, hence also slum proletariat, which is equally misleading. But, as chapter 15 shows, it is not poverty that defines the lumpenproletariat and accounts for Marx's and Engels' usages. One of the unfortunate consequences of such translations is that they reinforce the erroneous conception of the lumpenproletariat as a part of the proletariat, the most depressed part. In the century before Marx, large numbers of lumpen combinations were already in use for a variety of depreciatory and vituperative purposes. There is a longer list of such words in a 1716 lexicon and in the 1820 Heinz dictionary than in most modern works for, and the list makes clear that lumpen could be freely tacked onto almost any word ad hoc, lumpenfrau, lumpenkönig, lumpenbuch, lumpenranzosisch, and so on. There were undoubtedly scores of such combinations that no dictionary felt obliged to record, that is, the door was wide open to the ad hoc formation of lumpen words. This is why Marx, in 1845, did not have to feel he was inventing a new technical term when he prefixed this common pejorative to a less common word, proletariat. 1. A lumpen lexicon. Marx's first use of the combined term is in the German ideology, in two distinct passages, in Part I, called Feuerbach, and in Part II, Chapter 3, called Saint Max, on Max Stirner. Although Part 1 was started first, we know that the order of the text that appears in the published form does not at all correspond to the chronological writing of the manuscript. 8. There is a distinct possibility, only a possibility in the absence of definite information one way or the other, that the passage on Stirner was written before the other. Even if this is not so, there can be little doubt that the Stirner material involved here was already in Marx's mind when he began writing. Over 3/4 of the long first volume of the German ideology is on Stirner, omitted from most English editions of the work. This is important, and may be decisive, since Stirner's book makes frequent use of lump and its compounds, especially lumperie, for the purpose of labeling social phenomena. On the one hand, he uses these words in senses that are close to meaning lumpenproletariat, on the other hand, he more than once uses proletariat with the same import. To be sure, he does not happen to prefix lumpen to the word proletariat, but his failure to do so is almost accidental, so often do the two elements flirt with each other on the wings of Stirner's rhetoric. The flirtation becomes hottest on one page of Stirner's section on political liberalism, and Marx's use of the term lumpenproletariat occurs as he is discussing the content of this page. The context amply explains how the term comes off Marx's pen. Stirner's passage begins with an invocation of precisely those social elements who would be called lumpenproletarian. The bourgeois, he writes, grow morally indignant at shady elements. The sharper, the demirep, the thief, robber, and murderer, the gambler, the penniless man without an established situation, the frivolous man. All these lack settlement, in short, they belong, because their existence does not rest on a secure basis, to the dangerous individuals or isolated persons, to the dangerous proletariat. They have nothing to lose, and so nothing to risk. They form the class of the unstable, restless, changeable, i.e., of the proletarians, and, if they give voice to their unsettled nature, are called unruly fellows. This is the broad sense of the so-called proletariat or pauperism. Point 10. Marx cites parts of this passage and proceeds to attack Stirner's identification of the proletariat with these elements, and especially with pauperism as such. He explains that pauperism is the position only of the ruined proletariat, the lowest level to which the proletarian sinks. For Stirner, the entire proletariat consists of ruined individuals, of a collection of ragamuffins lumpen, who have existed in every epoch and whose existence on a mass scale after the decline of the Middle Ages preceded the mass formation of the ordinary proletariat, as Saint Max Stirner can ascertain by a perusal of English and French legislation and literature. 11. Note that later this historical precedent is given by Marx and Engels as the origin of the lumpenproletariat. At this point, this social element is simply called the lumpen. Here we have a confirmation of the fact that the lump, n, so freely described by Stirner are to be equated with the lumpenproletariat as later understood by Marx. And indeed in the very next paragraph, when these elements are referred to again, Marx's pen writes lumpenproletariat instead of lump, n. This occurs as Marx makes the point that Stirner changes his use of proletariat from the previously described lump to the real proletariat, the real workers. This, writes Marx, occurs on pages 151 and 152,14 where the lumpenproletariat becomes transformed into workers, into ordinary proletarians. 15. There it is, the formation lumpenproletariat slips out almost unawares, as simply another one of the several combinations with lumpen that are before Marx's eyes at this moment, lumperie, lumpengesindel, lumpengesellschaft, all frequently used by Stirner. Where Stirner had used lump to signify his idea of the proletariat, Marx simply spelled out Stirner's thought, which makes this connection time and again. 16. It must be understood that when Marx writes lumpenproletariat at this point, he is still referring to Stirner's line of thought, not his own. But as Marx mentioned in this same passage, Stirner's rhetoric did not invent this social element, it only played with it. This social element had played a mass historical role, precisely in the formation of the real proletariat, during the transition from the Middle Ages to the present bourgeois era. Going even further back, it could also be discerned in mass in Roman society. This is the connection in which it is mentioned in the first chapter of the German ideology, which may or may not have been written before the Stirner passage. The Roman plebeians, midway between freemen and slaves, never succeeded in becoming more than a lumpenproletariat. 17. And with this statement, already quoted in chapter 15, the term started its career as the label of a class or class element. We may mention in this connection that 40 years later Engels still identified the so-called proletariat of the latter-day Roman Empire as a lumpenproletariat. In contrast with the slaves of the plantation economy were the free proletarians, however, not working but lumpenproletariat. Today in ever-increasing extent society is based on the labor of the proletarians. The Roman lumpenproletarians were parasites, not only useless but even detrimental to the society and hence without any decisive power. 17a. 2. The translation problem. The career of mistranslations, or misleading translations, of the German word Lumpenproletariat started with the passage in the Communist Manifesto. The difficulty was that the word was as untranslatable as could be, since no word existed in English, or French or any other language, for this hitherto unlabeled social formation. Translators were understandably reluctant to adopt one of the two satisfactory solutions, naturalization, as is becoming common today, or invention of a brand new term. But an old word or term could not fail to be misleading. The first attempt was made in the first English translation of the Manifesto, by Helen Macfarlane, published in 1850 in Harney's Red Republican, that is, under circumstances suggesting that the authors of the Manifesto may have helped the enterprise. The Macfarlane translation dealt with lumpenproletariat in the same way that Marx and Engels did more than once later. It made it mob. The mob, this product of the decomposition of the lowest substrata of the old social system, is partly forced into the revolutionary proletarian movement. The social position of this portion of the people makes it, however, in general a ready and venal tool for reactionist intrigues. 21. We should keep in mind that at the time mob was still often used to mean not merely a tumultuous crowd but also a class or social stratum in a loose sense. 22. Very like the old usage of proletariat or, later, the masses. It was for its day a better translation than any subsequently devised, even if not entirely adequate. We should also note that the phrase "this portion of the people" added by the translator, probably to avoid a pronoun with indefinite antecedent, does not represent this mob element to be a portion of the proletariat. When Samuel Moore did the now standard English translation of 1888, with Engels editing the product, the result was much less happy. However, the Moore Engels version did not use a phrase implying a part of the proletariat, the error that proliferated later. It used nothing like tatterdemalion proletariat, slum proletariat, and such. It turned lumpenproletariat into two terms, the dangerous class, the social scum. 26. Social scum is to the point, and is dealt with in chapter 15. But it is quite another matter with dangerous class, and still worse with the plural the dangerous classes, which is used in the more aveling Engels translation of the first volume of Capital. 27. The Manifesto translation even puts it in quote marks, thus pointing to its past use. But its use had usually been to impeach the working class, or the lower classes in general, as a danger to society because of susceptibility to revolution, anarchy, and other iniquities. Dangerous classes was used to blur the difference between workers and the criminal classes, between the proletariat and the social scum. 28. It was perhaps Lawrence von Stein's influential 1842 book on French socialism that had started the theme. The modern proletariat, he wrote, has to be called dangerous, dangerous by virtue of its numbers and the bold mettle it has often shown, dangerous by virtue of its consciousness of unity, finally, dangerous by virtue of its feeling that only through revolution can it achieve the realization of its designs. 29. Stirner's book, as we saw, also referred to the dangerous proletariat, perhaps echoing Stein, but not clearly referring to the modern working class as Stein had done. 30. The dangerous tag became a well-known phrase, expressing the horror of ruling class respectability at the menacing miasma exhaling from the dark underworld of society. No doubt the phrase was also extensively used for the dubious lumpen elements. In fact, Marx himself used it this way in his second draft of the Civil War in France. To be sure, dangerous class certainly reflected Marx's opinion of these elements. But the public career of this phrase made it ambiguous and misleading as a rendering of lumpenproletariat. Special note H. 2 Adventures in Sophisticated Marxology. A note to Chapter 18, page 540, with a glance at Chapter 3, page 50. This special note began as a modest footnote in Chapter 3 on Marx's use of asses, in rejoinder to Professor Shlomo Aveinry. But quoting Aveinry on asses opened a Pandora's box, the subject ramified, as we shall see, from a thesis about asses to a thesis about intellectuals. Following the ramifications is not an idle enterprise, it will offer us an insight into the methods of Marxology, a subject that we slight in this work in our emphasis on positive presentation. Aveinry has expressed umbrage more than once at Marx's offense in calling certified proletarians asses. His context is a thesis about Marx and the intellectuals that is quite popular among Marxologists. This thesis claims that Marx looked to the rule of the intellectuals, not the proletariat, and it was first invented by Bakunin. 1 Aveinry is unusual in that he purports to present documentation for this thesis or something like it. Since we want to be sure we have before us all possible documentation from Marx not only on this matter but also on the question of asses, we must examine Aveinry's proffered documentation with interest. Professor Aveinry is unusual in another respect, the sophistication of his writings on Marx, for he has an advantage over many writers in the field in that he has actually read Marx's works. His book The Social and Political Thought of Karl Marx is one of the more knowledgeable productions on the subject. Naturally he has his own notion of what needs discussing, and we and Voltaire will fight to the death for his right to his opinion, since this may appear odd at first blush. His chapter section on Marx's theory of the proletariat, pages 52 to 64, is almost entirely devoted to Marx's early years up to the Manifesto, that is, to the beginnings of Marx's thinking on the subject. The rest of Marx's life, the theory of the mature Marx, is covered in a laconic half-page. 1. Documentation, on asses, intellectuals, and certified proletarians. Hood an ass with Reverend Purple, so you can hide his two ambitious ears, and he shall pass for a cathedral doctor. Ben Jonson. Let us take up this pithy précis. I pass over its first sentence, since I do not understand it, nevertheless, because Marx's relation to the proletariat is not immediate but is reached through speculative considerations, he does not reveal much empathy for or spiritual attachment to the members of the working class. I think this says that since he was not himself a proletarian he could have no empathy for or spiritual attachment to proletarians, but I hesitate to impute such a blatant non sequitur to a sophisticated Marxologist, and since Marx's passionate evocations of workers' conditions of life in capital and elsewhere are notorious, I hesitate to believe this means what it says. But never mind, no matter. The rest of Aveinry's terse treatment goes as follows, in toto, including 2 footnotes. Marx's skeptical view of the proletariat's ability to conceive its own goals and realize them without outside intellectual help has often been documented. It suits his remark that revolutions never start with the masses but originate in elite groups. 1 Much as Marx always opposed those socialists who tried explicitly to dissociate themselves from the proletariat, a chief reason for the split in the League of Communists in 1850 was Marx's uncertainty about what would happen to the League if it were to be exclusively proletarian in membership. Marx's opponents within the League even went so far as to accuse him of trying to impose intellectual discipline on the proletarian movement, and Weitling was sometimes snubbed by Marx as the tailor's king. 2. So Aveinry too on Marx's skeptical view of the proletariat's ability to conceive its own goals and realize them without outside intellectual help. Most readers will assume that intellectual help means help from intellectuals, and we will see that Aveinry really does mean this. Now, to be sure, we have emphasized at some length that in Marx's view the proletariat needed a great deal of help, for it could win only at the head of an alliance with other class elements. But why Aveinry's single insistence on the help of the intellectuals only, unless some other concept is being insinuated? We see that Aveinry is so sophisticated that he refrains from rushing in where others have trodden, namely, putting down in so many words the common thesis that Marx looked to a revolution led by an intellectual elite and not by the working class. Aveinry does not say this, but his laudable restraint makes the subsequent presentation look odd. Proceeding to documentation, he remarks that this skeptical view of Marx's has often been documented, This seems to imply that a considerable documentation exists somewhere, and if he offers a few examples, these must be particularly cogent since they are selected from such a mass. One first documentation, he adduces Marx's remark that revolutions never start with the masses but originate in elite groups. This statement is explained by a footnote, where we learn that Marx made no such remark, that the remark not to put a fine point on it is a fabrication. But it is not a dishonest fabrication, for anyone who bothers to look down to the bottom of the page can discover that the remark is Weinreich's concoction, not Marx's. The chasm between the provocative statement in the text and the irrelevancy in the small type footnote is not uncommon in the methods of Marxology. What is commendable is that Weinreich honorably offers his own refutation. We discover in the footnote that the intellectual help came in the first case not from intellectuals but from French nobles, and in the second from Indian sepoys, not groups that come readily to mind as representatives of intellectuality. We discover that this help was given not to proletarians but to peasants, French peasants or Indian ryots. In short, the help was given by non-intellectuals to non-proletarians, and this somehow documents a thesis about intellectuals and proletarians. In neither of the two historical cases is there a proletariat even in presence, for Marx to be skeptical about. We discover that the flat counterposition of masses to elite is a sort of pun by Weinreich. The sepoys were native Indian soldiers who came right out of the Indian masses. By tagging them elite, Weinreich is wordplaying on the notion of a social or class elite, whereas the sepoys' favored position was that of troops given extra privileges in order to buy them off. We discover that another manipulation is exercised with the word start. It was well known before Marx that the initial crack in a regime or system often comes on top, reacting to pressure from below, to be sure, after which the masses pour through the crack so opened up. Marx's mere mention of this well-known historical pattern becomes documentation of a theory that the proletariat, who do not figure in the picture, can never realize a revolution without intellectuals, whoever they are. In Marx's article, unquoted by Weinreich's documentation, the two historical cases are offered as examples of a preceding generalization. This generalization is not the one invented by our Marxologist. Marx's goes as follows: there is something in human history like retribution, and it is a rule of historical retribution that its instrument be forged not by the offended, but by the offender himself. For incidentally, the content of Marx's article is a denunciation of British atrocities in India, brimming with empathy or sympathetic attachment to the oppressed people under attack. 2. The second item of documentation concerns the split in the Communist League of September 15, 1850, which we have already covered from several aspects. There is an introductory clause. Much as Marx always opposed, it sounds as if it is giving Marx due credit for something. One sees that Marx opposed socialists who tried to dissociate themselves from the proletariat the farthest he went in spiritual attachment, and it appears he opposed only those who did so explicitly. There is no documentation. The nub of this item is Weinreich's flat assertion that a chief reason for the split was Marx's uncertainty about what would happen to the League if it were to be exclusively proletarian in membership. There is no documentation for this statement. We have stressed, of course, that Marx always opposed proletarian exclusionism. What we need is enlightenment about this unexplained uncertainty, and some evidence that this undocumented uncertainty was a chief reason for the split, or had anything to do with it. While Weinreich offers no documentation, the reliable documents about this episode are known and not voluminous. 5. There is nothing in them that has any more resemblance to Weinreich's assertion than the footnote about French nobles and Indian sepoys has to the fabricated remark. There is no record that Marx worried about what would happen to the League if it were to be exclusively proletarian in membership, though any responsible leader should have done so, and so we have no more idea than Weinreich about the non-existent content of this fabricated remark. The second fiction is that Marx was uncertain about this unraised question, though it is hard to imagine that anyone could be certain about it. The third fiction is that this invented uncertainty was any reason for the split, whose reasons we know fairly well. 3. The next piece of evidence refers to what Marx's opponents went so far as to accuse Marx of, namely, trying to impose intellectual discipline on the proletarian movement. Avinri, as a responsible scholar, now provides us with a footnote, which refers to certain pages containing part of the minutes of the September 15th meeting. Unfortunately, there is nothing whatever in these pages about this accusation or anything similar. Point 9. Still, there must have been accusations flying around in all directions, like the dishes heaved by the Duchess cook, since no split discussion is complete without them. Instead of speculating about what Avinri might have had in mind, like subsequent spates of slander, we must ask what this has to do with documenting Marx's alleged views about intellectuals. The interesting thing is not what gossip the sectarians in a frenzy went so far as to spread, if any, but what factual basis Avinri has for bringing up this trash. Plainly, if he is going to devote a total of 15 lines, plus footnotes, to Marx's lifetime views on the proletariat, it is odd to devote 20% of this space to unspecified gossip by unidentified factionalists about unmentioned crimes. But still, the question is somehow raised about intellectual discipline on the proletarian movement. It is not a question of Marx's views, which are not adduced by Avinri, but of charges made by his opponents. If this injection of the question has any relevance, it must be because the Schapper-Willich group opposed such discipline. Did they? While we do not know what intellectual discipline means here exactly, we can be sure that the Schapper-Willich group was strongly in favor of a superdisciplined organization, for they were, theoretically, getting ready to sally forth into Tooley Street at any moment in order to overthrow every European government in sight. Willich's plan was essentially to pounce on Germany with an elite brigade of 5,000 well-organized bravos chosen from the people of the Lords, so Engels described it in a letter to Marx without much exaggeration. Point 10. Willich was a military martinet by training and nature, and leaned to barracks discipline, not simply intellectual discipline. Avinri's unexplained phrase suggests discipline by intellectuals over hapless proletarians writhing in their sinister grip, but this well-known scenario was not played out in the split. It was the Schapper-Willich sect that, following the separation, adopted formal statutes abandoning the democratic setup Marx had insisted on for the Communist League, and establishing a dictatorship of the Central Committee. In so many words, that is, the dictatorship of the ex-student Schapper and the ex-military martinet Willich. Point 11. For Avinri's second footnote, which we have seen is mistaken about the first part of the sentence it is hung on, is also attached to the final revelation, that Marx sometimes snubbed Wilhelm Weitling as the tailor's king. Before we ask what this climactic offense means, let us note that the reader need not look into the footnoted pages of the Marx-Engels Werke for Avinri's reference. There is no more to be found there on this point than on the other. Weitling was not even mentioned in the split discussion, nor was he involved in the situation. He had lost all influence in the League over 3 years previously. The historic snub can be explored only as an adventure in irrelevance. The reader may assume that Taylor's king was a simple insult. The tag king of the tailors referred historically to John of Leyden, the leader of the Anabaptist rebels in the Reformation, one of the primitive communists in the pantheon of the movement. When Weitling's critics applied the label to him, it was a sarcastic thrust at his pretensions to be a great man, a notorious failing of his. See Engels' remarks on this in his History of the Communist League 12 and Marx's application of the label to Schweitzer. Since Avinri inserts this tidbit without explanation, it is hard to say whether he thinks the snub consisted in calling Weitling a tailor, but of course, on the contrary, Weitling flaunted his former trade as a political banner. It made him a certified worker. The John of Leyden title was a rather mild jibe at over-pretensions in a movement which, after 1847, had come to see Weitling as an obsolete figure, increasingly pathetic. But even this jibe had nothing special to do with Marx. It appears to have been common coin. Weitling's American biographer and admirer, Wittke, refers to him in this way in passing, or perhaps Wittke is quoting Weidmeyer, or Marx. Point 13. Marx certainly used this catchphrase about Weitling on at least one occasion, in a letter to Engels in 1853, commenting on the slanders printed in Weitling's U.S. paper on the victims of the then recent Cologne Communist trial. Marx mentioned the poison spread by this king of the tailors and dictator of the Communia Utopian Colony 14 for Whiteling. Did indeed blossom out as a full-fledged dictator as soon as he got something to dictate to, in line with his firm principles in favor of a messianic dictatorship 15, just as John of Leyden became dictator over the Anabaptist community in Munster. One wonders whether Avinry got the point of Marx's analogy between the two tailor kings. Whatever all this means, where or how Marx snubbed Whiteling with this derisive label is a portentous event that research reveals not. Yet, without this information, how do we know whether this historic snubbery does or does not prove that Marx held the sceptical view of the proletariat's ability etc., which Avinry's documentation has not yet documented? Finally, there is the implication that Marx's snubbing of Whiteling was a blow against the proletariat because Whiteling was an honest-to-goodness proletarian. Leaving the non sequitur aside, our special note I gives information on Whiteling's actual class role and pretensions to intellectual dictatorship. 5. And now to the asses. In his second footnote, hard on the mistaken reference to the Werke, Avinry introduces a new indictment, citing a letter by Marx. This new reference contains as many mistakes as it has lines. First, the quotation ascribed to Marx, "asses more stupid than these German workers," was not written by Marx. It appeared in the middle of a report to Marx on the increasingly tense situation in Cologne, where the witch hunt trial was going to take place, by a Communist League member named A. Birnbach. Marx then sent the report on to Engels, in the letter which Avinry cites. Second, this letter which Avinry thinks was carefully omitted from the Werke because of this dreadful statement about asinine workers appears in the Werke in all its glory, but under a corrected date. 16. Third, although Avinry unfortunately seized on a remark about asses which was by somebody else, there is little difficulty in finding real invective by Marx about certified proletarians as asses and worse, and also about members of every other class, nation, party, race, creed, and color. By outward show let's not be cheated. An ass should like an ass be treated. John Gay. The case is similar to that of Mr. Deed's treatment of pixelation. 17. As a service to Marxology, I suggest that Avinry's gaffe about Birnbach's report should be replaced with, say, this exhibit. As everywhere, there naturally exists also among the London workers' degree a knot of asses, fools and rogues, rallying degree around a scoundrel. The scoundrel in this case is George Potter, degree a rat of a man degree, 18. So Marx in a letter to Engels. Marx did not reserve the all-purpose essel for such people, but bestowed it freely, even on Ernest Jones by 1857, likewise in a letter to Engels. 19. A doctoral dissertation listing and classifying all of Marx's scoldings against asses would be as voluminous as the dissertation on Shakespeare's use of semicolons in the first folio. 4. He who does not know an ass when he sees one is himself an ass. Baltasar Gracian. We remind the reader that all this trivia is supposed to document Marx's alleged view that the proletariat cannot make a revolution without outside intellectual help. We now return to Avinry's assurance that Marx's sceptical view about the proletariat has often been documented. In response to my query asking where this documentation might be found, Professor Avinry kindly referred me to his article on Marx and the Intellectuals, published shortly before his book. This disabused me of the notion that he had meant documentation by other Marxologists, for the article offers only documentation by Marx, for a thesis involving intellectual help by intellectuals. 21. If we limit ourselves to documentation in a literal sense, not argumentation, then what in Marx constitutes Avinry's documentation? With one exception, the case of Icarius, which is the subject of the next section, we have already taken up all of his documentation elsewhere. 1. Marx's recorded opposition to the exclusion of non-workers from the international and the proletarian movement. This proves the workers need help. 2. Marx's expressions of disdain, if not outright contempt, for those leaders of the movement who were themselves of working class origin. A certain intellectual hauteur is clearly visible in his comments. No comments are specified, except the tailor's king snub to Whiteling. Icarius is mentioned in this connection. Ignored are Marx's expressions of admiration for some leaders of working-class origin, like Babel, and of disdain, or even hauteur, for a vast array of leaders of non-worker origin. 3. The 1870 letter by Engels which we quoted elsewhere. 22. About the supply of intellectuals in the socialist movement. Avinri does not explain why he finds this letter offensive. 4. And finally, we are back with the asses. The Marx-Engels correspondence, says Avinri, is full of allusions to the workers' intellectual limitations, stupidity, and narrow-mindedness, sometimes even using such derogatory terms as asses, Noten, Straubinger. If he had added that it is full of such derogation, and worse, about all other kinds of people, he would at last have made a completely accurate statement. Then, with the clown in Twelfth Night, we could give its definitive justification. Marry, sir, they praise me and make an ass of me, now my foes tell me plainly I am an ass, so that by my foes, sir, I profit in the knowledge of myself. 2. Poor Icarius and the Marx monster. Thy friendship oft has made my heart to ache, do be my enemy for friendship's sake. William Blake. The new item of alleged documentation to be considered is Avinri's second case of disdain and hauteur. Even one of his most loyal followers, George Icarius, also a tailor by trade, came in for a generous measure of unearned contempt from his master and teacher. There is no documentation, not a footnote, no further explanation, just a magisterial sentence, summing up a quarter-century of Marx-Icarius relations. Icarius is declared a totally innocent victim of Marx's galloping disdain for workers, or perhaps for tailors. Let the reader now find out what is behind this scholarly judgment. We would hesitate to devote a few pages to this story, except that there are two other objectives to be gained, as bonuses. A number of Marxologists, not Avinri, have repeated the myth that Marx broke with all of his friends, being something of an inhuman monster. We will, in passing, see how this inhuman monster treated his loyal follower. And in the course, we will see Marx in an unaccustomed light, I think. The facts demonstrate the exact opposite of Avinri's thesis. And we will document the facts. Johann George, in England, John George, Icarius was born in Thuringia in 1818, became a tailor, and emigrated to London as a young man. He became a member of the League of the Just, which reorganized itself as the Communist League, a member of the League's executive, a leader of its front organization, the German Workers' Educational Society, and an active trade unionist, elected a member of the London Trades Council. In the course, though laboring under difficult financial conditions, often poor and sick, he educated himself, and became a talented writer in 2 languages. His real talent and thinking ability encouraged his burning ambition to get ahead as a writer, but it was Marx who encouraged him most of all. Marx gave him his first chance to publish Icarius' article on tailoring in London, or the struggle between large and small capital, appeared in his London magazine NRZ Review in 1850. Marx helped him write the article, edited it, and probably formulated some of the passages, and then presented it to the public with a special blare of trumpets, which we have already partly quoted elsewhere. The author of this article is himself a worker in one of the London tailor shops. We ask the German bourgeoisie how many writers they have who are capable of comprehending the actual development in similar fashion. Before the proletariat wins its victory on the barricades and battle lines, it announces the coming of its rule by a series of intellectual victories. The reader will note how, instead of the sentimental moral and psychological critique such as Weitling and other worker writers bring out against existing conditions, here a purely materialist and free conception, undistorted by emotional grumbling, confronts bourgeois society and its development. 23. The pride displayed here is a political statement. Icarius became a collaborator on the magazine, and Marx planned to have him write other articles. 24. When the split in the Communist League came in September, Icarius ranged himself with Marx. After the split he worked to counteract the Schapper-Willich group's influence in the League and to help the Communists prosecuted in the Cologne witch hunt trial. 25 In the dark days of the 1850s he became part of the very small circle of co-workers and co-thinkers around Marx, especially as a writer. 26 More, he became a family friend. 27 When he fell ill, Marx wrote to Engels, "Poor Icarius has come down with consumption. This is the most tragic thing I've lived to see here in London." 28 This when Marx's own personal affairs were often as grim. In other letters Marx stressed that poor Icarius was breaking down under the conditions of his tailor shop. Hal 29 So that Icarius could quit tailoring under doctor's orders, Marx at his own expense, of course with Engels' assistance, rented lodgings for him near his own home so that he could eat with the Marx family. Thus Icarius was set up to devoting his full time to taking care of his health, and writing articles for the German-American press at $3 an article. When his health improved, Marx and Engels tried unsuccessfully to get him a tailoring job in Manchester, instead of his going back to the stink tank in London where he had broken down. When his children died of scarlet fever, they collected a fund for him. 30. At the same time, Marx was helping to train Icarius as a writer, revising and correcting his articles. 31 To an American comrade Marx explained why Icarius' production was limited. Icarius has to tailor from 5 in the morning till 8 in the evening and is in a serious condition. Therefore, urged Marx, whose own family was living from hand to mouth, Icarius had first priority on payment. If they will pay money, I am for Icarius getting something first, so that he doesn't need to tailor all day. In accordance with an arrangement with me, he is now to send regular correspondence. Do what you can to see he gets something. 32 Poor Icarius came first. A curious incident supervened during these years, prefiguring a vinery. In his 1852-1853 pamphlet Revelations on the Communist Trial in Cologne, Marx had given a detailed account of complex goings-on which included the following incidental sentence: not long before the Cologne court proceedings, Kinkel and Willich sent a journeyman tailor as emissary to Germany. 33 Aha! Thundered Willich from America in the course of slander-filled articles, why does Herr Marx emphasize journeyman tailor? There had been no emphasis. Marx actually had to explain that it was the simplest way to identify the man without giving his name publicly. And he added, Willich thus charges me with high treason to journeyman tailors collectively, and seeks to assure himself of their votes by a Pindarje code on journeyman tailors. Out of consideration for the good name of journeyman tailors, he is generously silent about the fact that Icarius, whom he had labeled one of the pariahs, is a journeyman tailor, which has not so far prevented Icarius from becoming one of the greatest thinkers of the German proletariat and gaining a position of authority among the Chartists by his English articles in the Red Republican, in Notes to the People, and in the People's Paper. 34. We note the same pride, with the same political content. In fact, Marx, as he pushed Icarius' reputation, habitually identified him as a worker, to make clear he was not just another literateur. 35. When the dark years ended, Marx had a right to think that his investment of friendship and time in Icarius was going to pay off for the movement. And for a while it did. The big break came with the founding meeting of the International in St. Martin's Hall, in 1864. One of the French émigrés came to Marx to ask him to speak and also to supply a German worker as a speaker. I supplied them with Icarius, who made an excellent showing, Marx wrote Engels. Marx stayed mute on the platform. 36 Both Icarius and Marx were elected to the General Council. From here on, Icarius worked closely with Marx in the International and, after his mentor, was the most important German in its leadership. It seems clear that without Marx to back him up, Icarius would not have lasted long in the General Council. Collins and Abramsky, in their valuable work Karl Marx and the British Labour Movement, think that his tactless, clumsy and oversensitive personality was a big negative factor. It is certain that throughout his entire career in the International, Icarius was a controversial figure, disliked by the English members of the General Council against whom Marx had frequently to defend him. Only part of this hostility was veiled hostility to Marx by certain members. Collins Abramsky add, a man gifted with subtlety and finesse might have negotiated such difficulties. Icarius, who was humorless and gauche in the extreme, probably exacerbated them. 37 For that matter, as time went on, Icarius also increasingly alienated his German co-workers, like Lochner, Lessner, Fander, and Jung. Marx alone, as far as the record shows, saw no flaws in Icarius. Engels agreed that Icarius was the man to take over the leadership of the German movement if only he would leave London. 39 When the International, crowning Marx's efforts, was successful in helping to establish the Reform League for universal suffrage, Icarius was made one of its officers. 40 Pushed by Marx. Marx wrote admiringly of his protégé's ability as an election campaigner. 41 Then the English kicked back, as Icarius' ambitions outran discretion. The editorship of the Workman's Advocate, renamed Commonwealth, opened up in 1866, and 3 influential trade union leaders wanted the job, so did Icarius. So great was the respect for Marx in international circles that his influence was enough to get the lowly German tailor appointed over the others. Resentment against Icarius boiled over. 42 Marx had second thoughts about his headlong support to Icarius' ambitions, and for the first time voiced an inkling, to Engels, about his friend's egoism. On my part, it was a political mistake to yield to his pressure and propose him for the post. I knew in advance that the thing would fall on my back. Avoidance of any appearance of personal aims or misuse of personal influence for secret ends, and good collaboration with the English, must of course be more important for us than the satisfaction of Icarius' more or less justified ambition. Dry natures like Icarius, he wrote, possess a certain dry egoism also, which easily leads them astray. And then, rather meditatively, he described a previous occasion when, against Marx's warning, Icarius had pushed himself too fast, and come a cropper. The poor fellow has, of course, had a life of disappointments, and the honorary posts that the English spontaneously granted him, like Vice President of the International, etc., misled him so much that he now thought he could have revenge all at once for his whole past life. If he had heeded me, operated slowly, maintained a modest attitude, everything would have gone best. If, despite his lack of self-discipline and his headstrong pushing, I myself even went into the muck on his behalf, one was particularly induced to do so out of the consideration that he had always worked with us and never reaped any fruits. But one always makes blunders if one lets oneself be influenced by such considerations. 43 But this brought about no change in Marx's relations with Icarius. Marx blamed himself as much as Icarius for this episode. Soon afterwards Marx helped Icarius produce his most important work to date, a series of articles on the political economy of John Stuart Mill, first published in Commonwealth, and then as a brochure in Germany. 44 The study was written with mighty assistance and coaching by Marx, related Engels later, with whole pages at the end being written by Marx himself, especially in more theoretical passages. 45 Marx's help was secret, Icarius reaped considerable prestige, of course. 46 In the General Council, Marx's continued support of Icarius paid off for the latter. In July 1867 Icarius was named General Secretary. His literary ambitions also flowered. The Times itself took him on as correspondent to report on the Lausanne Congress of the International. Marx approved mightily, for he expected that Icarius' dispatches, carefully formulated, would be good publicity for the International, as they were indeed. 47 What Icarius' dispatches to the Times did besides was to scandalize international circles by their crude ridicule of the French, Proudhonist, delegation particularly. To Marx Icarius claimed that the Times had rewritten his copy, and Marx swallowed this claim whole. The Times shamefully blue pencils Icarius' articles, Marx informed Engels indignantly. He, Icarius, should have realized that the bourgeois editors would exploit his humorous references to the French in order to ridicule the International, but, Marx enjoined Engels, we must keep Icarius' authorship secret, because the way they edited his stories could do him enormous damage. The trouble with this worker writer, Marx lamented, was lack of diplomatic skill. 48 But it was not possible to keep Icarius' authorship secret. I suspect Icarius did not. On the General Council, Peter Fox launched an assault on Icarius' dispatches, and only because of Marx's vigorous defense and counterattack did Icarius get off. 49 As Collins and Abramsky summarize it, Marx, by no means for the last time, defended Icarius against his English critics, and the affair subsided. Writing to Engels about his energetic battle to save Icarius' hide, Marx nevertheless added, still, during the debate Icarius got hauled over the coals good and proper. 50 He hoped it would be a lesson. Even while Marx did this, he knew that, just before this, Icarius had shafted Marx himself in a somewhat similar way. It was in a report Icarius had written for the Beehive on a General Council discussion about the Geneva Peace Congress. Marx had made an important speech for a half hour, yet Icarius' report dismissed it with a couple of phrases, so Marx wrote to Engels, Point 51 We will see what this signified about Icarius, but at the time it seemed to be just another incomprehensible blunder. A year later, Icarius' Congress reports for the Times stirred a violent storm, because of a self-serving crudity so transparent as to lay his character bare to most. While the denunciations flew, Marx sent Engels a cool summary of the charges against Icarius, all true. Icarius took almost no part in the Congress and afterwards presented himself in the Times as the leading mind. There he appropriated the General Council proposals as his private property, and ditto the applause bestowed on them as if it were directed to him. He suppressed the speeches of the others as much as possible and, in order to flatter the Times, falsified Dupont's concluding speech. Lessner, furthermore, has the grievance that when he, Lessner, read passages from my book Capital, Icarius suppressed this fact in the Times. Ditto, his dispatches included the resolution on the book recommending capital to workers only under high pressure. Finally, he falsified the German resolution on war. 52. The only question was what to do about him, or to him. Fury was general. Marx informed Engels, I shall try to protect Icarius against positive measures, but this time I cannot come out for him so partisanly as I did last year. 53 When the storm broke over Icarius' head at the General Council, the minutes, which Icarius as General Secretary tried to suppress, inform us that his only defense was that it was by mistake because he was so much confused. Lafargue answered flatly that he did not believe it. But one notes in the minutes that Marx then moved to pass on, and the meeting dropped the subject. 54 As he had indicated, Marx was trying to run interference for poor Icarius without defending what he had done. Marx did not fail to understand how Icarius had tried to shaft him, Marx, personally, and what he was up to. He was hoping that poor Icarius could be reformed and his talents saved. To a mutual friend he let his hair down and explained why Icarius had suppressed mention of capital more than once. Icarius, who is otherwise very sound, but at the same time very ambitious, has, in Commonwealth and on other occasions, purposely refrained from mentioning it. He likes to appropriate my theoretical work for himself. At the Brussels Congress, Lessner in his speech on the machinery question spoke of my book. The correspondent of the Daily News reported it. Icarius, reporting the Congress sessions for the Times, suppressed it. His goings-on are so much the sillier since he not only owes his knowledge to me but also his post as General Secretary in the General Council. I alone supported him, in the Commonwealth too, against the attacks from the English and French sides. He is relying on the experiences he has gone through to see to it that I keep my eye only on the cause and shut my eyes to personal stupidities. 56. Marx added elsewhere, his egoism needs a puff blow to set him right again. 57 One might think that by this time Marx would have given up on poor Icarius. On the contrary, we will see him continue to push Icarius into new posts. In any case, over 2 decades of this relationship have passed, and our inhuman monster, Marx, has not yet brought himself to see the truth about Icarius, let alone offend him with expressions of disdain and hauteur. We get a glimpse of Icarius' way with Marx in another letter by Marx around this time, again to a mutual friend. Someone, quite possibly Icarius himself, was spreading the word of a break between him and Marx. "This is a misunderstanding," wrote Marx. "On the contrary, to date I have upheld him against the attacks of the English, etc. But he has overweening and often narrow egoism, perhaps developed as a result of his circumstances, commits unpleasant stupidities from time to time. For the most part I take no notice of them. By exception my patience gives way. Then I give him a dressing down, and degree all is right again till the next time. The poor devil is now very sick, and he always uses such times to say his pater peccavi, Father, I have sinned. 58. In fact, Marx was still absurdly soft on the poor devil. Writing to his friend Dr. Kugelmann about the worker philosopher Dietzgen, Marx seized the occasion to vaunt about Icarius. "I always had an inkling that he Dietzgen was not a worker like Icarius," he wrote. 59. In the course of 1869 we learn incidentally that he is still helping Icarius out financially from his own pocket. 60. Although Icarius was still working for the Times, which, we learn, gave him great praise and made him lucrative offers. 61. His dispatches on the Basel Congress of 1869 launched no new scandal. Marx's dressing downs had apparently had effect. But we must pause at a new vignette of Icarius' vaulting egoism at work. At the Congress, reported Lessner to Marx, he went around asking every foreigner whether he had heard of Icarius. 62. The ambitious man's egoism was so gigantic and so unconcealed that in another milieu it might have been accounted a mere quirk. No new storm having broken out over Icarius for a while, Marx reverted to his previous course of collaboration with and help to him. When another international project, the Land and Labor League, for land nationalization, was established in October 1869, Icarius was appointed one of the joint secretaries, a paid job. 63. Hence a plum that only Marx could have got for him. It is plain from the Marx-Engels correspondence that Marx was collaborating with him as closely as ever. 64. And this went on for another 2 years. As late as November 1871, when Icarius was already almost visibly going over to the hate Marx faction as the International bogged down in the mire of factional warfare, Marx still persuaded the General Council to appoint Icarius as Secretary for the United States, a post he promptly proceeded to use to knife both Marx and the Council. But by this time the subjects we have set ourselves, Avinery's thesis or the Marx monster fairy tale, are no longer relevant. In the course of a few months, as the International disintegrated politically, Icarius formally and consciously went over to the camp of the English trade union bureaucracy that was getting into bourgeois politics as the Lib-Lab wing of the Liberal Party. In this course his rites of passage included inciting its enemies against the General Council and bedding down with the anarchists for a short period in a rump international united only by common opposition to independent labor politics. It is not disdain and hauteur that Marx could now possibly express about this poor devil turned renegade, but rather furious denunciation of him as a simple turncoat, scamp, and traitor. Only one key incident needs to be exhumed from oblivion, the point where Icarius broke with Marx. Yes, it was Icarius who decided to kick Marx demonstratively in the face, by sending a curt business note addressing him as "Dear Sir," and written in English, that is, as a stranger. It was already May 1872, and Icarius was far gone, but Marx had not given up hope for him. On receiving this billet doux from Icarius, the Marx monster actually sent an immediate letter pleading with him not to be a fool and forget about it all. "You seem to have become foolish," Marx wrote, "and since for the present I still consider the seizure of yours as transitory, you will allow me for the present to address you neither as Sir, nor Herr, nor Domini, and to write you in German instead of English." Our monster then reminded Icarius how he had defended him for years, stating quite accurately that all the squabbles I ever had with the English on the General Council from the founding of the International up to the last conference have sprung simply from my always taking your part. He reviewed some of the cases. "You seem, however, to imagine that when you make blunders, people have to give you compliments, instead of telling you the truth like everybody else." Marvelous to relate, this letter ended as follows: "Finally, I give you a piece of good advice. Don't think that your old personal and party friends are and remain any the less fond of you if they consider it their duty to face up to your degree freakish moods. Contrariwise, don't imagine that the small clique of Englishmen who are using you for certain purposes are your friends. I could if I wished prove the contrary. And with this, salad. Since my birthday is day after tomorrow, I would not like to reach it with the unpleasant conviction that I have lost one of my oldest friends and co-thinkers. Salad fraternal, 65. Icarius apparently did not even reply to this appeal. 66 He did noise abroad his break with his mentor. We know he wrote to Wilhelm Liebknecht in Germany. Liebknecht concluded from his letter that Icarius had gone out of his head, and wrote to Jenny Marx for information. Jenny replied she had asked Engels to write in her stead about the dirty doings and infamies, which I can't think about without disgust and couldn't relate coldly and calmly enough. Engels' long letter summarized mainly the events of the last period, the gory details of which we have spared the reader. It is a very factual presentation, ending with the opinion that Icarius' trouble was that he tried to turn the International into a milch cow for himself, riding roughshod over all other considerations. If, he said, Liebknecht wrote to the other continental co-workers of the General Council Lochner, Lessner, Fander, Frankel, you will hardly get so cool and unimpassioned an answer as from me. 67 But, then, Engels had not nursed Icarius back to health for years, as Jenny had, nor had he seen Icarius at work close up, as had Icarius' colleagues in the council. Alas, Icarius did not have what it took to capitalize on his break with everything that had ever made his life significant. By 1877 he was dismissed by the Times, having nothing more it wanted. 68 He was now a squeezed lemon. He died in 1889. Posthumously, this poor devil who had yearned to be recognized as a leader and theoretician of international socialism suffered a cruel blow. When the archives of the Austrian government were opened after the fall of the Habsburgs in 1918, it was announced in the Austrian socialist press that Icarius had been a spy who provided the Austrian government with confidential information about the International. Collins and Abramsky, who report this, explain that the accusation was possibly a misunderstanding, that it may have been due to Icarius writing reports for and getting paid by an Austrian editor who was indeed a police spy, and that the charge must be considered not proved, pending an examination of the Austrian police archives. 69 This is a sound caution. Let us now remind ourselves that this is how sophisticated Marxology has proved by documentation that Marx held a skeptical view of the proletariat. For the definition of sophisticated, the reader is referred exclusively to the Oxford English Dictionary. In point of fact, the story of Marx's hopes for Icarius illustrates a quite different point, one of some importance. Marx invested so much supportive effort in Icarius because the tailor could, and did, become a first-class worker intellectual, to use a later term. The importance to Marx of such a proletarian cadre has been stated elsewhere in these pages. It could eliminate or reduce the need for bourgeois intellectuals in the movement. Icarius, like Wilhelm Wolff, was prized because his successes showed that proletarian elements could eventually do the jobs that tended to be monopolized by the educated bourgeois whose corruptive role Marx and Engels so often denounced. In short, the facts about the Marx-Icarius story show precisely the reverse of the undocumented insinuations that are so popular with Marxologists. Special note I, the Whiteling myth, horny-handed proletarian vs. Intellectual. A note to Chapter 18, page 549. The Marxological tradition that portrays Marx as an authoritarian has a sub-tradition, according to which he represented the intellectual's aspiration for domination over the workers. For it cannot be denied that he was an intellectual himself, according to sundry definitions of that term, and of notoriously bourgeois origin at that, and it has been proved that he had no inhibition against treating even certified proletarians with disrespect. In this connection his definitive offense is sometimes taken to be his confrontation with Wilhelm Whiteling in Brussels in 1846. The scenario goes as follows. On the one hand there is Whiteling, then the best-known figure in the fledgling circles of German communism or socialism, ceremoniously referred to in some Marxological works as a born proletarian. On the other hand, there is the bourgeois intellectual Marx, seconded by the Manchester capitalist Engels, both of whom in 1846 are engaged in plotting to take over the communist movement. This is a very bold plot, since there is no such movement as yet. At a portentous meeting on March 30, 1846, the intellectual argues the hapless proletarian down, and seizes control of something, thus dramatizing the dictatorship of the intellectuals over the proletariat. This is a stirring tale, but the facts are even more interesting. To get at them, some irrelevancies must first be cleared away. 1. There was no decision-making meeting involved. There was a discussion gathering of members of the Communist Correspondence Committee, which was Marx's creation. Weitling had been living in London, where he was losing influence. On his way back to the continent he stopped in Brussels, where he was invited to discuss his views at Marx's house. There was no question of a vote on anything, just talk, and there were only a handful present besides the principals. The main reason this soiree is well known is that a Russian visitor named P.V. Anenkov happened to be present, and in 1880 published an account of it in a book of memoirs. To be sure, it is dubious whether Anenkov altogether understood all that went on, or that his memory was fresh a third of a century later, but fortunately nothing hinges on this uncertainty. 2. There was no problem about combating Weitling's influence in the movement, though of course this would otherwise have had to be done. By this time Weitling had already lost the support of the main circle of German communists abroad, the League of the Just in London, soon to become the Communist League, and he enjoyed no credit with the Brussels people around Marx. During the preceding 2 years, while Weitling had been in England, with no Marx around to argue him down, he had succeeded single-handedly in convincing the London group that he was passé point 2. 3. By this time, as we are told in some detail by his sympathetic biographer Wittke, Weitling had become increasingly psychopathic. His mentally disturbed condition, or its manifestations at any rate, had begun in 1843 to 1844 in jail. 3. For what it is worth, little, let us record that Weitling was no proletarian, born or otherwise, but had begun as a typical guild artisan of the time. Illegitimate son of a French officer and a German maidservant, he was apprenticed to a tailor and went through the guild route to become a journeyman and eventually a high-paid high-fashion ladies' tailor, later an independent small tradesman, and, at the end, a small businessman nearing bankruptcy. 4. Much more important is this, unlike other artisans who became communists, Weitling remained utterly alien to the proletarian condition. Biographer Wittke, a staunch anti-Marxist who usually has no truck with class analysis, summarizes his outlook as follows: Weitling wrote with the rage and fire of the craftsman, the artisan, and the petit bourgeois who were beginning to disintegrate under the impact of large-scale industry and were struggling for deliverance from forces that were depressing them into the proletariat. That Weitling's mentality feared descent into the abyss of the unskilled city proletariat is repeated by his biographer in even more detail later. 5. In the March 30 discussion, Marx put it accurately when he attacked his artisan communism, thus differentiating Weitlingism in class terms. 6. 5. At the March 30 meeting it was Weitling who was the best-known intellectual star, not a hapless worker. Though now on the decline, he was still an internationally known author, editor, journalist, and lecturer in at least 3 languages, with almost a decade of fame behind him. 2 years before, Marx, a brand new convert to socialism, had praised him as a proletarian thinker, for this was indeed how he was widely regarded. 7. All the intellectual advantage was on Weitling's side except that now he had nothing of interest to say to the movement. It was because of the proletarian label that Anenkov was surprised at his appearance. The tailor agitator Weitling turned out to be a fair-haired, handsome young man. He was over 37, wearing an elegant style of surtout and a coquettishly close-cropped beard, looking more like a traveling salesman than the stern and wrathful zealot I had presumed I would meet. 8. Engels writes of this meeting in his 1885 article on the history of the Communist League, after giving Weitling full marks for his early impulsion to the movement, but he was no longer the naive young journeyman tailor who, astonished at his own talents, was trying to clarify in his own mind just what a communist society would look like. He was now the great man, persecuted by the envious on account of his superiority, who scented rivals, secret enemies and traps everywhere. The prophet. 9. Evidently Engels did not suspect a mental disorder in the clinical sense, even later when he poked fun at Weitling's great works, including a new grammar, in which the dative case was abolished as an invention of the aristocrats. 10. Weitling's inventions included a theory of the Earth as center of the solar system, and other eccentricities. 11. The foregoing aspects of the Marxological tale are, however, irrelevancies because they do not bear on the real point of the March 30th episode precisely from the standpoint of the much-feared dictatorship of the intellectuals. Among the protagonists in that discussion there was indeed an advocate of a dictatorship of the intellectuals in communist society, one who had openly set forth his plan in some detail. It was Weitling. This is not controversial. It is not just a question of Weitling's completely candid advocacy of a messianic dictatorship and his consistently ferocious denunciation of democracy and democratic methods. In his writings he worked out a blueprint for a hierarchy of learned men, scientists, and technicians ruling his communist society from the top down in the name of intelligence. In the first place, he wrote, I adopted the principle which is admitted as an axiom in the learned world that philosophy must bear rule. What steps should be taken, to hand over the direction of the social order to knowledge? At the apex of public power, therefore, he placed a triumvirate of great philosopher-scientists. Beneath them, in serried ranks, selected by competitive examination, were the lesser lights of learning constituting various assemblies of masters, and so on. 12. This is the framework of his intellectual socialistic state, as one historian has called it. 13. Weitling was by no means alone in envisioning hierarchic communisms. Virtually all the utopia makers excelled in this department. But not since Plato dreamed of philosopher kings had anyone focused so completely on a vision of the future under a dictatorship of intellectuals or something like it. This, then, is the champion of the proletariat chosen by myth-makers to counter the plot for a dictatorship of the intellectuals. This artisan intellectual was also the representative of a crude sort of anti-intellectualism. The combination is not as bizarre as may be supposed. According to Anenkov's account, this was what the discussion blew up over. In his first rambling presentation, Weitling made a thrust against the idea that it was necessary to think up new economic theories, implying that only practical propaganda work was in order. For all necessary theories and the content of the propaganda had already been settled by Weitling's works. Anenkov reports Marx's reply as follows. The gist of his sarcastic speech was that to arouse the population without giving it firm and thoroughly reasoned out basis for its actions meant simply to deceive it. The stimulation of fantastic hopes that had just been mentioned by Weitling, Marx observed further on, led only to the ultimate ruin, and not the salvation, of the oppressed. Especially in Germany, to appeal to the workers without a rigorous scientific idea and without a positive doctrine had the same value as an empty and dishonest game at playing preacher, with someone supposed to be an inspired prophet on the one side and only asses listening to him with mouths agape aloud on the other. In Anenkov's Russia, added Marx, there might still be room for a role like Weitling's which could unite nonsensical prophets and nonsensical followers. But in a civilized country like Germany, Marx continued, developing his idea, people could do nothing without a positive doctrine and, in fact, had done nothing up to now except to make noise, cause harmful outbreaks, and ruin the very cause they had espoused. 16. The color rose in Weitling's pale cheeks, and in a voice quivering with emotion he vaunted his achievements and boasted of the letters of gratitude he had received from all parts of Germany, the Messiah touch, adding that his modest, preparatory work was, perhaps, more important for the general cause than criticism and closet analyses of doctrines in seclusion from the suffering world and the miseries of the people. On hearing these last words, Marx, at the height of fury, slammed his fist down on the table so hard that the lamp on the table reverberated and tottered, and jumping up from his place, said at the same time, "Ignorance has never yet helped anybody." 17. If the theoretician of the dictatorship of intelligence sneered at the work of theory, criticism and analysis, the paradox is not hard to explain. There had to be a division of labor, it was the prophet's task to invent the theory, and the task of the others to propagandize for it amidst the suffering world. In the future society, the triumvirate of great philosophers would not take kindly to unlicensed upstarts who trespassed on their prerogative. The dictatorship of the intellectuals would brook no intellectual competition. This same combination of a form of intellectual elitism with a form of anti-intellectualism was noted by Engels in a late work, reminiscing about the early whiteling iron artisan communists of the 1840s in French Switzerland. At a time when the true Messiah himself was in jail, a revolutionary confidence man named Coleman worked the pockets of his supporters. They who were otherwise arch-democrats and extreme equalitarians to the extent of fostering ineradicable suspicion against any schoolmaster, journalist, and any man generally who was not a manual worker as being an erudite who was out to exploit them, let themselves be persuaded by the melodramatically arrayed Coleman that in the New World it would be the wisest of all, i.e., Coleman who would regulate the distribution of pleasures, and that therefore, even then, in the Old World, the disciples ought to bring pleasures by the bushel to that same wisest of all while they themselves had to be content with crumbs. 21. In other words, class solidarity consists in letting yourself be exploited not by bourgeois intellectuals but by anno-int worker messiahs. This is an example of the proletarian which long masqueraded as leftism, but it had nothing to do with Marx's proletarian socialism. Special note J. Marx's course in April-May 1848, a note to Chapter 8, page 214. In the Marxological package of myths about Marx's line in 1848, one of the items is the claim that Marx was not concerned with the building of workers' organizations at the beginning of the revolution and during its first months, but only made a turn in this direction in early 1849 when he resigned from the Democratic Association. This claim is obviously related to the similar fiction which has it, following Nikolaevsky and others, that the NRZ did not concern itself with working-class issues and interests until late 1848 or early 1849.3. On the contrary, we will now see that Marx's first concern, directly after the outbreak of the revolution in Berlin, was the expansion and link-up of workers' organizations throughout Germany. 4. It is important to understand, as the mythologists do not, that Marx did not counterpose workers' organization against democratic organization during this whole period. They complemented each other, in his view, and required a division of labor from his supporters. Indeed, this was essentially true for Marx already before the revolution. In Brussels, where Marx and Engels were working when the revolution broke out, Marx had already worked out a two-tiered organizational policy. He had been instrumental in founding, and was active in building, two movements, both a democratic association and a workers' movement, the latter being further divisible into a communist core group and its front organization, a broad workers' educational society. In Brussels Marx could be personally active in both because the pressure of revolutionary events did not yet exist. Later, in Cologne, he could not be equally active in both, but this does not affect the principle of the thing. His group was active in both. 5. Both in pre-revolutionary Brussels and in revolutionary Cologne, the Marx group as a political tendency carried out a division of labor in founding and building both a workers' association and a democratic club. This course had been prefigured in the Communist Manifesto. However, the question of which to build when does not depend only on policies or theories, it is also a practical question, a question of how much is feasible in one or the other field at a given moment. Upon the outbreak of the revolution in Paris in February, and the subsequent expulsion of Marx from Belgium, the leading committee of the Communist League was transferred to Paris, as the center of the revolution. In this connection it decided to give Marx full discretionary power to direct the organization's work in the emergency. 6 From March 4 to the end of the month, then, Marx was in direct charge of the League's work. In the middle of the month the revolution spread to Austria and Germany. The preparatory stay in Paris, the most important center of the German emigration, was necessary in order to mobilize the German émigrés influenced by the League for an organized return to Germany. The period was used by Marx both to organize the Germans in Paris, and also to send advance organizers into Germany. First, about organization in Paris. The existing 4 Paris sections of the Communist League were consolidated. At a meeting of the leading committee on March 8, the main item of business was the immediate formation of a German workers' club, an open and public organization for a working-class membership broader than the League itself. Marx was assigned to draft its statutes, and he submitted his draft to another meeting held the very next day. Such was the urgency of this step. 9. What about a democratic association of German émigrés? One had already been formed in Paris, and its influence was a pernicious one. Led by Bornstedt and Herweg, it took a weak bourgeois republican stance in politics, and, much worse, was mainly engaged in organizing an adventurous German legion which was to invade the homeland bearing the revolution on its bayonets, financed by French gold. 10 To Marx and the Communist League, this was as false politically as it was farcical militarily. One of the reasons the German Workers' Club was needed in a hurry was to mobilize the Paris Germans for an entirely different course, opposed to that of the Democratic Association. In short, in this first, Paris, period of the revolution, Marx had to organize a workers' association as against the existing Democratic Association. There might have been a point to helping a German Democratic Association in Paris only if some elements were found there who were sympathetic but unwilling to organize in a workers' group, but this is an academic question since the democratic slot was preempted by the Bornstedt-Herweg types. Under the existing circumstances, Marx went to considerable effort to advertise, through correspondence and in the German and French press, that the Workers' Club had nothing to do with the Democratic Association and its Legion scheme. The longest explanation, written for Marx by his wife, went to Wedemeyer in Germany, asking him to spread this information in his own paper and to as many other German papers as possible. 11 Marx and the League Committee put out a statement in French for the Paris press, along the same lines. 12. In contrast, Marx's aim was to mobilize German revolutionaries in Paris to go home without public fanfare but with links established among themselves, preferably through the Communist League, that would facilitate their organized activity once they got into the movement at home. In point of fact, the League got 300 or 400 to return to Germany under its aegis. 13 In terms of this course, the organizational program was the establishment of workers' associations as widely as possible and their speedy link-up into a national organization. This was started by the Communist League in Paris under Marx's leadership. The political program for this effort was drafted around March 21 to 29 in the shape of the 17 demands of the Communist Party in Germany, whose content has already been discussed in Chapter 7.14. It was published as a leaflet by the end of the month, republished in a number of German papers, and widely used by Communist League organizers and by Marx's group in Cologne. For present purposes we need only remind that its heavy emphasis was on demands of interest to workers and peasants, and secondarily to the petty bourgeois component of the Democratic Alliance. With these goals the Communist League under Marx sent a number of organizers into Germany as advance emissaries. Karl Wallau was sent back to his hometown, Mainz, before the end of March. Wallau was a member of the League's Central Committee who had already worked closely with Marx in Brussels, as president of the German Workers' Association in that city. For Marx he was an ideal emissary. In Mainz, working with Adolf Kluss and others, he promptly founded a workers' association. Wilhelm Wolff, Marx's close associate and friend, came by on April 3 and helped the Mainz people draft an appeal to other cities. The Mainz appeal, issued on April 5, called for the formation of workers' associations throughout Germany, with the Mainz group acting as temporary center for responses, preliminary to forming a real nationwide organization and central committee. On April 8, Marx and Engels, on their way from Paris to Cologne, stopped at Mainz for a couple of days and went over these plans with Wallau and Mainz activists. 21 Among the plans discussed, no doubt, was the spreading of the Mainz appeal for the formation of workers' associations. It was widely reprinted, mainly in papers in Western and Southern Germany. In leaflet form, it was sent to workers' organizations all over the country. As Communist League organizers passed through Mainz, they took away batches of copies which they spread wherever they went. Wolf distributed copies even on a Rhine steamer and a railway train. Wolf had left Mainz on the 6th, before Marx arrived, and went on to Cologne. In Cologne, he gave the Mainz appeal directly to Dr. Gottschalk, the philanthropic physician who was engaged in organizing a new association in the city. The Cologne Workers' Association was founded on the 13th. It adopted an address acknowledging the Mainz initiative and definitely stating that we too established ourselves as a workers' association after the example of our sister city Mainz. Gottschalk had not wanted the new group to be a workers' association. Characteristically, as we have seen 22, he wanted the Cologne group to call itself a democratic socialist club instead. He was defeated on this proposal, showing that his politics were implicitly repudiated by the membership even before his personal popularity started to fade. The reference to the example of Mainz, that is, of Marx's organizational line, had to do with the open class character of the organization established. Wallau was only the first of the Communist League activists to go back into Germany, on the initiative of the Paris leadership under Marx, as advance field organizers with the perspective of building a nationwide workers' association movement, as well as of recruiting League members where possible. There were a number of others, from the end of March through April and partly into May. Karl Schapper covered Wiesbaden and Hesse-Nassau. Wade Meyer was active in Hamm, F. A. Bergman in Regensburg. Stephen Born went to Berlin and stayed there, losing his communist politics in the course of his individual work. Wilhelm Wolff went not only to Mainz and Cologne, but also to Koblenz, Hanover, Berlin, and Breslau, and then worked in Silesia for some months, without dissolving his revolutionary politics. Point 23. Ernst Dranke, a young man only recently recruited to the League, who had accompanied Marx and Engels from Paris through Mainz to Cologne, went out on an organizational tour of some extent, sending back important reports to Marx in Cologne. Dranke covered Koblenz, Frankfurt, Mainz, and other cities. His reports on the immediate outlook for building workers' associations or recruiting to the League came to Marx well into May, that is, close to the launching of the Neue Rheinischen on June 1. These reports were quite pessimistic, and may have been instrumental in discouraging further efforts in this direction on the nationwide scale that Marx had originally envisaged. Point 24. The Mainz appeal had attracted a very limited response. Besides, the publication of the NRZ immediately threw the whole Cologne cadre around Marx into strenuous day-to-day work. The big picture is this: throughout the country the rush of revolutionary events, breaking over a politically inexperienced and untrained working class, overwhelmed the fragile new cadres of the Communist League. In 1884 Engels retrospectively put it this way: the few hundred separate League members vanished in the enormous mass that had been suddenly hurled into the movement. Thus, the German proletariat at first appeared on the political stage as the extreme Democratic Party. 25. It was unable to take the stage as an independent proletarian movement, though Marx had tried to take this course. This was quite to be expected from the hindsight of 1884, but Marx, himself suddenly hurled into the movement like everyone else, had to spend at least April and May of 1848 finding it out for himself. Émigré organizers could not improvise an independent proletarian movement simply by appearing on the scene, when the makings for it did not yet exist. A whole course of revolutionary experience had to be gone through by the working class, and this education is what 1848 provided. Marx had to readapt himself to this reality by the middle of May. The sequence of events makes clear that this was not caused by an orientation toward working in the Democratic Association, the relation was vice versa. He had to reorient himself in this practical direction because he had ascertained the immediate infeasibility of building a workers' association movement on a national scale. For the next several months, therefore, the work of the Marx group focused on Cologne, where, as we have explained 26, they followed a division of labor in building a workers' association and a sympathetic democratic association side by side, in close alliance for some time. Here Marx put the Communist League form of organization on the shelf in favor of the open, broad workers' association component in this strategy, to be discussed in Volume 3. In the last months of the Revolution, in 1849, Marx gave up working in the Democratic Association and counterposed the perspective of building a national workers' association. In doing this, he was not adopting this perspective for the first time but merely returning it to the top of the agenda. There is another, third-hand source that dates back to September 1883. G. A. Lopatin, the Russian populist translator of Capital, had a talk with Engels and wrote a friend the next day with a report of the conversation, which included this. Do you remember, as I said, that Marx himself had never been a Marxist? Engels related that during the struggle of Bruce, Malin, and co. against the others, Marx once laughingly said, I can say only one thing, that I am no Marxist. Retranslated from the German 10. The struggle of Bruce, Malin, and co. against the others, the Marxists, took place in 1881 to 1882, culminating in the split which saw the formation of a possibilist party versus a more or less Marxist party. It was, then, a recent event when Lopatin talked with Engels. It had been even fresher when Engels wrote his first letter about it to Bernstein in 1882. Yet in 2 of the 1890 loci, Engels had referred to the late 1870s, perhaps a lapse of memory. While Lopatin's testimony is not decisive per se, his dating, reporting Engels, fits the pattern of events better than the late 70s, especially if we look at the content of Engels' letters to Lafargue during those years before 1880. One more comment on Lopatin, although he states very plainly that Marx said it laughingly, his first sentence is peculiar, as if he is trying to make something of it. For as a populist it would be right up his street to believe that Marx was no more a Marxist than Lopatin. If this is what he is getting at, then the jugglery with Marx's laughing quip started with the first one who had the proper axe to grind, and its later career stands in bold relief. Finally, let us mention Marx's other French son-in-law, Charles Longuet, who included a rather vague reference in 1900 in his preface to Marx's Civil War in France. Well known is his witty sally-boutade apropos of certain applications or concretizations of his doctrine, toujours est-il que moi, je ne suis pas Marxiste. Still and all, I am no Marxist. The words are now distorted by approximate memory, and Longuet is too discreet even to mention that Marx was talking about the French. The context suggests that Longuet would like to juggle with the quotation, but he does not do it explicitly. Point 11. The adjective form Marx turned up just as naturally, as when the leading Cologne paper referred to some people of the Marxist Chen sect, or a writer attacked the Marxist Chen Party 20. But this is a standard way of making an adjective out of any name, and should not be equated with an ideologizing suffix like ist, ian, it, and the like. One very minor exception has been pointed out. At the end of 1877 the French Gauze d'Ist organ Egalite published an unsigned article on German political economy which incidentally stated that La Salle adopts the Marxist theories 24, a statement certain to disgruntle Marx. In France Marxist came to be used to label the Gestists as a current distinct from the Possibilists and Blanquists, these latter two labels being likewise endowments by others. The Possibilist leader Paul Bruce, a Bakuninist who had gone over to right-wing socialism, published a brochure entitled Le Marxisme dans I International in 1882.25. After Marx's death, Engels' letters occasionally reflected this common use of Marxist for the French group. Like everyone else, he usually, but not invariably, enclosed it in quotes. Point 26. In his own mind the usage was second-hand, as we know from his explanation to Paul Lafargue. We have never called you anything other than the so-called Marxists, and I would not know how else to designate you. The trouble was, he explained, that the group had no short usable name that was clear to readers elsewhere. Point 27. Writing to Laura Marx Lafargue, Engels remarked that we have proved to the world that almost all socialists in Europe are Marxists. They will be mad they gave us that name. 28 in 1893 Laura quipped, in a jocular French language note to Engels, as for me, my dear General, you know that it's enough to be Marxist et Engelsist to stay young forever. 29 It is to be hoped that Laura will not go down in Marxological history as the founder of Engelsism. This image is taken from Heine's then recent satire Germany, A Winter's Tale, Caput 3, where he ridicules the introduction of the spiked helmet for the Prussian cavalry. It suggests medieval nobles and squires, knights errant and lords superior, who bore true faith upon their breast, coats of arms upon their posterior. Heine too had the serious aim of combating trends that looked back to pre-bourgeois times. An example of a proposed answer in terms of a set of ideas is that put forward in 1933 by S. Hook, who posed the question explicitly. It can be categorically stated that it is Marx's theory of the state which distinguishes the true Marxist from the false. 16 His context is how to distinguish liberal Marxism, that is, Bernsteinian reformism. However, a social reactionary can hold a class theory of the state similar to Marx's, merely choosing a different class side. To be sure, the theory may have to be clandestine, as may have been illustrated by a certain German case. 17 This is true even more often of Marx's economic theory. For example, N. F. Danielson and G. A. Lopatin, who translated Capital into Russian, largely agreed with its contents but were far from being Marxists, whereas Karl Liebknecht disagreed with Marx's economic theory. 18. The bracketed words were added in the more Engels English translation of the Manifesto. 23. In this connection we must again point out that Marx and Engels used terms like political power from time to time in the same colloquial way as everyone else. The context must be examined. Contrast Marx's emphasis that the term productive laborer, as against unproductive, was not honorific but a reflection of capitalist conditions, discussed in chapter 16 below. This distinction is made mainly in 3 or 4 of Marx's earlier writings, up to 1852. 14 It has been widely distorted into the claim that for Marx a class exists only in the form of conscious organization. For Marx's last use of this bit of Hegelace, see below, chapter 12, 9. Alienation of labor under capitalism, in Marx's mature theory, will be touched on again in volume 4. For present purposes it may be sufficient to point to the following line of thought in Capital. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. 19. For the beginnings of this view, see KMTR 1, Chapter 7, Section 8. For further discussion of this point, see Special Note A, on the abolition of the proletariat by automation. There seems to be a special problem about calling workers asses. For one Marxological view, see Special Note H. The connection is worth mentioning. The Beehive, the only labor paper of the time, 1869, was being taken over by thoroughly bourgeois elements. Some months later, Engels wrote, "It is really lucky that the Beehive now shows its bourgeois colors both impudently and stupidly." This cringing before Gladstone, and the whole bourgeois patronizing philanthropic tone, must soon break the paper's neck and make a real workers' paper a necessity. It is very good that, just at the moment when the workers are rousing from their liberal intoxication, their only paper is becoming more and more bourgeoisified. 43. Engels included, so he pointed out in 1857. Hailing the onset of economic crisis as a political icebreaker, he informed Marx that I feel in mighty good spirits amidst this general breakdown. The bourgeois filth of the last 7 years had stuck to me to some extent after all. Now it is being washed away, and I am beginning to feel like a new person again. The crisis will do me good physically like a sea bath. I already see that. 45. This comes up almost accidentally as a retort to the Bauerites, who aver that a spiritual mode of being cannot be elevated without being changed, and to be changed it must be subjected to extreme opposition. Marx replies, if the Bauerites were better acquainted with the movement of the lower classes, they would know that the extreme opposition they have been subjected to from practical life is changing them every day. Literature by workers shows that the lower classes know how to elevate themselves intellectually geistig even without the help of the Bauerites. How? By organization, the organization of the masses of which the Bauerites talk abstractly but which is actually accomplished by bourgeois conditions themselves. 72. There is another passage which is really more to the point, though bogged down in the philosophic jargon typical of the book. The Bauerites proclaim the mass of people as the main enemy, and Marx replies. The enemies of progress outside the mass are precisely those products of self-debasement, self-rejection, and self-alienation of the mass which have been endowed with independent being and a life of their own. The mass therefore aims against its own deficiency when it aims against the independently existing products of its self-debasement, just as man, turning against the existence of God, turns against his own religiosity. But as those practical self-alienations of the mass exist in the real world in an outward way, the mass must fight them in an outward way. It must by no means regard these products of its self-alienation as merely ideal phantasmagoria, mere alienations of self-consciousness, and must not wish to abolish material estrangement by a purely inward spiritual action. 73. This is how Marx quoted himself verbatim in an account written in 1852.88. He was presumably correcting the corresponding passage in the minutes of the meeting, or quoting from his own notes. The minutes give the passage in slightly different form. Instead of the materialist outlook of the manifesto, the idealist outlook was emphasized. Instead of the actual conditions, the will was emphasized as the main thing in the revolution. Whereas we tell the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil war to go through in order to change the conditions, to make yourselves fit for ruling, this is what is said instead, we must come to power right away, or else we may as well go to sleep. 89. Above all, William Thompson, who is now noticed in histories of socialism almost only because of his first work, Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, but his subsequent labor rewarded, gave a pioneer analysis of a socialist basis for supporting trade unions. 1. Another outstanding individual exception was James Morrison, editor of the trade union paper The Pioneer, but typically Morrison's socialism was of a mild sort, as his paper shows. Marx quoted from and commented on this statement of Proudhon's in an essay on anarchist anti-politics. 2. Marx's first discussion of Proudhon's opposition to trade unionism is in the last section of his Poverty of Philosophy. 3. In 1851 Engels jotted down notes analyzing another of Proudhon's works. Here he clearly pinpointed Proudhon's basic support to small property and merchant profit, in spite of his fame for the aphorism property is theft, and, in addition, showed how Proudhon's denunciation of trade unionism related to his admiration for the soul of the peasant, Proudhon's expression. Engels ended this section of his notes as follows: his criterion was that of small Parisian industry, instead of seeing the need for associations unions in the development of large-scale industry. 4. This reference to Owen is accurate. But in Anti-Düring, repeated in Socialism Utopian and Scientific, in the course of glowing praise for Owen, Engels mentions that he was president of the first Congress at which the trade unions of England united in a single great trade association. 7. This may mislead. Owen's semi-accidental and transitory connection with the early trade union movement only ended by highlighting his basic hostility to it. 8. However, there were trade union militants who considered themselves Owenites, that is, socialists. Their spokesman, such as James Morrison, had to break with Owen himself. The parenthetical explanation was inserted in the Moore Engels translation of 1888. but it is a measure of the brilliance of the condition of the working class that its analysis of the trade union question is substantially more balanced than that reached by Marx even at the end of 1847, when he was preparing a series of lectures on political economy published 2 years later as Wage, Labor and Capital. In unpublished notes for a lecture on wages and unions, Marx accepted without qualification the bourgeois economists' objections to the economic rationale of unions and strikes, proposing only socialist revolutionary motivations for supporting trade unionism 32, which will be cited in the next section. The difference was due to Engels' closeness, in England, to the real movement. In fact, by the 1850s, after Marx moved to England, and in the midst of a strike wave, Marx began reflecting considerations similar to those that Engels had anticipated in 1844 to 1845. So much for theory without practice. It was published posthumously, in English as Value, Price, and Profit, in German with the more suitable title of Wages, Price, and Profit. The evolution of Marx's theory of wages, as well as its relationship to the mythical theory of increasing misery that he is alleged to hold, is the subject of an extensive literature, which is outside our present purview. 40 I plan to take up the increasing misery myth in another volume. In the first volume, trade unionism is glancingly mentioned as the means whereby the workers try to organize a regular cooperation between employed and unemployed in order to destroy or weaken the ruinous effects of the capitalist law that the pressure of the relative surplus population regulates competition in the labor market. 43 This was plainly one of the many subjects that Marx postponed to the unwritten volumes. Of course, capital has other material bearing on the theory of wages in general. A basic passage on the economic role of trade unionism is among the isolated fragments in Marx's manuscript Results of the Immediate Process of Production, appended to Banthoux's new translation of Volume 1 of Capital, Pelican Marx Library, pages 1069-70. Only 2 years later, at the Brussels Congress of 1868, after Proudhonist influence had waned, it became possible to adopt a resolution entitled Trades Unions and Strikes, in which it was resolved 1. That strikes are not a means to the complete emancipation of the working classes, but are frequently a necessity in the actual situation of the struggle between labor and capital. 57 By this time, there were other problems, as we shall see. This talk came to a head at the Lausanne, 1867, Congress of the International, which was dominated by the French and Belgian Proudhonists. A formal report and full-length discussion dealt with the proposition that the existing workers' associations, specifically the cooperative movement, tended to produce a fourth estate, a higher-paid stratum of workers, at the expense of the formation of a fifth estate, depressed low-paid workers, whose conditions were so much the worse. This danger had been suggested to the International from a rightward standpoint by the bourgeois democratic radical philosopher Ludwig Buchner. The reporter, C. de Pepe, counterposed mutualist, Proudhonist, associations to cooperatives which operated simply as profit-making enterprises within the present system. If the latter spread, it would mean the creation of a new class composed of cooperative members who share these profits, a sort of middle class intermediate between the bourgeoisie, third estate, and the depressed proletariat, new fifth estate. 74. In this passing reference to the lumpenproletariat, it is not altogether clear what East End elements are meant. The example of the peddler which is immediately given points to marginal and itinerant elements outside the proletariat, in accordance with the analysis below, in chapter 15. But this has nothing to do with Engels' emphasis elsewhere on the success of the new unionism in organizing the most depressed layers of the working class. In fact, here Engels counterposes the lumpenproletariat to the East End worker. Similarly, in a letter to a union organizer, perhaps Eleanor Marx, Engels wrote: "If these poor downtrodden men, the dregs of the proletariat, these odds and ends of all trades, fighting every morning at the dock gates for an engagement, if they can combine, and terrify by their resolution the mighty dock companies, truly then we need not despair ot any section or the working class." This is the beginning of real life in the East End, and if successful will transform the whole character of the East End. Therefore want of self-confidence, and of organization among the poor devils groveling in stagnant misery lasciate ogni speranza. If the dockers get organized, all other sections will follow. 97. The transformation to the dock workers of today, a revolutionization of humankind on a partial scale, was achieved by class struggle, not welfarism. The more usual term is sectarianism, but this commonly implies the pursuit of certain policies, whereas I am concerned here with the adoption of the sect as a form of organization, apart from the policies pursued by the sect. This question, sectism, as well as party organization generally, will be discussed more basically in Volume 3. For an incidental view of the Lassaline party dictatorship imposed on controlled trade unions, see Special Note B. This was explained in our first volume 19. It must be remembered that this broad use of politics or state characterized not only Hegel but also those who broke with his conclusions but stayed inside his conceptual framework. It was the language of a whole milieu. At the opposite pole is the contemporary tendency to narrow political to electoral activity. So in a set of minutes certified by Cuno and Zarga and sent to Marx. 27, there are 3 other versions, without essential differences. In another set of minutes, which was published in 1958, the wording is almost the same. 28 Barry himself wrote up the Congress for the London Standard, and related the incident as follows. He, Mottershead, asserted that Barry was not a recognized leader of English working men. Marx said no fault had been found in Barry, and the validity of the mandate had not been contested. The question of fitness was one for the section making the appointment. As to the accusation that Barry was not a recognized leader of English working men, that was an honor, for almost every recognized leader of English working men was sold to Gladstone, Morley, Dilke, and others. 29. Bakunin's Lieutenant Guillaume wrote it up long afterward in his characteristically distorted fashion. 30 The accuracy of Marx's view of the financial links between the trade union leaders and the Liberal Party machine has been established in some detail by Royden Harrison. 31. In 1875 a letter by Engels contained a peculiar formulation which seems to bear on this question. Writing to the German party about the defects of the Gotha program, he noted the necessity of including mention of trade unionism. 52 and added, considering the importance which this trade union question has attained also in Germany, it would be absolutely necessary in our opinion to mention it in the program and if possible to leave open a place for it in the party organization. 53. Leave open a place for what in the party organization? A place for the trade unions in literally inside the party organization would go beyond even Schweitzer's practice. This cannot be the meaning. Engels may have had in mind a place in the party organization for the direction of the party's trade union cadres and their work. The social democratic form of this tradition did not become prominent inside the socialist movement until after Engels' death, although 3 years before that, Karl Legian, who was to become the chief of trade union reformism in Germany, had enunciated the principle that trade unions must be neutral in party politics. 57 It was in 1906 that the issue came to a head in the German party, in the context of the rise of Bernstein's revisionism. The alleged principle of trade union neutrality was the formula by which reformists sought to prevent a trade union movement from deciding to support socialists, where the trade unions were supporting bourgeois politicians and functioning as political appendages of bourgeois parties. The reformists swung happily into line. While the later Second International debates on trade union neutrality are outside our purview, we must note that this slippery formula had nothing whatever to do with Marx's view about the organizational autonomy of trade unions with relation to political parties. So in English, but since syndicalisme is simply the French word for trade unionism, the less ambiguous term revolutionary syndicalism is common in continental languages. In spite of all, syndicalistic notions have been attributed to Marx on the sole basis of a certain conversation with an obscure German trade unionist named Hamann, which took place shortly after the above-quoted correspondence about Becker. Since references to this conversation with Hamann keep popping up, the facts are set forth in Special Note B. Aside from the manifestos, the General Council was made unaccustomedly sensitive to the question of who acted in their name. A small but symbolic point was worked out in the General Council meeting that adopted its well-known address to Abraham Lincoln, who was to present the document to the U.S. Embassy. The minutes relate. A long discussion then took place as to the mode of presenting the address and the propriety of having a MP with the deputation. This was strongly opposed by many members who said working men should rely on themselves and not seek for extraneous aid. 9. The motion that was passed limited the delegation to council members. Marx reported to Engels. Part of the Englishmen on the committee wanted to have the deputation introduced by a member of parliament since it was customary. This hankering was defeated by the majority of the English and the unanimity of the Continentals, and it was declared, on the contrary, that such old English customs ought to be abolished. 10. There were other symbolic tests. In 1865 the General Council announced it had refused the proposal of a rich English lord who had offered an annual subsidy to be the organization's protector. 11. The question of Tory gold was going to be an issue touching on self-emancipation all through the century. The same metaphor peeps out of Marx's peroration to his address to the National Labor Union of the United States, on behalf of the International. On you, then, depends the glorious task to prove to the world that now at last the working classes are best riding the scene of history no longer as servile retainers, but as independent actors, conscious of their own responsibility. 47. Marx means the followers of Comte, called positivists. The English positivists, especially Professor Edward Beazley, did defend the Commune against the press slander campaign, in spite of their own antisocialism. In a caustic paragraph just before this, Marx had distinguished the English Comtists from their French co-religionists, and attacked Comtism as follows. Comte is known to the Parisian workman as the prophet in politics of imperialism, Bonapartism, of personal dictatorship, of capitalist rule in political economy, of hierarchy in all spheres of human action, even in the sphere of science, and as the author of a new catechism with a new pope and new saints in place of the old ones. 57. This passage did not appear in the final version. Or both, a Bonapartist palace revolution. Engels saw a possibility of this in the 1850s if the emperor were assassinated in one of the many attentats. He remarked in a letter to Marx that he hoped the old scoundrel would not be done in. For in that case the Bonaparte clique would merely make a deal with the Orleanist royalists and go right on. Before the workers' districts could think about it, Morny Bonaparte's heir apparent would have made his palace revolution, and although a revolution from below would be thereby postponed only briefly, yet its basis would be a different 1.63. In German the word entered political language, from the French, during the Revolution of 1848, as a political weapon of the left against the Prussian Crown's octroyed constitution. The right denounced it as an evil foreign word. 65. Marx picked it up with enthusiasm in his Neue Reinigungszeitung during the Revolution, as we shall see. Marx usually used bourgeoisie and capitalist class interchangeably, without a definite distinction. It would be useful to make a terminological demarcation, with capitalist narrowly reserved for the strictly economic relationship of exploitation, and bourgeois for the broader and more varied social relationships that cluster around the capitalist class. In this sense the bourgeoisie would be viewed as a social penumbra around the hardcore of capitalists proper, shading out into the diverse social elements who function as servitors or hangers-on of capital without themselves owning capital. I suggest this distinction not because it was followed by Marx but to alert the reader to the need for interpreting different cases from their context. Marx often used middle class for bourgeoisie, explained below. 1. Marx also makes clear in this article, however, that German theory takes on a philosophic guise because of German backwardness. 7. 15 years later he made the same point less philosophically. Degree the middle class, still too weak to venture upon active movements, felt themselves compelled to march in the rear of the theoretical army led by Hegel's disciples against the religion, the ideas, and the politics of the Old World. The power of philosophy during that period was entirely owing to the practical weakness of the bourgeoisie, as they could not assault the antiquated institutions. In fact, they must yield precedence to the bold idealists who assaulted them in the region of thought. 8. Marx later, autumn 1850, sketched an economic analysis of the rhythm of prosperity and depression which conditioned the development of the liberal opposition in the 40s. For the variable meanings of democracy in this period, see Volume 1 of this work. 24. It is particularly important at this point to put the spotlight on the phrase the democracy. This was not the label of a set of ideas, but of a movement of the people, of the broad masses, in whatever sense, including vague ones. In fact, the democracy, as used by the left in the 19th century, was very like another vague term popular in the 20th, the masses. A Democrat, capitalized or not, was one of the supporters of or participants in this movement, whatever their views on democracy in today's sense. The democracy often appeared as a capitalized noun, especially in the Chartist press, but there was no consistency, and we may expect that one meaning shades into the other, depending on context. Not only the Chartists. In an 1852 article in the New York Tribune, Marx attacked the Whig leader Lord John Russell's demagogic use of democratic rhetoric. Russell had said, "The people of this country are, in other words, the democracy of the country." Marx then exerted himself to show that Russell's explanations of the label emptied it of all meaning. 25. This historical usage affects my own use of the term, where I have capitalized democracy or Democrat to distinguish it from today's sense. In German, of course, there is no distinction, since all nouns are capitalized. Interpretative capitalization is due to the translator. There are two partial exceptions. In August 1844, Marx inserted in the Paris Vorwärts an excerpt from a letter written by his wife Jenny, already quoted in Volume 1.28. Jenny, writing from Trier, commented on a recent assassination attempt that it showed that in Germany a political revolution is impossible, but for a social revolution all the seeds are present. The germinal idea of permanent revolution. 29. Karl had not yet put the idea down on paper, as far as we know. There is a report from a more dubious source. After being badly bested by Marx in a political confrontation on March 30, 1846, Weitling reported Marx's views in a letter which is full of distortions, and according to this unreliable letter Marx had said that as for the realization of communism, there can be no talk of it to begin with, the bourgeoisie must first come to the helm. 30. No doubt Marx did say something like this. 40-odd years later Engels thought Marx's main thesis was clear enough in this part of Weitling's letter. 31. But the exact formulation is another matter. Marx pointed more than once to the same pattern in another form, that is, where the proletariat is used as troops for the bourgeoisie, also in order to combat the enemy of its enemy. The Communist Manifesto refers to the undeveloped stage where the proletarians do not fight their enemies, but the enemies of their enemies, the remnants of absolute monarchy. 35. In an article on the June 1848 uprising in Paris, Marx says of the February overthrow of the Louis-Philippe monarchy, what they the people instinctively hated in Louis-Philippe was not Louis-Philippe, but the crowned rule of a class, capital on the throne. But, magnanimous as always, they fancied they had destroyed their enemy after overthrowing the enemy of their enemies, the common enemy. 36. The same problem naturally cropped up in England too, when hatred of the bourgeoisie among, say, the Chartists led to illusions about the role of the Tory aristocracy, simply because the latter too were anti-bourgeois in their own way. In 1852 Engels wrote of the left-wing Chartist leader Ernest Jones, who was combating this tendency, "Without our doctrine he would never have hit the right tack and would never have found out how on the one hand the instinctive class hatred of the workers against the industrial bourgeoisie, the sole possible basis for the reorganization of the Chartist party, can not only be retained but even widened, developed, and made to serve as the foundation of enlightening propaganda, and how on the other hand one can be progressive all the same and oppose the reactionary cravings of the workers and their prejudices." 37. Jones had to combat his own tendency in this same direction. 38. It was entirely natural, thought Engels, particularly at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, that the workers, engaged as they were in direct struggle against only the industrial bourgeoisie, should ally themselves to the aristocracy and other sections of the bourgeoisie, who did not exploit them directly and who were also opposing the industrial bourgeoisie. Entirely natural, like a disease, but still dangerous, this alliance contaminated the working class movement with a considerable influx of reactionary elements and with other deleterious influences. 39. Compare this key sentence, which we will return to, with what Marx had written in The Holy Family about the proletariat. It is not a question of what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat, at the moment regards as its aim. It is a question of what the proletariat is, and what, in accordance with this being, it will historically be compelled to do. 46. On this point, compare also Marx's briefest formulation, given in the course of a lecture on free trade in January 1848. The English workers, he said, are not duped by the illusions and lies of the free traders. And if, in spite of this, the workers made common cause with them against the landowners, it was in order to destroy the last remnants of feudalism and to have only a single enemy left to deal with. 52. As we shall see in the rest of this chapter, it is not clear whether at this point Marx worked with Engels in developing this approach or whether he even agreed with it as yet. Certainly the available documentation indicates that it was Engels who pushed ahead more boldly on this issue. The concept of a transitional program, a plan for the passage from present-day society to the new social order, was already well known in the socialist movement. This term itself had been prominently used by Cabet, Heinzen, and others. 57. Compare the statement included in a Kommunistische Zeitschrift article, probably written by Schapper, summarizing reasons why workers should reject Cabet's plan to build experimental communities, because for the communists, who recognize the principle of personal freedom, a community of goods is impossible without a transitional period, indeed a democratic transitional period, during which personal, that is, private property is first gradually changed into social property, as impossible as a harvest without sowing for a farmer. 64. While Engels was planning to revise his own draft of the manifesto, he wrote Marx, "What I have here has not yet all been submitted for endorsement, but, apart from a few quite minor details, I mean to get it through in a form in which there will at least be nothing contrary to our views." Writing in 1860 about the history of the Communist League, Marx recalled that, through its early years, the League's doctrines ran through all the varieties of French and English socialism and communism, plus their German variations. At the Second Congress of the League in November-December 1847, there was a lively discussion, and after vehement debates over several weeks, the manifesto of the Communist Party written by Engels and me was accepted. 81. This indicates that Marx and Engels might have been willing to omit from the official document points on which there was no consensus, but not that they included anything they disagreed with. While it is true that, as Engels wrote toward the end of his life, the manifesto marked the merger of the two currents represented by the worker artisans who formed the League and by the Marx-Engels circle. 82. It is not true that Marx and Engels wrote the document as a compromise, except in the above stated limited sense. This type of problem is further discussed in Special Note E, Section 1, below. The only translation of the manifesto that clearly indicated this meaning was the French version by Laura, Marx, Lafargue, revised by Engels, and published in Paris in 1886, La conquête du pouvoir politique par la démocratie, the conquest of political power by the democracy. 86. This meaning was possibly also intended by the 1850 Macfarlane translation, the conquest of democracy, in view of the capitalization of the last term. 87. Engels cites most of the demands in his 1885 History of the Communist League, but this statement is not one of those included. From the later perspective, it no doubt looked like one of the naïvetés of 1848.95. Marx plays on the term in his 18th Brumaire, when he mentions that the French National Assembly had adjourned both in 1849 and 1850 and each time left behind a permanent commission, which means a temporary continuations committee of the Assembly. He then puns, "The party of order declared itself in permanence against the revolution. This time 1850 the parliamentary republic declared itself in permanence against the President Bonaparte." 2. There is a similar punning usage in a letter by Marx to Engels, in which Marx jocularly says he could not declare myself in permanence at Chartner's with a pot of beer 3. For more information on the uncertain origin of the term, and in particular Marx's first uses of it, see Special Note C. This also discusses the myth that the term was Blanquist in origin. An article by B. Nikolaevsky says that the term permanent revolution kept popping up again and again in Gottschalk's publications. 15 In the Marx biography by Nikolaevsky and Mencken-Helfen, Gottschalk's use of the term is mentioned only in connection with a vitriolic attack on Marx which he published after he had lost support among the Cologne workers. 16 In this open letter Gottschalk not only foams over with slanders but also expostulates that Marx does not believe in the permanence of the revolution, whereas he, Gottschalk, thinks a permanent revolution is a possibility. 17 He seems to be using it only as a general catchword for revolution tout court, it is not some special concept. But Gottschalk's use was not peculiar, since the term kept popping up for decades in the writings of political figures who were not concerned with its special relation to the problems of bourgeois revolution. For example, in 1873 Engels in passing recorded its appearance in the literature of the Spanish Bakuninists. 18. What Lenin wrote in 1907 was quite true, in the activities of Marx and Engels themselves, the period of their participation in the mass revolutionary struggle of 1848 to 1849 stands out as the central point. This was their point of departure when determining the future pattern of the workers' movement and democracy in different countries. It was to this point that they always returned in order to determine the essential nature of the different classes and their tendencies in the most striking and purest form. It was from the standpoint of the revolutionary period of that time that they always judged the later, lesser, political formations and organizations, political aims and political conflicts. 21. Democratic Party was a much used expression, but of course there was no organization with this name. As we have explained, party meant a political tendency, even if unorganized. We shall see Engels writing, later, about joining the Democratic Party. This meant announcing adherence to a certain wing of politics. What Marx actually became a member of was the local Democratic Association in Cologne, as well as becoming a member of the Workers' Association. Later the local democratic associations got so far as to meet regionally and nationally and to elect executive committees for coordination. In the legislatures, a party meant at most a parliamentary caucus. The club movement in the revolution should not be confused with modern party structures. A good place in the NRZ to see this meaning of party, and also the above explained meaning of Organ der Demokratie, is a business announcement which boasted, through their personal connections with the heads of the Democratic Party in England, France, Italy, Belgium, and North America, the editors are in a position to reflect the politico-social movement abroad for their readers more correctly and clearly than any other paper. In this regard the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung is the organ not simply of the German but of the European democracy. 24 That is, it is the organ of a movement, the democracy, and not simply of a concept, democracy. Marxological enterprises likewise generally ignore Marx's campaign for the establishment of workers' associations in Germany before he returned to Cologne, in the 2.5-month period between the March Revolution in Berlin and the first issue of the NRZ on June 1. Marx and the Communist League under his direction sent organizers through Germany to establish new workers' associations and to bring new and old ones together in a central national body. This unsuccessful campaign for workers' associations, well before Marx and his friends got involved with the democratic associations in Germany, has been largely dropped down the memory hole because it gainsays the myth, touched on in this chapter, that Marx's NRZ line ignored the workers' movement. While the subject of organizational policies will be taken up at large in Volume 3, the main facts about Marx's campaign for a broad German workers' movement in April-May 1848 are presented in Special Note J. The main source of this tale is the biography of Marx by Nikolaevsky and Mencken-Helfen, which states flatly that during the first months the NRZ avoided anything that might possibly disturb the united front of the democracy. Not a word was spoken of the antagonism between proletarian and non-proletarian, bourgeois or petty bourgeois democracy. 31 Not a word of this statement is true. Even in Cologne itself, the other local democratic paper, Wachter am Rhein, repudiated the Paris workers' struggle. Engels reminisced in 1884, "We had the satisfaction of being the only paper in Germany, and almost in Europe, that held aloft the banner of the crushed proletariat at the moment when the bourgeois and petty bourgeois of all countries were overwhelming the vanquished with a torrent of slander." However, aside from the big press, the organ of the Cologne Workers' Association followed the N.R.Z's lead, and so did the organ of the Berlin Workers' Association. The Berlin leader Stefan Born was then considerably influenced by Marx and the N.R.Z. 38. Marx and the NRZ typically spoke of the big bourgeoisie as the class behind bourgeois liberalism in order to differentiate it from the petty bourgeoisie whose real interest lay in the transformation of society. For the social distinction between the not very big bourgeoisie of the time, the bourgeoisie proper, and the petty bourgeoisie, see the beginning of chapter 11, below. Regarding the progressive block of classes, Marx expounded his view on August 4, 1848, at a meeting of the Cologne Democratic Association. Unfortunately, the speech is known only through an unreliable newspaper report, which probably reflects its content as through a glass darkly. Marx was attacking a previous talk given by Weitling, who had advocated a dictatorship as the most desirable constitutional form. The report summarized Marx's argument against this proposal as follows. Since the state power cannot be established by a single class, the idea of putting into effect a system of dictatorship under a single head deserves to be called nonsense. On the contrary, the governmental power must be put together, like the provisional government in Paris, out of the most heterogeneous elements, which thereupon have to unite through an interchange of ideas on the most suitable kind of governmental administration. 47. This fear can be seen transmuted through the mind of an intellectual, not a businessman, in the words of David Friedrich Strauss. Strauss, though never a political rebel, had been influential in the beginnings of German New Thought with his 1835 rationalist version of the life of Jesus. This book exercised a radicalizing influence on the young Engels and led him to Hegelianism. 57 But the revolution of 1848 brought out a typical reaction in Strauss. To a nature like mine, he wrote, it was much better under the old police state, when we had quiet on the streets and were not always meeting with excited people, new fashioned slouch hats, and beards. 58 Beards. This subversive role of beards should make it obvious that the great hair question is not a new source of commotion. For a +CA change note on this burning issue, see Special Note D. Marx is echoing his 1847 reference to Hobbes's Pure Robustus. 73. Hamann, as anti-Marxist a chronicler as one could desire, writes as follows in this connection. The betrayal of the bourgeoisie, as Marx and Engels called it, was at work. Actually, it was a refusal by the liberal bourgeoisie and many Democrats to continue the fight, after it became evident that many revolutionists were exploiting the situation for other purposes. Here and there the red flag had supplanted the black-red gold. Already on May 11, 1849, the Königszeitung reported that the presence of many impure elements in the German movement which threatened the lives of the citizens and the free expression of their views was producing a revulsion of feeling in favor of the governments. A private letter of a Rhineland liberal said that all people with property will prefer the absolute monarchy to a red republic. By May 13 the paper conceded unhappily that the intelligent propertied class of citizens, the kernel and center of the nation, was beginning to waver, even to retreat to a counter-revolutionary position. 75. This is an excellent example of Engels' penchant for making large generalizations, not all of them properly qualified, to which I have already referred. 80 He has not given evidence for this turning point theory, nor will he return to it. I think the evidence shows the peculiarity of the bourgeoisie is that it is unfit for political rule, as compared with former ruling classes, at all stages of its existence, that this characteristic is inherent in the nature of the class, as I have discussed in volume 1.81. The peasantry, which became increasingly important to Marx in the next months, will be closely examined in Chapter 13 below. This was brought out specifically by Marx in 1871 in his Civil War in France. The cry of social republic, with which the Revolution of February 1848 was ushered in by the Paris proletariat, did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The Commune was the positive form of that republic. 11. This is the basic difference between the problem faced by Marx and the later issue it resembles, namely, the social democratic lesser evil policy of supporting liberal bourgeois candidates against right-wing bourgeois candidates. In addition, the issue as posed in January 1849 was influenced by two immediate factors. 1. Because of the electoral laws only a fraction of the workers had the right to vote, hence any electoral policy was not mainly directed to a proletarian constituency. 2. The group that opposed support to democratic candidates and advocated workers' candidates only, the Gottschalk clique in the Cologne Workers' Association, took off from a reactionary standpoint, one that looked to an accommodation with a social monarchy as against alliance with the democracy. 14 In any case, in 1850 Marx decided in hindsight that this policy was mistaken even for 1849, as we shall see. Likewise a little later, the Neue Reinigungszeitung has never presented itself as the organ of a parliamentary party. 21. Readers concerned with the Russian analogy mentioned in chapter 724 may note the resemblance between the second version of permanent revolution and Lenin's formula democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Trotsky argued, rightly, I think, that there was no necessary incompatibility between Lenin's formula and his own theory of permanent revolution. The former, he maintained, in large measure bore an intentionally algebraic character. But I do not think Trotsky understood that the basic conception of permanent revolution is itself an algebraic formula, that is, it can be concretized by different policies. Trotsky's brief references to Marx in this connection, about going over to socialist measures, and about the bourgeois revolution of 48 as the direct introduction to the proletarian revolution are relevant only to Marx's final variant. 25 He was probably familiar mainly with the content of Marx's address to the Communist League of 1850, to be discussed in the next chapter. Also, needless to say, the preponderant role of the agrarian question and the peasantry in Russia introduced a big difference from Marx's situation. For these and other reasons, it is unwise to equate the general concept of permanent revolution with any single application of it to a given historical situation. For this, see Special Note C, page 595. This usage is spelled out quite explicitly in an article by Engels later in June. The People's War, the European War of Liberation is for Germany a civil war at the same time, the great struggle for liberty which is spreading through all Europe. 33. Compare Engels' reference, a couple of years later, to the national element in the international extension of the revolution of 1848 calling forth, at once, the claim of all oppressed nations to an independent existence, and to the right of settling their own affairs for themselves. It was quite natural that the Poles should at once demand the restoration of their country. 35. It is interesting that at this point the editors of the Marx-Engels Werke append a note in which they take this passage to be an advance attack on Stalin's theory of socialism in one country, and present a refutation of it as such. 40. For the significance of Blanky's name in this statement, see Special Note C, page 592. The phrase maintaining the revolution in permanence also appeared in the brief programmatic statement adopted in April 1850 by Société Universelle de Communistes Révolutionnaires, signed by Communist League representatives, Marx, Engels, Willich, one left Chartist, and two Frenchmen of the Blanquist tendency in the London emigration. This was an attempt at a united front of revolutionary groups. It existed, on paper only, till the autumn. 13 We will return to this united front effort in Volume 3. The phrase permanent revolution also appeared about this time in a red catechism for the German people drafted by Moses Hess around the end of 1849, published anonymously in 1850. Marx had nothing to do with this statement, and did not even know who had put it out. It is quite likely that Hess, who had been heavily influenced by Marx in a revolutionary direction as long as a revolution was going on, had picked up the term and the idea from the two places it had already appeared as a programmatic watchword, namely, the articles constituting the class struggles in France and the March address to the Communist League, plus discussions with League members, no doubt. In view of this, it is interesting that Hess gives strong emphasis to the international aspect of permanent revolution. The red flag, says his catechism, means the permanent revolution until the complete victory of the working classes in all civilized countries, the Red Republic. And the Red Republic is to be achieved through a revolution which must be continued on until the workers of all civilized countries have taken over political power. For if the workers win in one country, they must immediately go to the aid of their comrades in other countries, since they cannot rule in a single country in the long run, so says the Catechism. Point 14. We shall return to the self-criticism in connection with the problem of party organization, in Volume 3, here we are interested in the more general political issue. We may mention, in anticipation, that it has been hotly mooted whether Marx actually had the League formally dissolved at the outset of the 1848 revolution or only consigned it to the shelf. In the March address, as also elsewhere 26, he says the latter was true. The evidence is inconclusive, but, more important, the issue is of third-rate significance, for what is beyond question is that during the revolution Marx did not consider it necessary to have a political vanguard group organized on a membership basis, as distinct from the political center represented by the NRZ operation. The reasons for this view and its relation to Marx's later opinions can be discussed usefully only in the more general context of Marx's organizational theory. It is this thesis, not the trumped-up charge of Blanquism, that has made this address so scandalous a document in the eyes of Marx's critics. When Edward Bernstein invented the Blanquism charge, it was a substitute for openly attacking the thesis that hit him close to the bone, the prediction that social reformism was not merely wrong but bound to be the most dangerous enemy of the revolution in a crisis. But Marx's thesis is not to be found in Blanqui or the actual Blanquist movement. For Blanqui the enemy was absolutism first and last, despite denunciations of the bourgeoisie, and in fact, as bourgeois democracy took over later in the century, the Blanquist movement itself merged with reformism. The opinion that Blanquist-type putschism or adventurism is incompatible with social reformism has no basis either in theory or in historical experience. Reformism as a socialist tendency will be taken up at large in Volume 3, but we may mention that Engels reiterated the present thesis about social reformism very strongly in Letters to Babel in 1884.30. The interviewer is telescoping several decades in reporting the conversation. Socialist deputies entered the North German Diet in 1867. Here Marx cautiously leaves room for Russia to be an exception. The ensuing decades established the permanent revolution pattern for Russia too, under conditions we have discussed in part. Point 55. James Connolly put it this way, at the end of a discussion of practicality in politics, revolution is never practical, until the hour of revolution strikes. Then it alone is practical, and all the efforts of the conservatives and compromisers become the most futile and visionary of human imaginings. 65. The following account of the Prussian military question and the Workers' Party is given in some detail since this important pamphlet has been generally ignored in the literature of Marxism. This idea had been stated by Marx and Engels more than once after the manifesto. For example, in 1850, the real revolutionary movement can begin in England only when the Charter has been realized, just as in France the June battle became possible only when the Republic had been won. Here the Charter stands for the attainment of complete bourgeois democratic rights for the working class mass. This is a strong statement because it seems to make this stage a necessary precondition for proletarian victory. Its weaker form is the idea that the bourgeoisie wants to, or would prefer to, bring about a thorough bourgeois democracy, as is indeed stated in the same article. The sole state form in which our European capitalists have confidence is the bourgeois republic. In general, there is only one expression for bourgeois confidence in any state form, its quotation on the stock exchange. But for precisely this reason the ensuing experience of Bonapartism put many question marks over the expectation. In still another form, the idea emphasized is that the bourgeois attainment of democratic institutions brings the working class into the political arena. For example, the English free traders are radical bourgeois who want to break radically with the aristocracy, in order to rule without limitation. What they overlook is that, despite themselves, they thus bring the people onto the stage and into power. Other aspects of this question were taken up in our first volume. 84. In an 1865 pamphlet, Engels remarked of the petty bourgeoisie that it finds its place less in production than in the distribution of commodities. Retail trade is its main occupation too, but this must be taken as a statistical description referring to Germany in 1865, not as a definition. The characteristic picture of the petty bourgeoisie is conveyed less technically in a passing vignette. The German burgher can light-heartedly ponder over his plans for honest acquisition of a small property and his hopes for the elevation of the lower classes of the nation. 3. The key phrase here is small property. In a longish sociological description of the petty bourgeoisie set down in an unfinished pamphlet in 1847, Engels emphasized this class's localism. Among other things, the petty bourgeois represents internal domestic and coastwise trade, handicrafts, manufacture based on hand labor, branches of industry carried on in a limited terrain, requiring small amounts of capital, with a slow rate of turnover, giving rise only to local, sluggish competition. And, with its petty local interests, even in its days of greatest glory in the later Middle Ages it managed to arrive only at local organizations, local struggles, and local advances, for here Engels' aim is to compare it unfavorably with the bourgeoisie. The similarity exists in English and French more than in German, where the corresponding terms are usually bourgeoisie and Kleinbürgerschaft, or TUM, usually, but not invariably. However, especially in the case of Marx and Engels when they are thinking in an English or French context, even this common German usage tends to be influenced by the term petty bourgeoisie, with its etymological relation to bourgeoisie. As a result, there are contexts where Kleinbourgeoisie, small or petty bourgeoisie, is not clearly distinguished from Kleinbürgerschaft. And besides, the problem is not merely terminological. The Kleinbürgerschaft does in fact, in life, shade off into the Kleinbürgerschaft or bourgeoisie. All of this constitutes a warning that in many cases only the context confirms the meaning. For this mythical theory, see special note F. To be sure, even a capitalist may have a minor aspect as a self-employed wage worker, in a sense explained by Marx. Any labor of superintendence by a capitalist is included in wages. In this aspect he is the wage worker, even though not of another capitalist but of his own capital. 8. The crux concerns the weight of the wage worker aspect. In the typical capitalist it is not only very small but limited to the labor of superintendence, for both reasons socially inoperative, unlike the case of the petty bourgeois. The peasant's case, discussed in the next chapter, is like the petty bourgeois. I am here paraphrasing and somewhat generalizing another of Marx's comments on Proudhon, on how in this roundabout way he arrives once more at the standpoint of bourgeois economy. 17. To bring out the bourgeois side of the typical petty bourgeois ideology is not to negate the difference between these class mentalities. This helps to explain but not justify the element of confusion introduced by a passage of the Communist Manifesto where Proudhon is put forward as the representative of bourgeois socialism, a social reformism that seeks to preserve bourgeois society by redressing social grievances. 18. This is preceded by two sections on petty bourgeois socialism in which Proudhon is not mentioned. 19. One may wonder, does Marx interpret Proudhon as a bourgeois socialist, as in the manifesto, or as a petty bourgeois socialist, as in most of his writings before and after the manifesto? The manifesto treatment is ill-advised, if only because of the formal contradiction, but it is not altogether invalid. It stresses, perhaps overstresses, that side of Proudhon which Engels also emphasized in the housing question and anti-Dühring. Proudhon, like Dühring, wants existing society, but without its abuses. Both want to abolish the abuses of bourgeois society on the basis of the same laws of capitalist production that give rise to those abuses. Point 20. This is close to the definition of bourgeois socialism given in the manifesto. We should also remember that the reference to Proudhon in the manifesto is specifically to the book by Proudhon that Marx had attacked the year before in his Poverty of Philosophy. Engels eventually had occasion to remark that Marx's Poverty of Philosophy appeared several years before Proudhon put forward his practical proposals for social reform in an 1851 work. Point 21. Perhaps at the time of writing the manifesto Marx was less clear on the trend of Proudhon's thinking, although he had already characterized it as petty bourgeois. This is virtually explicit in a book review by Marx and Engels, which ends with the thought that the culture of the petty bourgeoisie, which flourished in medieval Nuremberg, is now falling to pieces along with the petty bourgeoisie itself. The review continues, whereas the decline of earlier classes, such as the knighthood, could offer material for splendid tragic works of art, the Spießbürgerdom can quite appropriately get no further than impotent expressions of a fanatic maliciousness and a collection of Sancho Panza maxims and Wisecarisms. 39. A much-used English translation of this passage is misleading by making this clause non-restrictive, relatively to the feudal lords and the lower middle class, who desire to maintain. 49. I think this somewhat changes the meaning. Here again the more Engels standard translation of the manifesto made changes that confuse matters as soon as an unanticipated query comes up. It inserted two phrases: if by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of. I have translated this passage, above, from the original text. For more examples of problems with the more Engels version, see Special Note G. One part of Engels' remarks on this issue is not a mistake but may be very misleading to modern readers. If in Germany, for instance, the democratic petty bourgeoisie belonged to this reactionary mass, asks Engels, how could your party, Eisenacher Party, have collaborated with the South German People's Party for so many years, and how could your paper have taken almost the whole of its political contents from the petty bourgeois Frankfurter Zeitung? 52. This challenging question was not an approval of Liebknecht's opportunist policy of adaptation to the South German petty bourgeois radicals, but rather a sharp thrust against it. Both Engels and Marx had been criticizing this course for some time. Engels is pointing out, now, after a long opportunist relationship with the People's Party, you are making a 180-degree flip-flop in rhetoric, consigning yesterday's partner to the same one reactionary mass as the right-wing reactionaries, thus replacing an opportunist policy with a sectarian phrase. The author was G. von Vollmer who, not long after this ultra-leftist escapade, became an extreme right-winger in the social democracy. Marx Against the Peasants is the title of a book by D. Mitrani, a Romanian peasant champion. It traditionally figures in Marxological bibliographies to represent the peasant question apparently because of its title, for only about 17 pages near the beginning of the book contain even scattered mentions of Marx's or Engels' views. Point 1, its subject is really Lenin and the Russian Revolution. Most of the mentions refer to agrarian economic theory. There is little indication that Mitrani was even acquainted with the considerable writings of Engels as well as Marx on the political and programmatic aspects of the peasant question. A reviewer of D. Mitrani's book in the Political Science Quarterly pointed out, the same protective instinct for the peasant leads Mr. Mitrani to beg some vital questions of economic theory. To dispose, for example, of the Marxist analysis of the economics of the small holding, by stating it in terms of the crude formula the larger the scale the greater the efficiency, pages 108 to 109, is a failure to face up to the real question, is the ideal of the sound 25 to 35 acre peasant holding compatible with the optimum scale of production possible? 5. We find in Marx's Paris manuscripts of 1844. As for large landed property, its defenders have always, sophistically, identified the economic advantages offered by large-scale agriculture with large-scale landed property, as if it were not precisely as a result of the abolition of property that this advantage, for one thing, would receive its greatest possible extension, and, for another, only then would be of social benefit. In the same way, they have attacked the huckstering spirit of small landed property, as if large landed property did not contain huckstering latent within it. 9. To indicate that Marx's refusal to champion large-scale production per se was well-rooted, we may mention that he also formulated the question in this way in the course of a discussion in the General Council of the International, as cited below. Point 10. Marx did not discover the tendency through his economic analysis, it was already a well-known observation when he started looking into political economy. We find in his 1844 manuscripts, in general the relationship of large and small landed property is like that of big and small capital. But in addition, there are special circumstances which lead inevitably to the accumulation of large landed property and to the absorption of small property by it. 12. The following year he noted in an unfinished manuscript that it is in the nature of modern factory industry, through the operation of laws like the Corn Laws, to convert the peasants into the very poorest proletarians through high rents and factory methods of exploiting landed property. 13. In the German ideology Marx flayed Stirner for judging the small peasant unhistorically. About what kind of small owners does Stirner fancy that he is talking? About the propertyless peasants who only became small owners as a result of the parceling out of large landed property, or about those who are being ruined nowadays as a result of concentration? Stirner makes himself ridiculous even in Germany by his unreasonable demand that these peasants should have jumped the stage of parcelation, which did not yet exist and was at that time the only revolutionary form for them. It was not possible for these peasants to organize themselves communistically, since they lacked all the means necessary for bringing about the first condition of communist association, namely collective husbandry, and since, on the contrary, parcelation was only one of the conditions which subsequently evoked the need for such an association. In general, a communist movement can never originate from the countryside, but only from the towns. Point 15. Stronger terms appearing in English translations are sometimes misleading. Marx's Wage Labor and Capital speaks of the inevitable ruin of the intermediate classes of burghers and the peasant class under the present system, but a garbled English version introduces the word destruction. Point 20. In Capital Marx wrote that modern industry annihilates that bulwark of the old society, the peasant, and replaces him with the wage laborer. 21. The context is evidently Britain and the United States, which also explains the quotation marks around peasant. Elsewhere Marx and Engels generally used a term with the force of ruin. 22. It sounds like a rough summary of Marx when an agrarian historian summarizes the U.S. development as follows. The mass of people were suddenly and cruelly made aware of how that process of headlong economic expansion and concentration had left them, the common workers, without economic security. The former homesteaders and the artisans had become workers in factories and tenants and laborers on the land, dependent for their livelihood on the small number of people who controlled a great part of the country's wealth. No less than 40% of the farmers were by now tenants, and of the other farms a great many were mortgaged. Point 24. This was written by none other than D. Mitrani, 5 years before his Marx against the peasant. 3 decades have passed since then, and the small American family farmer is even more out of the picture. Cf. Marx on the French peasant, who cedes to the capitalist, in the form of interest on the mortgages encumbering the soil and in the form of interest on the advances made by the usurer without mortgages, not only ground rent, not only the industrial profit, in a word, not only the whole net profit, but even a part of the wages, hence the pretense of being a private proprietor. 46. One sometimes finds the rural laborer subsumed under the peasantry, especially in passing or implicitly. This may be merely a terminological convenience. The farm hands are being regarded socially as part of a peasant population, particularly where the dividing lines are still tenuous. For example, the laborers may till small plots, they may be related to peasants on all sides, and not separately organized in any way, perhaps still hoping to save enough pennies to buy a patch of land. At one point Engels' condition of the working class in England shows this usage by others when he quotes a bourgeois liberal source. 62 Another terminological point about some socialist literature, usually quite clear in context, is the use of peasantry to refer only to the small peasantry. Engels makes this usage explicit in an 1847 piece. 63. We remind the reader that Chapter 7 set forth Engels' role in 1847 in proposing the perspective of a proletarian alliance with the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie, at a time when Marx showed no sign of thinking along these lines. Where did Engels get this complex of ideas? Certainly not from his new associates of the Communist League. This is clear from the contents of the trial issue of the Kommunistische Zeitung in September 1847. It did not contain a single mention of the peasantry. Next, during the revolution of 1848 to 1849, the NRZ group innovated a whole body of revolutionary peasant politics, as will be seen in the next chapter. Following the revolution, Engels' first historical work was The Peasant War in Germany. This inaugurated a whole series of historical investigations, many remaining in manuscript. Such an essay as the Mark was written explicitly as Socialist Education for Peasants. Note its first and last paragraphs. An index to Marxological interest in the peasantry is the fact that most of these writings of Engels are virtually never mentioned or cited, in acres and acres of Marxist and anti-Marxist literature. Engels' interest in the question characteristically extended down to details. A tiny one, in 1865 he translated a Danish folk song from the period of the medieval peasant war in Jutland, for publication in the party press, along with the following comment: in a country like Germany, where the owning class comprises feudal aristocracy as much as bourgeoisie, and the proletariat comprises agricultural proletarians as much as or more than industrial workers, this vigorous old peasant's song is right to the point. The point of the song was peasant resistance to oppressive taxation. 67. However, it should be clear that the pessimism was justified for the moment, as an estimate of the situation in October 1848 in France. By the same token, it meant that a proletarian revolution had become impossible. Engels' pessimism about the current prospect did not depend only on his acquaintance with the peasantry. His travel sketches begin with a hail and farewell to Paris. After bloody class struggles, the workers, breadless and weaponless, ground their teeth in suppressed anger. But Paris was dead. It was Paris no more. 78. The testimony in German philological sources on the meaning of idiotisme seems to be as unanimous as its disregard by Marxologists. 81. It should be understood that, after the modern meaning of idiotismus began to enter German in the 19th century as a dubious neologism, the old Greek-rooted meaning was gradually displaced. As usual, there was an overlap, with both meanings in use for a while. However, it is difficult to believe that in 1847 to 1848 this word would be used with no consciousness of its correct Greek meaning by a university-educated scholar who had just written his doctoral dissertation on Greek philosophy and liked to read Greek drama in the original. Furthermore, even today in German idiotismus does not primarily mean idiocy, which is idiotie, it usually means idiom, like its cognate in French idiotisme. The 1850 translation of the Manifesto by Macfarlane in the Red Republican reads, "The idiotism of country life," with uncertain import. 82. The translation by the Pauls is knowledgeable, "The seclusion and ignorance of rural life." 83. Since Marx's alleged insult to the peasantry has so often aroused a show of indignation, we suggest attention to a famous description of the eternal peasant, the emptiness of ages in his face, dead to rapture and despair. Stolid, a brother to the ox. With loosened, brutal jaw. Whose breath blew out the light within his brain. This monstrous thing distorted and soul-quenched, this dumb terror, this rhapsody is from Edwin Markham's renowned poem The Man with the Hoe, based on Millet's painting. It is commonly included in anthologies of songs of freedom and such. I suggest that this expresses the typical bourgeois liberal, not revolutionary, attitude toward this class, for there can be no revolutionary expectations from the zombies here portrayed. This is Marx's last echo of the Hegelianized distinction between a class in itself and a class for itself, noted earlier. Point 99. Fortunately, it was subsequently dropped, for it is not an enlightening way to make the valid distinction. About the same time, Engels made a related point, with a very dubious qualification: the peasantry will never assert its interests and assume its position as an independent class, except in countries where universal suffrage is established. 100. The thought here, no doubt, is that the peasantry is drawn into political life at least when it is given the vote, and of course this is true. To that extent the peasant becomes conscious of itself politically. The difficulty with Engels' formulation is the word independent. Even when the peasantry acts as a class at the ballot box, to what extent does it act independently, rather than as a tail to another's kite? The 18th Brumaire explained that Bonaparte established his plebiscitary universal suffrage in order to use the peasantry as voting cattle for his own purposes. This transformation into its opposite, this final landing at a point diametrically opposed to the starting point, is the strictly necessary fate of all historical movements which are unclear about their causes and conditions of existence and hence are directed toward merely illusory goals. So Engels, on the transformation of the humanism of the Enlightenment into admiration of the Semiramis of the North, called Catherine II of Russia 111. In Volume 1, almost all of the last 3 chapters, on Oriental despotism and Russian Tsarism, is pertinent generally, but most relevant is the material in Chapter 21, Sections 5 to 8, and Chapter 22, Section 4. On Ancient Greece, compare M. I. Finkelstein's discussion of the historical pattern. On the one hand, the urban masses became restive, and on the other, the peasant was still the pliant victim of the authoritarian obscurantism of the earlier age, the true bulwark of society in the eyes of the aristocratic ideologues, and an object of contempt at the same time. There is also an interesting comparison with the 19th century cult of the yeomanry of Old England. 121. As for Mussolini, the British fascist Drennan praised him on just this point, giving suitable quotations. 122. So quoted in the pamphlet. 124. The translation Peasant Tsar, probably provided by Enyudin of the Geneva branch of the International, was a loose one. The original Russian phrase, Zemsky Tsar, had been duly given a few pages before. 125. Literally it means Tsar of the national soil. But in counterposition to Petersburg Emperor, the translation is close to the mark. In any case, my present point is that the exposé pamphlet chose to highlight this side of Bakunin's politics. Compare Marx's similar summing up of another type of instant revolutionist, exemplified by the Schapper-Willich faction, a quarter century previously. Instead of the actual conditions, pure will becomes the drive wheel of the revolution for them. 129. In December Marx returned to this comparison, in his article on the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolution, in which he reviewed the role of the Pateau Bill, the sorriest piece of bungling of the impotent bourgeois desire to abolish the feudal privileges. The contrast with France has been quoted in Chapter 9.29 again, in his defense speech before the Cologne jury on February 8, 1849, if the Assembly didn't know how to crush the enemy in the army, then it was a question above all of gaining a friend in the peasantry. Even that it renounced. A few years later Marx had occasion to make the point that even the French bourgeoisie of the 18th century had held back from an alliance with the peasantry. Nothing did more to retard the French bourgeoisie in its victory than the fact that it did not decide until 1789 to make common cause with the peasants. 31. Hamann writes, "This matter of going to the land, of using agrarian discontent, of organizing societies and holding meetings in the country was pressed by Marx, Engels, and their faithful supporters. It was the Worker Society Workers' Association, however, directed and inspired by Moll and Schapper, that did the most to carry out this agrarian approach. The regular democratic society was less active. 39. But when the September crisis became sticky, the democratic leftists became active in pulling out. Hamann, the communists were counting heavily on agrarian unrest. Both the Neue Rheinische Zeitung and the Worker Society paper carried numerous reports of peasant disturbances, large protest meetings and scattered acts of violence throughout Germany. Such accounts encouraged the workers and Democrats in the cities to look to the peasants for help, and conversely, local agrarian ferment was more likely to crystallize if the peasants saw that their grievances were part of a nationwide pattern. 48. Hamann relates. Optimistic reports from Waringen indicated that almost all the people, townsmen, and peasants, in that area had adopted the new view. The mayor, on the other hand, sent alarming reports to the Prussian authorities in Cologne, speaking of dangerous rebels from Cologne spreading atheistic, communistic, and treasonable ideas among the peasants. The demands of the Communist Party were being distributed. He even reported that Marx and Schapper had been there spreading communist ideas. Sunday, September 17, 1848, stands out as a red-letter day for the Communists. The organizational eclat and the unanimity of sentiment made it a testimonial to the success of the communist-led worker society in recruiting a following among the peasants and villages. 50. Despite the mayor's report, it is not likely that Marx went to Waringen himself. In these activities Marx functioned as public political leader and spokesman, overburdened editor and officer in one or another association, but he did not speak at the demonstrations. He was technically an alien, having abandoned Prussian citizenship a few years before. Besides, he was a poor public speaker. The events in Cologne in September 1848 will come up again in Volume 3, in connection with problems of revolutionary strategy. The arrest orders, including Engels, remained in force for a while afterward, though the events of September 25 produced a standoff. It was at this point that Engels left Cologne, eventually taking his October hike through France, described in the preceding chapter, and staying in Switzerland till mid-January, when he returned to Cologne. By a martial law decree in Cologne, the NRZ and other periodicals were suspended. The NRZ did not appear between September 27 and October 12. Marx had not been named in the original arrest orders, since he had not spoken at Waringen, but the authorities soon devised other charges against him and he stood trial in February. In 1851 Marx planned to publish a collection of NRZ articles, including Wolff's series on the Silesian peasantry, but the project never materialized. 64 In 1876 Engels published a biography of Wolff in a series of articles, in which well over half of the total bulk was devoted to an anthology of Wolff's writings on the peasant question. 65 In 1866 Wolff's Silesian Billion series was republished in Zurich for distribution in Germany during the period of the anti-socialist law. Engels' introduction included an essay on the history of the Prussian peasants, which traced the origin and development of the infamous conditions, unequaled even in Russia, of the peasants of Eastern Germany, through the sham emancipation period of 1806 to 1807 and up through 1849. Of course, invocations of the peasant war in German radical circles were neither new nor few. Already in 1844 Marx had quoted Munzer's communistic views, and had called the peasant war the most radical fact of German history. A.D. Engels had given a short précis of the period in an 1843 article, which flaunted Munzer's communism and stated that after the suppression, the peasants were reduced to their former servitude. 81 All these mentions had been stimulated by the publication in the 1830s and 1840s of a number of historical works on the peasant war, especially one by Wilhelm Zimmermann in 1841 to 1843, which provided the factual basis for Engels' 1850 history. Years later, in Eugene Tenot's study La Province en Décembre 1851, Marx found a great many new details on peasant attitudes at the time of Bonaparte's coup. If the Parisians had held out 1 or 2 days longer, he wrote Engels, the empire would have been foutu done for. The movement, Republican, among the country people was much bigger than we knew. 105. Although Marx praised the intent and main point of the manifesto to the workers of the countryside in the Civil War in France, it appears from his notebook of press excerpts that he thought it a poor job on the whole. Dismal is his one-word evaluation. He had just copied out some sentences from a Paris paper's report about the manifesto. The provinces bestir themselves more weakly in favor of Paris than we want to believe. They are indeed not so much in favor of Paris as against Versailles. Socialism has to conquer the peasant as it has conquered the worker. The peasant is as much calumniated in Paris as the Paris worker is in the provinces. From La Sociale, May 3, 1871. To this Marx added a brief remark indicating he doubted that the manifesto would help much to make the peasant socialist. 116 The text of the manifesto suggests more than one possible reason for Marx's dissatisfaction. Above all, it is richer in elocutionary sympathy for the peasant's plight than in spelling out a concrete peasant program. 117. Besides the basic political motivation, plus the role of the Irish in English trade unions and the International, we should not overlook two others. Engels' Irish wife Mary Burns was a militant revolutionary nationalist, and Marx's daughters were all fanatically pro-Fenian. The case in point at this juncture was the Dublin Irishman, which systematically refused to inform its readership of the International's support to Irish freedom. Stupidity and wretchedness, Marx called it. 139 Engels thought it was also a calculated policy of the leaders in order to maintain their domination over the peasant. Added to this, a nation of peasants always has to take its literary representatives from the bourgeoisie of the towns and their ideologists. 140 Again, some years later, soon after Union, 1800, began the liberal nationalist opposition of the townsmen, which, as in every peasant country whose townlets are shrinking, example Denmark, finds its natural-born leaders in the lawyers. The latter also need the peasants. They therefore had to find slogans that attracted the peasants. 141. An uprising had broken out in Russian Poland in January, with the demand inter alia to free the peasants from feudal burdens. In a letter to Marx, Engels observed that the movement was doing better in Lithuania than in Poland, for one thing because here in Lithuania the peasants participate in it more and the business directly becomes agrarian in character. L45 Similarly, Marx later wrote that the restoration of partitioned Poland is impossible without a peasant uprising. 146. This is no doubt one reason why both Marx and Engels heaped high praise on the Turkish peasantry. The connection is especially visible in a letter of Marx's in 1878, giving two grounds for taking Turkey's side against Russia. One is that defeat of Russia would have hastened revolution in Russia and hence all over Europe. But his first ground is this: because we have studied the Turkish peasant, hence the mass of the Turkish people, and thus have come to know him as being unqualifiedly one of the ablest and worthiest representatives of the peasantry in Europe. L54 Engels had similarly praised the Turkish peasant in a letter the previous year, and was to do so again in an article in 1890, in both cases in the context of Turkey's role as a threat to Russian power. 155 Marx particularly counterposed the social health of the Turkish peasantry to the reactionary role of the Turkish government. So in the German original, the Standard, Moore Engels, translation of 1888 reads, abolition of property in land and application of all rents of land to public purposes. To the softening of the first phrase, expropriation, no doubt reflects greater sensitivity to peasant fears of outright expropriation. I have here removed an explanatory parenthesis, which goes as follows: for the property-owning peasant does not belong to the proletariat, and even where he does belong to it on the basis of his situation he does not believe he belongs to it. When does the property-owning peasant belong to the proletariat on the basis of his situation? Marx may have two cases in mind: the peasants who actually maintain themselves by part-time day labor for others, see above, chapter 13, sector 5, and those who are really working for a wage equivalent, with themselves as employers, same chapter, sector 4. In both situations peasants may fondly continue to think of themselves as little landowners. Abolition of the right of inheritance was a favorite nostrum of Bakunin's, often attacked by Marx. For example, in a letter of 1870 Marx concluded, the proclamation of the abolition of inheritance would not be a serious act, but a foolish menace, rallying the whole peasantry and the whole small middle class round the reaction. 11 To be sure, this plank was not Bakunin's invention, it was older than socialism itself, and was one of the popular leftist demands included in the 10-point program of the Communist Manifesto 12 before Marx learned its political significance. Earlier in this essay, Engels had listed the demands in the French Party's agrarian program of 1892. On this issue, the French demand was for the leasing of public domain land to communities which are to rent all this land, whether owned by them or rented, to associations of propertyless families of farm laborers for common cultivation, on condition that the employment of wage workers be prohibited and that the communities exercise control. Engels does not comment on this plank as such, since he goes on to discuss the peasant demands. Point 20. That is, via the movement of political anti-Semitism in Germany. This was an important point often made by the socialists. The petty property holders in both town and country tended to be first attracted by, and to have to pass through, a movement like the Christian Social Party, which appealed in terms of demagogic agitation against banks as well as of anti-Semitism, hence the socialism of fools, in Bebel's famous phrase. Engels makes the link up several times in his 1894 essay on the peasant question 25 and likewise in his letter on anti-Semitism of April 19, 1890.26. This was the practical side of Krieg's communism. For the rest, he depended on effusions about love, self-sacrifice, communion with the infinite, and similar profundities. Krieg himself was no peasant but a university-educated intellectual, even though he echoed Weitling's slogan "Down with Reason." In America he gave himself out as a representative of German communism, hence he was a fatal discreditment to the real German communists, especially when, after substituting free soil agitation for a revolutionary social program, he also allied himself with Tammany Hall, appealed to the rich for support, and opposed the abolition of slavery, since it would increase competition among workers. After returning to Germany in 1848, where he played the role of an anti-working class bourgeois liberal in the democratic movement, he came back to the United States, went insane before dying on the last day of 1850, and was buried wrapped in an American flag in accordance with his wish. By 1849 even Weitling had repudiated his former disciple. Point 42. Less than 2 years later, the Communist Manifesto had a very general reference to this movement. In accordance with Section 2, the relations of the Communists to the existing working class parties are self-evident, hence their relations to the Chartists in England and the agrarian reformers in North America. 46. Presumably this refers to the first sentences of Section 2, which state that the Communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties, and so on. A few days before writing this article, Engels had written Marx in admiration of O'Connor's command of vituperative language in replying to press attacks, a masterpiece of brilliant vituperation, often better than Cobbett and approaching Shakespeare. 53. There could be no higher literary praise. But this letter did not discuss the land plan. This was all that was left of a view that both Marx and Engels had held before becoming socialists, namely, the then general liberal view that the peasantry should be entirely free of controls in selling and acquiring parcels of land. The issue came up because the Prussian government, eager to preserve a strong peasantry as a base for itself against bourgeois influence, wanted to set a legal limit on parcelization of land, and the liberal bourgeoisie energetically opposed this in the name of economic liberty. As editor of the Reinigungszeitung, Marx planned to discuss this question in an article, which was never written, but his opinion was indicated briefly in his 1843 study of the Moselle peasants' plight. 58. The related question of primogeniture was discussed the following summer in Marx's manuscript Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, on the same liberal basis. 59. The young Engels' opinion was given in 1841 in an article criticizing E. M. Arendt, who was opposed to the unlimited freedom and divisibility of the land. He sees as its inevitable result the parcelization of land into pieces too small to provide a living. Engels here upheld complete freedom of the soil as a guard against the two extremes of concentration and splintering, even though it might mean constant fluctuation, for I prefer the surging ocean with its grand freedom to the narrow inland lake with its peaceful surface whose tiny ripples are broken every 3 yards by a spit of land, tree root, or rock. 60. He was to discover that there were phenomena other than oceans and lakes. As indicated also by the continuation of this passage, Mazzina seems to regard a loan of 10 million francs as more revolutionary than winning over 10 million people. I am very much afraid that if worse comes to worst, the Austrian government itself will change the property system in Italy and reform it in the Galician way. 65. The Galician reference is to Austria's manipulation, in 1846 and 1848, of Galician peasant hostility to landlordism as a stick to beat the Polish nationalist movement, thus playing class and national antagonisms against each other, after which the peasants themselves were suppressed or swindled in reward for their services to reaction. There are two different senses of colony involved in this passage. In the mentioned chapter of Capital, Marx deals with real colonies, virgin soils, colonized by free immigrants, and in this sense the United States are, speaking economically, still only a colony of Europe. 69. In this sense colony means an offshoot settlement, as in utopian socialist colony. But Eritrea had just been established as a political colony of Italy's. The proposal, then, was about establishing one kind of colony inside another, colonies of Italian peasants, settlements, inside the colonial territory of Eritrea. The passage in question takes off from the thought that the commune can become the direct starting point of the economic system toward which modern society is tending, because the peasants' familiarity with it would facilitate the transition. Then Marx adds, an altogether archaic peculiarity, likewise works in the same direction. 81. This archaic peculiarity is the fact that land areas of different fertility were each divided into individual holdings in order to equalize the yield for everyone. In the passage that follows, the bracketed italics show strikeouts in the manuscript. This arrangement, maintained by the Russian commune to the present day, is contrary to agronomic requirements both in collective cultivation and in individual private cultivation. Aside from other disadvantages, it necessarily causes a dissipation of energy and time. But as starting point of collective cultivation, there are great advantages. Round out the working area of the peasant and he will reign in it as master. Nevertheless, it favors as a starting point the transition to collective cultivation, to which at first blush it seems so contrary. The parcel here the manuscript breaks off. Point 82. At this point Marx either had to explain a complicated idea or else give up the whole exposition, and he chose the latter. The key difficulty was that making the peasant master of a rounded out plot of his own pointed away from the direct transition to collective cultivation, it pointed to an indirect transition that was contrary to the populist hope and to the very assumption Marx had started with in this letter. It pointed in the direction of land to the peasants. The summary of the party situation given in this section is based mainly on Engels' letters, the letters of the Lafargues to Engels, and a number of special studies published in recent years. Point 90. Opportunist and reformist are, of course, not synonymous. An adequate definition of opportunist is implied by Engels' reproof to Lafargue on the peasant question: you allowed yourself to lean a bit too much towards the opportunist tendency. At Nantes the party congress you came near to sacrificing the future of the party to a momentary triumph. 91. Opportunist is defined by this relationship between momentary gains and future, continuing, permanent, interests. Reformist describes a political position or ideology. Engels points out that the program calls for tax relief not only for all peasants living by their own labor but also for others, hence employers of labor, if they are burdened by mortgages. This begins to act out the superclass principles of the preamble, depending on the differentiation made. Point 105. After reading Lafargue's report to the Nantes Congress, which put the best theoretical face on the business, Engels wrote him that although I do not agree with what the Nantes resolution said, I think I agree with what it tried to say. 108. This was a diplomatic approach. There was good reason for Engels to diplomatize, but we have the advantage of hindsight. This passage is of great interest for the analysis of state socialism, and we will return to it in Volume 3. For the origin of the term and its first use by Marx and Engels, see Special Note G. Compare the following from the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. The destruction of the pre-capitalist medieval order of society was accompanied by the rise of an increasingly large army of outlawed individuals, belonging nowhere and having no secure place in society. These, as beggars, vagabonds, tramps, mercenaries and adventurers, infested the highways, pillaging and killing. This grey army of decayed and degenerate individuals, of socially shipwrecked and homeless elements, composed the beginnings of the proletariat, but they represented a potential not an actual proletariat. 5. This army of the rootless was one of the sources from which the modern proletariat developed. Marx describes the process in Capital, particularly chapters 26 to 28 of the first volume, in the German edition, chapter 24, sections 1 to 3, chapter 28 should be read in the present connection. The breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers and the clearing of people off the soil created a plebeian mass that no longer had a legal mode of existence, and could not suddenly adapt itself to the new capitalist discipline. Marx calls it the Vogel-free proletariat outlaw, that is, free and footloose because placed outside the legal society. They were turned en masse into beggars, robbers, vagabonds, partly from inclination, in most cases from stress of circumstances. Hence at the end of the 15th and during the whole of the 16th century, throughout Western Europe a bloody legislation against vagabondage. The fathers of the present working class were chastised for their enforced transformation into vagabonds and paupers. 6. Thus capitalism created a mass lumpenproletariat as its byproduct. The standard, more Engels, translation of 1888 avoided using the unfamiliar German word lumpenproletariat, and came up with the following. The dangerous class, the social scum, that passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of old society, may, here and there, be swept into the movement by a proletarian revolution. Its conditions of life, however, prepare it far more for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue. 18. The rendering dangerous class is discussed in special note G. In addition, there are two small differences to be noted. This translation elaborates of into thrown off by, thereby intensifying the implication of an element that separates itself from the working class, and the statement about the possible role of the lumpenproletariat in revolution is weakened by May. Both changes reflect the later evolution of Marx's and Engels' views. Contemporary Naples is outstanding in the modern world as the home of an active movement for monarchism. Hobsbawm refers to Naples historically as the fortress of pauper Bourbonism. He writes, the Lazzaroni of Naples, the quintessential mob, were passionate defenders of church and king, and even more savage anti-Jacobins in 1799. Hobsbawm, however, does not focus on the lumpenproletariat as such but on the usually broader phenomenon of the mob, which, while it may include a high proportion of lumpen elements, is more like the older plebs in degenerate form. But his chapter on the city mob is very useful supplementary reading for our present subject, particularly for insights like the symbiotic relation between the rulers and the parasitic poor, the situation of the unskilled dole-drawing proletariat who lived on ducal bounties in Parma, or the intermittent and short riot as the classic pattern of the mob. 20. It was natural for Bakunin, the lumpen prince, to have his greatest drawing power in Naples. The worst Bakuninists in the whole of Italy are in Naples, remarked Engels. 21. We should make clear that Marx used Lazzaroni, Neapolitan beggars, vagabonds, and the like, as a synonym for the lumpen elements, faute de mieux. Note that knife grinders also appeared in the portrayal of the lumpenproletariat by Karl Beck's beggar. As in the case of other occupations mentioned here and elsewhere, it is a question of certain itinerant occupations then associated with vagabondry, like tinkers in Britain. For their first use of mob in this way, and the background of the word in English and German, see special note G, page 633. The political nature of Bakuninism that is expounded in this pamphlet written by Engels and Lafargue with contributions by Marx, and published as L'Alliance de la Démocratie Socialiste et l'Association Internationale de Travailleurs is fully confirmed by modern studies of Bakunin's ideology, like Pisaier's, in spite of the Marxological custom of depreciating its expose of the founder of the anarchist movement. This custom owes a great deal to the disgraceful treatment of Bakuninism, as of Lassalleanism, in Mehring's overrated biography of Marx. 39 We will return to this subject in Volume 3. Engels must have written along these lines to his old friend Harney, the former left Chartist, now very old and retired but still a champion of working-class emancipation. We have only Harney's reply, showing a keen understanding of the difference between proletarian circles and a lumpen brawl, as well as a dim view of Hyndman and Co. Violent language excited by the sight of misery wrote Harney certainly could and would excuse as long as addressed to bona fide working men, mechanics, laborers, and but any encouragement addressed to the ruffianry of the East End, the wretches who do not plunder for food, but from pure cussedness, can have no sympathy from me. Of the hordes rampaging along St. James St. and Piccadilly, there were hundreds who would sell Hyndman himself for a gallon of beer. How can a man of his education and experience make such a fool of himself? 45. At this point the standard translation reads, the dangerous classes. A caution, nowadays bohemianism is likely to connote an unconventional style of literary artistic life involving garrets, cheap cafes, pleasing disorder, carpe diem, Puccini's opera, unrecognized genius, New York's Greenwich Village in the 1920s and so on. Both meanings branch off from the original signification of Bohemian the gypsy, presumed to come from Bohemia. The two represent different sides of the popular conception of gypsy life. The Bohemian as malefactor was stridently portrayed, as it happens, in a noted play that was on the boards in Paris when Marx first arrived in that city in 1843, Les Bohémiens de Paris by Dennery and Grange. It was only a few years later, however, that Henry Merger's novel, on which Puccini's La Bohème is based, started appearing in print. Thus both sides of the meaning coexisted for a period. There was an overlapping both in literature and in living space, one common denominator of the petty underworld, the struggling artist's world, and the worker's world is cheap lodgings. Note Marx's analogous use of the phrase respectable paupers. A pauper, like a capitalist, rentier, lives on the revenue of the country. He does not enter into the production costs of the product. Ditto, for a criminal who is fed in prison. A large part of the unproductive laborers, holders of state sinecures, etc., are simply respectable paupers. 65. In practice, the term educated classes was usually used for the new and old ruling classes, that is, the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, in countries where both were powerful. Marx used it this way regarding Germany, in an 1873 afterword to capital. 1 Regarding Russia, Engels wrote in 1890, alongside the nobility there now stood the beginnings of a second educated class, the bourgeoisie. He used enlightened classes similarly. 2. This last phrase, hence, is omitted from the standard English translation. One wonders why. De esse fabulatur, Marx is no doubt thinking of the dozens of articles that he and Engels carpentered for the New American Cyclopedia, articles he considered to be hackwork. 28. Ideological classes, that is, class sectors or elements, for this loose use of class, see the remarks in my foreword to volume 1.31 in the next passages to be cited. Marx uses the term ideological orders, stand, ranks, or professions. The extant English versions of Capital translate these terms differently: universal labor, for allgemeine Arbeit, and cooperative labor, for Gemeinschaftlich. For a piquant example of the confusion involved in posing the question, are the intellectuals a class? There is Karl Koskai's major article on Die Intelligenz und die Sozialdemokratie in the Neue Zeit, published shortly before Engels' death. Here Koskai argues that there are no class interests that bind intellectuals together as a social group, and in the very course of making this argument he more than once refers to them as a class. 49 What this illustrates is the insouciance with which this common noun was formerly used, before the aspiration for scientific terminology in sociology became an obsession. This is the title of an interesting book by Lauren Barretts on the utilization of social scientists by American industry. Its preface treats the subject as an example of the role of intellectuals. What such a basic break means seems to be a mystery to some bourgeois intellectuals. Henderson and Chaloner, who have specialized in research on Engels, wrote as follows: although Engels' own livelihood and the future of Karl Marx depended upon the continued prosperity of the cotton trade, Engels' venomous hatred of the capitalist system was so uncontrolled that he rejoiced at any misfortune that befell the industry. 18. This should be treasured as a definition by example of what Marx liked to call the Spießberger mentality, Philistine mind. These first two paragraphs are quoted here from the original, 1848, text, not the more Engels translation of 1888, which sought to make the manifesto more accessible to an English public 40 years afterward. In the first paragraph, the 1888 translation makes it elements of political and general education, adding the italicized words. In the second paragraph, it changes massive elements of education to fresh elements of enlightenment and progress. In both cases, the changes obscure the original emphasis on education, that is, the acquisition of elements from the educated classes, whether politically educated or not. 19. The title and target of Bernstein's two-article series was the statement, "We the party are lacking in intellectuals," which quoted claim he proceeded to deny. "If we had to wait till we have converted men of learning, etc., to socialism in considerable numbers," he wrote, "then our opponents could relax in good cheer, that way we will never get anywhere. This is so," he explained, "because they stem from the bourgeoisie and remain bound up with it in their interests and way of life. There are an insignificant number of exceptional cases when a man of learning dares to come out against the social conceptions dominant in society, and even then mostly behind closed doors. And of the educated people who have dared to break with the prejudices of their class, once again the overwhelming majority have been brought to do so only through the steady growth of the workers' movement. It is on the latter, on the movement of the working class, that it alone depends, and the more intensively and compellingly the movement makes its way, the sooner will it encourage the more intelligent forces coming from the educated classes to join with it. Of the danger for the social democracy that may be tied up with this growth, this is not the place to speak. It is a question only of making clear that the accession of these intellectuals depends on the size of the workers' movement, not the other way round. These accessions can at the most serve us as a measure of our strength, their influx will always be only a secondary matter. In the most favorable case they supply valuable fellow fighters on the political field, in the economic class struggle its influence is just about nil. 23. As against concern with this stratum of bourgeois intellectuals, he counterposed the recruitment of the educated proletariat, of which more later in this chapter. Educated gebildet, as the ironically plebeian form of educated, was much used in Engels' letters to mock the intellectual pretensions of college-trained recruits who deigned to bestow their talents on the movement. It will be seen several times in the following pages. Literary refers to writing for the movement, not writing general or belletristic literature. Party literature means writings published by or for the party. Hence Marx's characteristic use of literati in the same sense. It is in this sense that Lassalle can be called an intellectual, if one insists. For our purposes the essential thing is his role as the educated bourgeois who condescends to put himself at the head of the workers' movement. In October 1865 3 regiments of the army mutinied over shipment to Mexico, then under the rule of Maximilian. In that month too, French participants in the International Student Congress at Liege had made a protest against the Bonaparte regime, and were subsequently expelled from school. Among the protesters were both Paul Lafargue and Jean Longuet, who had helped to organize the Congress. The fight on two fronts feature of Marx's view is a favorite recourse of Marxologists who want to demonstrate that Marx looked to an intellectual elite rather than to the working class and who suffer from the difficulty that there is not a scintilla of evidence. Thus one eminent Marxologist uses the bare fact of Marx's opposition to excluding non-workers from the movement as an important part of his case, see special note H. As previously explained, one intellectuals is used here as a short form for the educated bourgeois recruits about whom Marx was concerned, whether or not individual cases conform to one or another definition of the term. However, as a service to Marxologists who wish to prove that Marx was anti-intellectual, we offer the following material. Visiting Algeria a year before his death, Marx wrote a chatty letter to his daughter Laura, ending with a moral fable from the Arabs, who remember they once produced great philosophers, scholars, etc., but Europeans sneer at them for their ignorance today. Here is the fable. A ferryman keeps a small boat for crossing a turbulent river. A philosopher, headed for the opposite bank, gets in, and the following dialogue takes place. Philosopher: ferryman, do you know history? Ferryman: no. Philosopher: then you have lost half your life. And again, philosopher: have you studied mathematics? Ferryman: no. Philosopher: then you have lost more than half your life. Hardly had the philosopher said this when the wind upset the boat and threw both philosopher and ferryman into the water. Now the ferryman yells, "Can you swim?" Philosopher: no. Ferryman: then you have lost your whole life. 12. Straubinger, in general, a traveling journeyman, by extension, an artisanal worker still filled with the narrow guild outlook and its petty bourgeois prejudices. Marx and Engels in correspondence used this term freely as an all-purpose cuss word for the mentality of the backward artisan types then found frequently in working-class circles. 16 Note, originally, a guild journeyman, later defined in dictionaries as lout, clodhopper, boor. Marx and Engels used it frequently with the contemptuous force of the second meaning, but especially with reference to elements suggesting the first, hence a somewhat more pejorative version of Straubinger. I have translated it, in the next citation, as bumpkin. Most, son of a lawyer's clerk and a governess, decided on the honorable craft of a bookbinder, as his anarchist biographer tells us, and became in turn an apprentice, journeyman, and independent tradesman, the guild route, up to the age of 23, at which advanced age he became an ex-worker in permanence. 18. Since the case of Whiteling is illustrative in several respects, and since it keeps cropping up in Marxological writings, it is the subject of special note. Willich emigrated to America 3 years later. In the Civil War he rose to brigadier general, became an active Republican politician, and in 1870 offered, in vain, to fight for Prussia against France. 32 Whereas Schapper returned to Marx's side by 1856 and sharply regretted his break, Willich's contribution from America consisted of the continued invention of slanders against Marx. Perhaps if Marx had insisted on Lefferts's right to fill a post, these same Proudhonists would have eventually discovered that he was a dictator, if not an agent of the Kaiser. But in point of fact it was Marx who was instrumental in persuading the General Council to yield to their ultimatum, since the British members trusted Marx's judgment in these matters. So completely satisfactory did the Proudhonists find Marx's organizational conduct and policies that even later they voiced no criticism. Even in the History of the International by Tolain's Lieutenant Fribourg, written after both Tolain and Fribourg were reviling the Paris communards as sanguinary maniacs and with other such pleasantries, not once did Fribourg charge Marx with any anti-democratic or objectionable action, an amazing fact in those days, when political conflicts were accompanied by charges of bureaucratic crimes and embezzlement as automatically as saying hello. This casts a backlight on the common Marxological assertion that Marx suppressed Bakunin's faction because of political disagreement, rather than because the Bakuninists were systematically wrecking the organization from within in order to replace it with their own group. Politically the Proudhonists were in deeper disagreement with Marx than Bakunin seemed to be, but organizationally speaking, the Proudhonists did not engage in the wrecking tactics throughout the International that were the Bakuninist stock in trade. It is because of a misunderstanding of the context of these speeches that the Marxological myth has grown up, repeated from one book to another, that the Proudhonists' exclusionary proposal was aimed at Marx in the first place, or that Tolain was gunning for Marx. Just the contrary, Cremer and Carter brought Marx's name into the debate because his role in the International would be regarded as the best refutation of Tolain's blanket proposal, not in order to defend Marx himself. Tolane's motion would not have made sense as an attack on Marx for the simple reason that Marx was not a delegate at the Congress. And, we can add on top of all this, Tolane even tried to claim in the debate that Marx agreed with him. We should mention 3 other issues in this area that are only superficially relevant. 1. At the same council meeting, the journalist Peter Fox was elected general secretary over the trade unionist Creamer, but there was a special reason. Creamer had recently abandoned that post in rather reprehensible fashion and plainly could not be relied on. Fox was the only immediate alternative, but in spite of all, Creamer was later given back the post for a while. 54. 2. The year before, Marx had been urged to take over the editorship of the Beehive. He was very wary of the responsibility. I shall consider the thing from all its 24 sides before I take a step one way or the other, he wrote Engels. 55. He did not accept. We have no record of his motivation, though it is not hard to reconstruct. 3. When Engels joined the General Council in 1870, he was proposed for financial secretary. The minutes report, cit. Engels objected that none but working men ought to be appointed to have anything to do with the finances. But cit. Marx did not consider the objection tenable. An ex-commercial man was the best for the office. 56. Engels persisted in refusing justifiably, in my opinion, for a reason previously touched on. Handling money was the touchiest job in the workers' movement, riskier to reputation than anything else, for charges of financial irregularity were routine as soon as a conflict started, the absence of evidence being only proof of the cleverness of the embezzler. Also, there was among the council members an undercurrent of resentment against Engels, at least for a while. He, unknown to them until he moved to London in 1870 and had been co-opted onto the council, thereafter plainly became Marx's right-hand man and confidant. Of course, the fact of old friendship was well known and explanatory, but to envious elements it looked like this: a Johnny-come-lately who has had no previous part in building the International suddenly arrives and takes on status as Marx's close colleague, overshadowing older members. This is my own reconstruction of the situation. There were only grumblings, and so there is little to go on, and it is not clear how many council members were thus affected. Marx spotlighted such public declarations by Section 12 as that it must remonstrate against the vain assumption that the International is an organization of the working classes. Section 12, like Tolane, did not reject the principle of working class self-emancipation, it merely redefined it into its opposite, the statement that the emancipation of the working classes can only be conquered by themselves, cannot be denied, yet it is true so far as it describes the fact that the working classes cannot be emancipated against their will. 58. An article by Engels ironically explained that, whereas in Europe the bourgeois press has made the International such a bogeyman that no one need be afraid that the International will ever be led astray from its original aims by a mass influx of bourgeois elements, the United States was so much more advanced that while the men of the European bourgeoisie trembled before the International, 2 bourgeois American women conceived the plan of exploiting this fear-inspiring society. 59. For clarity, Bakunin's words are given in quotation marks, as in Marx's notebook. Marx's interpolated comments are preceded by his name in brackets and are deep indented. As always, brackets enclose my own explanatory insertions. The exclamation point in parentheses is Marx's. It was Bakunin's regular pattern to accuse Marx in public of exactly what he, Bakunin, was planning in secret, the difference being that his ends were admirable whereas Marx's were always oppressive, odious, and despicable. Bakunin's admiring biographer, E. H. Karl, explains his subject in the following way. This contrast between the roles assigned by Bakunin to the International as a whole and to the Bakuninist alliance explains the inconsistency with which Bakunin has frequently been reproached. In the International he demanded complete freedom for the individual. He denounced the despotism of Marx and the General Council, who wanted to turn the International into a sort of monstrously colossal state, subject to a single official opinion represented by a strong central authority. But these principles did not in the least apply to the Select and Secret Alliance, whose members were to be like unseen pilots in the tempest of popular passion. The revolution was to be directed not by any visible power, but by the collective dictatorship of all the members of the alliance. For this purpose, members of the alliance must be willing to submit their personal freedom to discipline as rigid as that of the Jesuits. Bakunin returns more than once to this comparison, whose strength lay in the obliteration of the individual before the collective will, organization, and activity. Bakunin could see nothing incompatible in demanding the loosest form of organization for the international and the strictest possible discipline in the ranks of the alliance. 66. There is nothing incompatible in these two proposals, if Bakunin is understood, for his objective was to destroy the international in effect and replace it with his own secret band of collective dictators, through a boring from within operation. The incompatibility lies only in Karl's, and others, myth that Bakunin was a champion of something called libertarianism. Pizier explains that Bakunin laid all his hopes of revolutionizing the country Russia on the intelligentsia. In his time, the formation of this new stratum of Russian society was proceeding rapidly. The Russian term for it, raznikintsy, people of various positions, is a clear indication of its social origin. This class was formed from various splinters of Russian society, united by the possession of education. 69. We need not here broach the question of defining this class of splinters. This much is clear: in this backward Russian society, education brought awareness of how inferior the society was even from the standpoint of the ruling class, hence corrective dissent tended to appear as revolutionary unrest. In general, this applies more or less to national situations where the overriding issue is modernization, an issue which by definition arises only after a decisive section of the world has been bourgeoisified. Therefore an intelligentsia of this sort is characteristic of retarded situations, not of advanced countries. Marx quotes part of this passage from Ure also in Capital 9, but there it leads to discussing the alienation of the worker as an appendage of the machine, not the abolition of labor. On the side, it may be of interest to compare a passage in Marx's Theories of Surplus Value where he discusses how science realized in the machine appears as capital in relation to the laborers. 10. This involves Marx's conception of the relation between use value and exchange value, which is covered in the first volume of Capital only in abstract form. For an indication that this is enough only for the time being, see his remarks in a letter to Engels of April 2, 1858.11. In reading passages from the Grundrisse, one must always bear in mind that these notebooks were scribbled by Marx for his own use or as possible rough drafts for future publication. Their form often reflects carbuncles and insomnia as well as a train of thought. For example, this Hamann conversation has been used for semi-syndicalist purposes by Daniel de Leon and by a wing of the early German Communist Party, with reformist overtones, by the French Koskian, Lucien Lauré. Most recently it has turned up in a 2-volume compilation of Gespräch Conversations mit Marx und Engels, where it is shoveled in without the least explanation. 1. The General German Workers' Association, Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein, ADAV, had been founded by Lassalle in May 1863, and is usually regarded as the pioneer socialist party of Germany. When Lassalle died in August 1864, the presidency eventually passed to the movement's editor, J.B. von Schweitzer, who assumed public leadership in mid-1867. The Eisenach party organ Volksstaat, which published many metal workers' union notices in this period, could not decide whether Hamann's initial was J or H, the latter appearing quite often. The above-mentioned Gespräch mit Marx und Engels gives his first name as Joseph, for unstated reasons. His name was Johannes Hamann, according to a letter to me from Dieter Schneider of the German Metal Workers' Union, who has co-authored a union history. 7. I am also indebted to this letter by Schneider for some other details to be mentioned and other aid, but he is in no way associated with interpretations expressed here. The bulletin, whose title is the name of the union, is no longer extant, the last file having been destroyed during the Nazi period, according to Dieter Schneider. Therefore Hamann's original article is not available. Since we know that the bulletin's first number was dated July 1st, number 4 must have been dated October 1.8. Even Jean Jaurès, a scholar by training and a professor by vocation, was caught one day on this practice. His defense was in effect that his summary quote was accurate. Henderson and Chaloner have made a brouhaha over this feature of Engels' quotes from the sources in The Condition of the Working Class in England, as originally published. Point 10, in the new Marx-Engels collected works, these quotes are revised back to the original sources. The commonness of the custom is not a defense but an explanation, and in any case it should be a caution against unjustified assumptions. This was the sole sentence quoted by de Leon, see the footnote on page 580. In general, it is the syndicalist ingredient in the stew, although the British Labour Party could agree with it without difficulty. Actually, it occupies the common ground between syndicalism and reformism. Marx certainly received the Volksstaat, although there is no direct evidence that he saw the item or that he read every page carefully. The Hamann report was far from prominent on an inside page with a small heading, still we can assume that it would be called to his attention even if he missed it. The more important point is that Marx made a practice of not writing in corrections to editors who printed misstatements about him, whether in bourgeois or socialist papers. There were important exceptions, but they were exceptions to a rule. If I denied everything that has been said and written of me, I would require a score of secretaries, he told one interviewer at the end of 1878, following the flood of pseudo-Marxiana unleashed after the Paris Commune. Point 11. He made a longer and stronger statement to the same effect in a letter in 1881.12. There are many cases in point. We may note especially a biographical article which was full of incorrect facts but which Marx praised as a good one because of its good general tendency. Point 13. We come closer to the Hamann case in time and space when we note that in 1865 Marx and Engels exchanged letters about what Schweitzer's paper had done in its account of a speech by Marx. The speech was made into colossal muck. It had Marx talking pure Schweitzerism, wrote Engels. Marx then informed his friend that he had written Liebknecht that the quotes were the exact opposite of what he had really said. Point 14. But he sent no correction to Schweitzer for publication. Finally, we should note that Marx and Engels frequently expressed their chagrin and disgust at the stuff Liebknecht put into the Volksstaat, without ever making a public demonstration. The sharpest statement came later, when Engels wrote that the Volksstaat under William Liebknecht is becoming worse and more boring. Something readable only here and there. 15. The largest body of extant notes by Marx on his French Revolution studies is on a book by Levasseur, but the notes contain no evocation of permanent revolution. Point 15. A good overview of Marx's problem is given by Collins and Abramsky, in a chapter beginning, Marx's task was to reconcile the irreconcilable. Yet even these excellent writers unaccountably complain that Marx left out trade unionism, a strange omission despite the well-known hostility of the French Proudhonist founders of the International to trade unions and strikes. Point 5. The inventor was Edouard Bernstein. Of course, it was set forth in a chapter of Bernstein's first revisionist book, which was published in English as Evolutionary Socialism, but this English version omitted the entire section of the book in which this was done. However, Bernstein did not limit the myth to the March Address. His thesis was that all of Marx's writings of the period around the 1848 revolution were permeated with Blanquism, and that the March Address merely expressed this Blanquism to the greatest degree. For him, the Communist Manifesto was full of Blanquism also. Point 15. With Bernstein, therefore, the issue is plain: anything whatsoever smacking of revolution is Blanquist to him. He raises no doubt about the authorship of the March Address by Marx and Engels, and for him their Blanquist aberration lasted long beyond 1850. He is not responsible, therefore, for the advanced form that this Blanquist myth has taken with Nikolaevsky, Lichtheim, Wolff and others. In a letter to a friend a few months later, Engels remarked, "It's incomprehensible how, after the experiences they have gone through, there can still be asses whose supreme ambition is, the very day after the first victorious insurrection, what they call the revolution, to enter into some government or other, and in 4 weeks get crushed, or get discredited and thrown aside, like Blanc and Flocon in 1848, 21. There is another passage in this letter in which Marx incidentally makes clear the authorship of the address. The silly Augsburger Allgemeine Zeitung makes the document that we wrote a child of Messrs. Mazzini and Ruga, 25. Let us note, for the sake of completeness before leaving 1851, that a month after this correspondence with Engels, Marx included an intentionally vague reference to the authorship of the March address in a long communication to a journalist named Ebner, whose articles he was trying to influence. This communication gave Marx's views on the activities of the émigré radicals, and mentioned that their hatred of Marx had been increased with the publication of the address, since Marx was supposed to be its author. Marx's caution in this formulation turned out to be justified. Ebner was later discovered to be an Austrian government agent. 32. The word that Nikolaevsky translates as drafted is verfas, which unequivocally means written, composed, authored, by someone. The passage in question is given above on page 606, ref. Note 26. The total evidence for this proposed theory is Marx's remark in a letter to Engels, reminiscing about changes since 1848. Besides, we now know what a role is played in revolutions by stupidity, and how it is exploited by scoundrels too. For the significance of nominal ownership, see above, Chapter 12, Section 3. So goes the original text. Point 10 Moore's standard translation of 1888, edited by Engels, sought to modernize the language, with the result that it is an uncertain guide to unanticipated controversies. It goes as follows, with some points of difference italicized. The lower strata of the middle class, the small tradespeople, shopkeepers, and retired tradesmen generally, the handicraftsmen and peasants, all these sink gradually into the proletariat, partly because their diminutive capital does not suffice for the scale on which modern industry is carried on, and is swamped in the competition with the large capitalists, partly because their specialized skill is rendered worthless by new methods of production. Thus the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. Point 11. The key change is in the first phrase, which states what the passage is about, the small intermediate strata that have existed up to now. The italicized qualification is completely omitted, perhaps because the time reference was considered superannuated in 1888. Whatever the reason was in 1888, it is quite clear that the passage was concerned with the old intermediate strata, and was not a statement about middle classes in general or for the future. Moreover, the 1848 text clearly included both the old petty bourgeoisie and small bourgeois employers and manufacturers. Two phrases pointing to the latter were dropped in 1888. Thus, insofar as the subject was broader than the old petty bourgeoisie, it extended not to other types of intermediate elements but to the lower ranks of the bourgeoisie itself. The English version goes as follows, with some points of difference italicized. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Point 12. Alas, more used disappear for gehen unter, go under, which is not what a rabbit does in the hands of a magician. Interpreting the present tense as future, he gratuitously inserted finally, even though the passage is tied to the present with the strong word heutzutage, nowadays, in the present day. And so the meaning of the English version is distorted by the two words finally disappear, and neither of these two words exists in the original. The new language about fractions of the middle class is an added flourish, which Moore perhaps thought very contemporary sounding. The word extinction is of a piece with disappear. The German is Untergang, a going under, noun equivalent of gehen unter. All these little modernizing changes would have seemed harmless in 1888 until the myth of the disappearing middle class was invented. Again, This is the original text. Point 13. The important difference from the standard English version comes in the last phrase, where Dirk Arbeitsoffizier und Domestiken is blurred into, by overlookers, bailiffs, and shopmen. 14. The import of domestiken is thus lost. This word cannot here mean domestics in the sense of household servants, since it refers to people in commerce, manufacturing, and agriculture. I translate it stewards, as did the first English version of the manifesto in 1850, instead of servitors, since stewards has a broader connotation. In fact, many elements of new clerical, white-collar, salaried, managerial or bureaucratic sectors of the so-called new middle classes function as stewards of the capitalist controllers on a high or low level. This passage is actually quoted from the New York Tribune article 28, into which Marx incorporated part of his letter to the Labor Parliament. The latter was published as such in the People's Paper and may have embodied some minor errors, such as the substitution of gradually for radically in the second sentence of the above quoted passage. Point 29. Hence it is not surprising there is no record of anyone else hitting on this combination. Doubtless some German peasant called his nag a Lumpenpferd, or some critic called a Rhymester a Lumpendichter, without thereby going down in the annals of philology. Even the encyclopedic Trubner's Deutsches Wörterbuch makes no mention of the term in its historical essay on lump and lumpen combinations, and to this day Lumpenproletariat does not usually appear even in large German dictionaries. Point 5. When listed in German encyclopedias, it is treated as a term peculiar to Marx, not as a German word. Point 6. Indeed, a modern dictionary of Fremdenwörter published by the Leipzig Bibliographic Institute of the DDR lists it as a foreign loan word. 7. Although it is only the second component that is non-German. When McClellan paraphrases a key passage of Stirner's, one that we discuss immediately below, he even inserts the word Lumpenproletariat as if Stirner himself had used it, so strong is the connection. Point 9. But in fact Stirner wrote lump at that point. If McClellan is justified, and I think he is, it is because the context makes the two interchangeable in hindsight. Compare the 1847 passage, cited in chapter 15, where Engels first writes Lumpenproletariat and then lump, both with the same reference. Point 12. In an 1860 pamphlet Engels uses lumpentum, riffraff, for the Bonapartist stormtroop elements elsewhere stamped Lumpenproletarian. Point 13. Both examples show that he saw no critical difference between Lumpenproletariat and some other lumpen combinations. This first translation has been neglected as a political document. After all, Harney was at the time a political friend of Marx and Engels, especially the latter. Both had had writings published in Harney's Democratic Review earlier in 1850. The translator, Helen Macfarlane, was the admired acquaintance of Marx and Engels, Skoyen. Point 18. The admiration was clearly mutual. When Macfarlane, the best socialist woman writer of the time, sat down to translate a German document with unfamiliar ideas, would she have hesitated to check difficult points with the authors, who were readily available and no doubt eager to ensure an accurate rendering? This line of thought does not make Marx and Engels responsible for the Macfarlane version, but it warrants treating this translation with special attention. Incidentally, the editorial note introducing the translation was the first public announcement of the manifesto's authorship, and must have been published by agreement with Marx and Engels. Some months later, Engels was planning to use the Macfarlane translation as the basis of a discussion circle in Manchester with some of Harney's friends. Later in 1851 Marx tried to get his American friends to reprint it as a pamphlet, and perhaps even wanted to publish it in the New York Tribune. Point 19. Engels had worked on an English translation of his own in April 1848, but we do not know what he did with his draft. Point 20. As it happens, at just about the same time Macfarlane was drafting her translation, Marx and Engels published an article, in German, in which Lumpenproletariat and mob were explicitly presented as synonyms. I believe it is their first use of mob in this way. The context is a discussion of the Roman Catholic Church as a center of reaction in England and its use of lumpen Irish for its own purposes. Catholicism has its sole support in England in the two extremes of society, the aristocracy and the lumpenproletariat. The lumpenproletariat, the degree mob degree that is Irish or of Irish descent, is Catholic by extraction. 23. One need not, however, jump to the conclusion that this use was related to Macfarlane's mob had started entering Germany by the 1840s, 10 years before the above-cited use. Heine had reported to a German paper that in England the gentry as well as the high nobility, and the mob like the latter, are very aristocratically inclined. 24. By the 1860s, says Leydendorf, der Mob was freely naturalized. 25. When the pro-Versailles reactionaries finally decided to leave Paris, they at last purged Paris from their presence by an unmolested exodus, dragging along with them the cocottes, the lazzaroni, and the other dangerous class of the capital. So wrote Marx in rough English. 31. Perhaps he intended the plural, dangerous classes, meaning simply dangerous social elements. 1. See Marx's article The Indian Revolt, New York Daily Tribune, September 16, 1857. The first blow dealt to the French monarchy proceeded from the nobility, not from the peasants. The Indian Revolt does not commence with the riots, tortured, dishonored and stripped naked by the British, but with the sepoys, clad, fed, petted and pampered by them. 2. Cf. Werke, 8, 598-600. In a letter to Engels, August 20, 1852, Marx says, asses more stupid than these German workers do not exist, Mega 3, 1, p. 382. No wonder that the New East German edition of the Marx/Engels correspondence carefully omits this letter. A very strong statement of this pattern was written by Marx in a New York Tribune article. To hold out any chances of success, revolutionary movements must, in modern society, borrow their colors, at the beginning, from those elements of the people which, although opposed to the existing government, are quite in harmony with existing society. In one word, revolutions must receive their tickets of admission to the official stage from the ruling classes themselves. 3. The context of this statement is Bonapartist France. We will return to it in Volume 3. There were aspects of the Communist League split discussion that are more material here than Avinery's non-documents, some are discussed under other headings. 2 passages from Marx's talks at the meeting, referring to the proletariat, are of present interest. 1. Marx openly attacked the demagogic use of proletariat as a catchphrase with a non-proletarian content. Just as the bourgeois Democrats abused the word people, so now the word proletariat has been degraded to a mere phrase. To make this phrase effective, it was necessary to describe the petty bourgeois as proletarians, so that in practice it was the petty bourgeois and not the proletarians who were represented. 6. This hits Schapper, who had explicitly included the petty bourgeoisie as a part of his proletariat, in the Kommunistische Zeitschrift. 7. 2. In a second speech at this meeting, Marx spoke strongly against the idea of a proletarian party taking control of government in a situation when it could not introduce measures appropriate to the proletariat but only put into effect the program of the petty bourgeoisie. This polemic against an adventuristic, premature seizure of power, or dreams about it, will be important for our examination of other subjects. In the course of it, Marx stated, I have always gainsaid the momentary opinions of the proletariat. 8. This, in fact, was one of the sources of Marx's strength. It is the other side of advocating proletarian revolution to a class that has not yet risen to revolutionary consciousness. While usually our reference notes simply document the text, in this section they often lead to additional information, of which the text has been pruned. This was so even when an untoward episode took place in 1865, significant in hindsight. Marx had made a speech in which inter alia he had criticized the Lassalleans' pet state help program. Ecarius wrote up a report for the Lassallean Social Democrat, and instead of including Marx's critique he put Lassalleanist views into Marx's mouth. Engels and Marx both thought the Lassalleans must have rewritten the article, but Ecarius admitted this was not so. Marx was amazed but, in a letter to Engels, hastens to make excuses for his friend's incomprehensible blunder. He writes, I have told Ecarius privately not to bother himself over the crap. Ecarius was very ill, and this is indeed to blame for the nonsense. 38 It is clear in hindsight that Icarius had inaugurated his pattern of writing, especially for pay, whatever the recipients of his articles liked to hear or at least nothing that displeased them. Collins and Abramsky propose the explanation that Icarius, while regarding Marx as his intellectual leader, was jealous of him. 55 Perhaps they mean envious. There is a less psychological factor involved. The concrete value to Icarius of blurring public knowledge of capital was that Icarius could use its theoretical content in his own articles without credit, as he did. For example, C.L.S. Feuer's Marx and the Intellectuals on the worker intellectual Weitling, at first enthusiastic about him, Marx later ousted him with his dialectical weapons from the communist movement. The hegemony of the political intellectual over the workers was established one just like that. Weitling was ousted from nothing, with or without dialectical weapons. Marx's anger had been aroused earlier in the discussion in a way not mentioned in Anenkov's account. We know from Weitling's own letter to M. Hess that our genial Messiah insisted before the little audience that the Marx tendency was mainly motivated not by political opinions but simply by a desire to lay hands on the sources of money for the movement, which sources existed only in Weitling's paranoid fancy. Point 14 A nice opponent to argue with. Hess later wrote Marx that although he agreed with Weitling's politics against Marx, W. Weitling is, as I have long known, a dirty fellow with respect to money. 15. To be sure, this was not intended to be taken as an original aphorism. In his doctoral dissertation Marx had occasion to quote Spinoza's "Ignorance is no argument." 18. Another suggestion is made by Wittke, whom I quote on this because he is an admirer of Weitling. Weitling, as an autodidact, had a hatred of the learned and of the professors and doctors whom he thoroughly disliked and secretly envied. 19 Perhaps, if so, he had many years ahead of him in America, after his retreat from Brussels, hating and envying the professors who turned down his crackpot astronomical theories. We may add the information here that in America Weitling quickly became a peaceful reformer, Bonapartist, scurrilous journalist, pro-imperialist, unsuccessful dictator of a utopian colony, anti-Semite, advocate of a stormtroop-like organization of blue shirts, supporter of the Democratic Party and Tammany Hall, opponent of the labor movement as well as of women's suffrage, apologist for bad factory conditions, and, of course, opponent of communism. Point 20. This myth, now entrenched, was early promoted by the misunderstanding of Marx's course not only in Bernsteinian historians but also in G. Mayer's biography of Engels and Mehring's biography of Marx. Point 1 In the latter case, it is only one example among many of Mehring's inability to grasp Marx's political thought. The historian Oscar Hamann is a recent exception probably because he is a historian, not a Marxologist. Precisely in connection with the period under discussion, Hamann states quite vigorously that Marx and Engels recognized the importance of covering Germany with a network of worker societies as the vital link in their strategy of a democratic front, and he has a summary of Marx's efforts in this field in 1849.2. In 1884 Engels, writing his sketch of the Communist League's history, says, "We founded a German Communist Club, meaning the German Workers' Club." Point 8 But the point of the Workers' Club, founded by communists, was that it was not to be another communist club. This is not the only case in which Engels, looking back from a distance, forgets the nuances of a policy. Let us dispose here of the myth, which has come to be repeated from one Marxological work to another, that Marx and Engels did not openly use the 17 demands. This tale is based on quoting a sentence from a letter by Engels from Barman, without understanding what Engels is writing about. The sentence, out of context, goes as follows: "If a single copy of our 17 points were distributed here, all would be lost for us here." The context was Engels' mid-April trip to his hometown Barman to raise money for the Neue Rheinische by selling shares hopefully, to his relatives, family, and old friends who had once been sympathetic to radical talk. Thus the mission was primarily financial, though he also kept an eye out for recruits to the Communist League. 15 It is clear from his correspondence that this visit home was enormously depressing, and anyone who wants to psychologize about Engels' relations with his pietist profiteering father is welcome to this material. on condition that it is understood it has nothing to do with the course actually followed by Marx. Engels had actually hoped that his father might take some shares. This is also mentioned in a letter that Marx sent him in Barmen, urgently pressing him to put the squeeze on the old man and other acquaintances. 16 But Engels had only bad news to report. His father thought even the bourgeois press was subversive, and would rather fill his son's associates with bullets than dollars. All the former radical bourgeois he had known were now fearful and despairing, anti-labor, averse to discussing social questions as incitement. Engels wrote back to Cologne, "At bottom, the thing is that even these radical bourgeois here see in us their main enemies of the future." The sentence we started with follows at this point, that is, what would be lost would be the possibility of getting money for the NRZ out of these ex-progressive bourgeois of Barmen. The next sentence is, "The mood among the bourgeois is truly vile." Then Engels reports that the workers are beginning to stir a little, having formed coalitions, but adds, "This, however, precisely is in our way." This remark is unexplained. In any case, it is the financial mission that is at stake. 17 In fact, precious little was extracted from these ex-progressives' pockets. 18 At the end of one letter, Engels mentions that a beginning has been made for a circle of the Communist League. 19 So he apparently did make some recruits, unidentified, though no doubt if his bourgeois friends knew about this, all would be lost twice over. None of this has anything to do with the wide use actually made of the 17 demands in the course of the Marx Group's work in Cologne. An indication is provided by this contrast. The Mainz appeal of April 5 had suggested Mainz as temporary center to receive responses. On April 20 Schapper met with the Mainz leadership as a representative of the League's Central Committee, and after this meeting the Mainz Association began calling itself the Provisional Central Committee of the German Workers' Association. But on May 17, when the Mainz Association issued another appeal, it did not use this label nor even mention the idea of a central workers' organization. This suggests that by mid-May the perspective was considered temporarily shelved.